It's quite good.
Yeah, it's excellent. And you'll see them come right past you as well, so. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Sunday of the Henley Women's Regatta. My name is Tom. I'm delighted to be joined here by Charlie Wiggin, and we will be guiding you through all of today's racing, starting from race 301, which is due off in around 90 seconds, and that's a quarter final of the junior women's quads. It is an absolutely stunning day here in Henley, in the seat of the Oxfordshire countryside. Perfect conditions, flat as you'll ever see the Henley stretch. The crews will be racing from just below Temple Island all the way down to Remenham. It's about a 1,500 metre course. Charlie, it's your first stint of commentary for this weekend. Are you excited to get going?
Yes, I mean, it's great to see the water almost perfect. Well, it is perfect. There's not a hint of wind, maybe a tiny hint, but that's going to be good because we're not going to get any problems with steering from wind, unlike last weekend at Nottingham, where we had some pretty severe weather. But this is absolutely magical.
Yeah, it is wonderful, and should lead to some pretty cracking and pretty fast racing, actually. I think a lot of the records stand from 2010, where we had almost unparalleled conditions, but perhaps if we're lucky and we have some particularly fast crews, we should see some broken records throughout the day as we progress through from the semi-finals, which will be happening this morning, and then obviously the finals will begin after lunch. I believe we have an hour for lunch between 1:10 and 2:10. And from then on in, it's finals right through to the end of the day. But the first race on the track this morning is race 301, your first race of the last day of the Henley Women's Regatta. And it is going to be contested between Globe Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, and we've got an Australian composite on the Buckinghamshire station. So domestic versus foreign, and it's the first quarter-final of the junior quads. So both crews coming forward. Our first quarter final, almost ready to get underway. Pretty tense moments at the start as always. Obviously these crews, the progression will be that whoever wins this will move through to the semi-finals, which I believe will be raced either shortly before or shortly after lunch. So again, it's Globe at the bottom of your picture in the white and blue kit, and the Australian composite in the yellow boats, and they've left the state boats. Clean starts from both crews, and we're underway here on the Sunday of the Henley Women's Regatta.
Yeah, good clean start from both quads. I mean, it's really good to see such excellent quadding. I mean, you go back even 10 years and the number of sculling boats wasn't anything like it is now. And there's some very competent sculling. A little bit of steering by Globe, need to get back on course. Sydney looking very strong and steady, probably got about half a length as they clear the top of the island. But both crews sculling really competently, very well together.
Yeah, I think you can see there the main shot on the left hand side of your screen is the crews from behind. You can see Globe with an interesting little deviation from their station, but if you look up on the right hand side of the screen there, you can see the fantastic drone shots that have been so useful all weekend, and you can just about see that Sydney, or the Australian composite as we'll probably refer to them as, on their Buckinghamshire station, are starting to break clear of Globe on the right hand side of your picture. So there you go, you can see the yellow shell and the distinctive light blue blades of the Aussie quad making their way down the track, and they've got about, what, 3/4 of the length already, Charlie?
Yes, and I think Globe rating slightly higher, the Australian composite just slightly longer, looking a bit more composed. It's easy to be like that when you're in front, but yes, it looks to be about a length now as they come up to the barrier.
Oh, the two crews making their way down past our little commentary tower, which is just around the barrier mark, signifies about a third of the course gone. And if you look at that Australian quad there on the left-hand side of your picture, they are sculling exceptionally well, it has to be said. Nice and long, as Charlie pointed out. A lot of relaxation around the front end. I think they've broken clear already. That's clear water as they move past us over Globe, which, to be fair, are not a bad quad themselves. They wouldn't be in the quarterfinals if they weren't. But I think at the moment, there's one class crew in this event, isn't there?
Yes, I mean, when I saw Globe in the listing, I like you just said, I mean, they're not a bad quad at all, but this is a serious event, and you're going to be up against some serious international competition, which Globe are facing now.
I'll just give you a run through what we've got coming up the next couple of races. We've got 3 more quarterfinals for the junior quads. Gloucester, Hartbury and Latimer go up against each other in the next race. We've got Henley, home favourites, and then we've got another international against domestic competition with the Isle of Ely coming up against a crew from Switzerland. It's got international flavour right from the beginning here at Henley Women's Regatta, but just coming down past, or starting to enter into the enclosures, and the Australian composite. The girl in the stroke seat is from Sydney Rowing Club. You can see that distinctive light blue kit moving past Fawley Court, and they have opened up what must be 2 lengths now of clear water and established a margin of control over this race.
Yes, it's very difficult when you're so far behind. You can just see Globe trying to get that boat speed up, but they're now looking a little bit shorter. I mean, full marks for trying, but Sydney looking the dominant quad at the moment.
Well, that race is just making its way down into the probably the second third of the course. So we'll move back to the start. Race 302 is currently on the state boats between Gloucester Hartbury on the Berkshire station and Latimer Upper on the Buckinghamshire station. So Gloucester Hartbury have won the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta 3 times in a row. So they are the current holders of the premier women's sculling event, junior women's sculling event on the circuit. And I'm sure a lot of these crews who are racing here today will have one eye on Henley Royal in a couple of weeks' time. So Gloucester, lots of pedigree, lots of form. But I understand that this crew, Charlie, in the black and white at the bottom of your picture, have no returners from last year's crew, so a completely new set of athletes, and they'll be looking to prove themselves today against Latimer.
Nice start. But Latimer are no slouches, so this will be an interesting race. Very well together, a Gloucester crew. Latimer just winding up as they go up the island. Gloucester being warned.
Yeah, it seems that both of those Berkshire crews have moved across, haven't they, early on? Is that a deliberate tactic, do you think, or?
Well, it's strange. I mean, there won't be much of a stream today. The stream does funny things down at the island. I mean, I raced a Coxus pair years ago, and you'd come up the top of the island, and you'd expect the stream to push you away from the island. It doesn't. It sucks you towards it. And of course, on the Berkshire station, well, they're getting a bit close now. I don't know who's umpiring. I couldn't see, but Gloucester coming over that forbidden line almost. And in fact, Latimer have moved away, and they needn't have done in our view. But there we go. Now coming up the island, there's the bay, and that can put you off. Basically, you lose your centre of gravity, so to speak.
That was risky there from Gloucester because they haven't quite broken clear of Latimer. Had there been a clash, I think Gloucester were over in Latimer's water, so we might have seen some intervention from the umpire. But as it is, race 302 making its way down towards the barrier, and at the moment Gloucester Hartbury have established a level of control. That caption, by the way, at the bottom of the screen is wrong. This is actually Gloucester against Latimer. And there is a bit of rivalry between these crews. Latimer were the last crew since Gloucester to take the Diamond Jubilee at Henley. They won it in 2013, but at the moment, once again, I think we're seeing that there is a bit of a disparity between the two crews in terms of quality. And Gloucester, as they swing past us in the commentary tower, a little call there from the girl in the 2 seat, who I would assume is the the motivator in the crew. They've got a bit of clear water now over Latimer.
Similar style to that Australian quad, isn't it, from Gloucester? Nice, steady approach to front stops, composed well together, and just as you said, Tom, swinging along. Very competent, very good thrust at every stroke.
Well, if you are watching the live stream this morning, welcome. We're delighted to have you here at the Sunday for Henley Women's Regatta. If you are in the area and thinking about what can I do with my Father's Day Sunday morning, I imagine your dad would love to come and see some rowing. Some of the finest rowing that the country has to offer. So get yourself down to Henley, come and cheer on some of these athletes, because you are seeing the stars of today and tomorrow compete on the famous Henley stretch. And here we can see Gloucester Hartbury, one of the dominant forces in junior women's rowing, putting on quite a show as they come down past the enclosures, and the magnificent shot of Fawley Court there. I think they've established a similar margin of control over this race as the Australian composite did in the previous one. Shot there of the Fawley marker, which denotes about halfway in the Henley Royal course, which of course is slightly longer than the Henley Women's. Henley Women's, I think, finishes around the Remenham Club, whereas the Henley Royal course stretches right down to the end of the Stewards enclosures, 2,112 metres. But there we can see Gloucester Hartbury, closest to your picture, or closest to the camera. Taking the rate down a little bit there, Charlie, haven't they? Probably relaxing,
Yes.
enjoying it.
And that's the thing, when you're in front, of course, you can just relax and your technique improves. And when you're behind, you're just a little bit anxious, things shorten up, you're trying to get back on terms, and it's almost self-defeating. But Gloucester Hartbury looking very competent, very well together. Lovely catch. Yeah, a couple of pips below Latimer now.
Well, unless anything dramatic happens in the final few moments of this race, it does look like Gloucester Hartbury will be joining the Australian composite in the semi-finals, and right on cue, race 303. It's just left the state boats. This one contested between St Paul's Girls' School, currently on what is the left-hand side of your picture, the Berkshire station, and Henley Rowing Club, home favourites, on the Buckinghamshire station. Henley, of course, silver medalists in the quad and the 8 at the National Schools Regatta, so plenty of pedigree in this crew, and they regularly produce top-end athletes. They've got an amazing programme just a little further down the river, and let's see if they can put that to good use here at the Henley Women's Regatta.
Yes, Henley have been consistently good with junior women for a number of years. Mainly under Chris Boothroyd, but he's sort of taken a bit of a back seat now. David Lister coming through, and some really smart technique from Henley now.
Just watching the two crews, St Paul's Girls' School have come right across into Henley Station, but thankfully Henley, such as the power and poise that those girls have, they've already moved out to clear water, and they've only just shrugged off the shadows of Temple Island. So that's an impressive move from Henley, but had they not been so powerful, St Paul's Girls' School might well have collided with them. But as it stands, as you can see, the two crews making their way past our first stationary camera point. It's Henley looking very impressive as they move down, and that's clear water, a length maybe even of clear water, even in this early stage.
Yeah, what's interesting that Henley, as soon as St Paul's came across, Henley just put their foot on the accelerator, and there was a really strong 10 or 15 strokes from Henley to try and get away from St Paul's. I mean, they certainly haven't shaken them off entirely. I mean, St Paul's lost a good half to 3/4 of a length because of that bad steering. Henley looking very competent, sculling very well together. Getting a call from their true girl as they come up to the barrier. But they do have 2 lengths now. It's going to take a lot for St Paul's to catch that back up. And the umpire's warning St Paul's now because they're going over to Henley's water. But Henley continue to lead. A good 2+ lengths as they move through the barrier, and that's about a third of the race gone.
Yeah, you've got to ask yourself in these situations, as the drone is completely unforgiving in its portrayal of the racing. Is there a problem there with the St Paul's steering? Because actually that's 3 times now they've drifted right across. But I suppose in circumstances such as these, it almost doesn't matter where they are in the river because they are so far down.
And it is interesting that, of course, on a multi-lane course, you've got buoys either side, and it's easier to steer off the buoys going, going, in the reverse, so to speak. So a lot of steers people are steering from the stroke on an international course, but again at Henley, a lot of steers people are either at bow or two, and the booms, as good as they are for keeping the waterline flat, they're not wonderful in terms of steering.
Well, watching race 303 make its way down the course. Race 304 has just left the state boats. It's the last quarter final of the junior women's quads, and it's the Isle of Ely Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and a crew from Switzerland, Vevi Rowing Club. And if I've mispronounced that, I do apologise. And they are on the Buckinghamshire station at the moment. Vevi Rowing Club need to perhaps watch their steering because they are right over by the buoys and the booms. You can see the two crews. And there we go. Isle of Ely on the Berkshire station have moved out to almost a length already. And that could be costly for the quad from Switzerland.
Yes, the Swiss quad haven't been racing internationally up until now. They're usually in small boats, but they've entered women's Henley in the quad. Again, there's about a length and a bit between the two crews as we speak. A little bit of steering on the Buckinghamshire station, not so smart.
It's always difficult when we see these names, such as Vevi from Switzerland, to know exactly what their story is. But I understand that this race today is the culmination of the club's year-long programme to encourage and expand women's rowing in their region. They are looking to inspire the girls by showing them what female athletes are capable of doing. Obviously, Switzerland not renowned for their rowing, perhaps more famous for Roger Federer and Cancellara on a bike. But these girls certainly putting in a good show. But I think that early steering error has cost them a little bit of a distance on Isle of Ely, who, I have to say, as they come past us in the commentary tower, the Isle of Ely do look pretty fluid, don't they?
They look very fluid, very well together. I mean, we're seeing some extremely good technical sculling here this morning.
Exactly. I was having a conversation with Greg Davies yesterday, headmaster at Shipley, and he was adamant that the quality of junior sculling in this country is as good as it's ever been. And I think I'd probably back him on that, because actually if you look at some of these girls racing today, and even Headington, who aren't in this event but are racing senior quads, it's remarkable how well these girls row, considering that they've got school commitments, they've got exams, and a lot of them will have had exams as soon as Friday morning.
Yes, I mean, it was all started, sculling was, for juniors was really accelerated with Project Awesome. I can't remember how many years ago, it must be 15 plus years, Steve Redgrave's initiative, where the ARA that was then put money into clubs to purchase sculling boats, basically, quads, some doubles, singles, and you can see the result of that program. It's been phenomenal. I mean, this technique is what you would expect from senior quads, as Tom just said.
Absolutely. Not even that, we've had success on the international stage. I think about a win in the Junior World Championships a couple of years ago in the men's side, and I think we've had silver and bronze medals on the women's side in some of the smaller boats. So Jess Layden in 2013 winning gold for the first time ever in the Junior Women's Single. So Project Awesome certainly has created a bit of a legacy. But just watching this Isle of Ely crew come down, they look to have control of this race over the crew from Switzerland. And it'll be a shame to have travelled from Switzerland to go out in a quarter final, but credit to the Isle of Ely, they have certainly established their dominance in this quarter final.
Well, it makes you wonder what's going to happen at the semi-final level. I mean, we've just seen some seriously good quads coming down the course, and they will be matched against each other for the semis.
Well, these are the only quarterfinals of the day that we have to report on. We've got semi-finals from now on in, pretty much. I think race 305 is the next one on the course, and that's waiting at the start now, and it's the elite coxless fours between Durham University on the Berkshire station and Ohio State on the Buckinghamshire station. Durham in their famous purple kit, and Ohio State from the United States of America. This is the only semi-final we have for elite coxless fours, and I assume that whoever they will meet in the final has had a bye through.
Yes, it's Leander. They'll meet Leander, the winner of this race.
So no pressure on that part then. So for the privilege of meeting Leander, race 305, the semi-final of the Elite Coxless Fours. And the crews leave the state boats nice and clean. That's what we like to see. It's always a shame when someone catches a crab or collides with a buoy early on because it does spoil the spectacle. But so far so good in our first 5 races of the day. Nice clean starts, and let's see if these two crews can stay together a little better than the junior quads. Certainly sticking to their stations considerably more professionally. There you go, you can see Durham on the left hand side of your picture. And Ohio State just dropping behind the umpire's launch. But early on it's pretty difficult to tell who is in the lead. I daren't guess because they'll only curse it.
Ohio, that sort of distinctive American style, a good cracking catch. Durham looking the smoother of the two, but that doesn't necessarily dictate boat speed. In fact, Ohio looked to have a little edge, but it's certainly neck and neck as they come up to the quarter-mile signal.
That's my first tick in commentary bingo, Charlie. Neck and neck, humdinger, bow ball to bow ball. And to be fair, they absolutely are. If you look at the two crews, it's perhaps half a length to Durham. Although Durham are pretty close to their side of the course.
I think Durham have just put a half a pip in there as they sent. Yes, they have. It's half, 3/4 of a pip up, just to try and shake off their competition. But Ohio responded, so this is a good race. This is going to be neck and neck all the way through, I think. Durham have a few feet, and they've tried to move away, but Ohio are not letting them.
I think Durham are stretching out here. As I watched them come past, I was just having a look at them on the drone. And if you look at their bodies, look at their backs, they're straining here. So I think to break contact and end this race early, I think on the Henley match racing format, or in regards to that, if you break contact and you manage to get clear water and your opposition can no longer see or hear you, it has a massive psychological effect. I think Durham at the moment have got the bit between their teeth and they're straining to get away.
Yes, Ohio can sense that they're still close enough to make it a competitive race, and Durham just moved again, another half pip maybe, just to try and crack it. But Ohio not letting them get away.
Absolutely not. They are straining. I think they're huffing and puffing, but they're not managing to blow Ohio away at this moment.
Yes, good race. We're now into the second, third, and it'll be interesting to see how the boat speeds change now.
Well, you'd expect Durham to get the lion's share of support on the bank, wouldn't you, as a home crew? And there we go, as we go past 40 Court, they just about edged clear water, but this race is by no means over as they move down past the enclosures. I'm sure Leander, wherever they are, they'll be watching this race with more than just a passing interest.
Yeah, their coach, I saw Carl earlier on, he certainly was down here early, almost measuring the temperature of the water. Yes, it's still a race. Ohio sense that they've got to do something now as they come into the last third of the race. Durham accelerated 2 or 3 times in that last 200 or 300 metres, and they've just managed to stay ahead. It's an overlap, but only just.
Well, if Ohio want to go, they need to go now. I think as that race progresses on the top right hand side of your screen, the Elite Pairs is underway now, race 306. Banks Rowing Club of Australia on the Berkshire station and a Marlow Molesey composite on the Buckinghamshire station. Now it is my understanding that the crew from Australia rowing under the flag of Banks are 2 Olympians from the Rio Games this summer. So fantastic pedigree, but at the moment they're not having it all their own way in any way. It's the composite from Molesey and Marlow who are laying down the hammer in this early stage. Of the two crews converging, coming across into each other's station. I think we'd call that neutral water, perhaps. At the moment, it is the English crew, the British crew from Marlow and Molesey, who have just about got the slightest of advantages, although I think Banks are turning the screw now. Not only turning the screw, they're moving right across into Marlow's water.
It's looking dangerous now in terms of a clashing possibility. In fact, Banks have just managed to release themselves from that better off. Only a third of a length between the two. Cox's pairs, of course, not only have you got to row hard, you've got to steer well as well. At the moment, Banks have got the slight edge. Both rating about 35, 36 from the Marlow composite.
We have to say it's impressive work from the Marlow and Molesey composite to be keeping up with a crew that has Olympic standard athletes on board. Alexandra Louise Hagan, who is in this crew, was a 2 times Olympian in 2012 and 2016 in the women's A. So she's been coaching in Melbourne ever since Rio. I'm sure she'll be looking to record a win here at the Henley Women's Regatta. At the moment, Charlie, advantage to the Australians.
Yes, it's a length and a half now. Banks just looking more composed, and in fact they've just pushed on a little bit as they sense the barrier. Yes, Banks just looking a little bit longer. Marlow Molesey trying very hard to get back on terms, but it's not looking easy for them at the moment, and that early steering problem will certainly cost them half, 3/4 of a length. But Banks lead by about 2 lengths now, a little bit more perhaps.
As soon as we watch this race make its way down the course, we'll give you a rundown of some of the results from this morning, starting with race 301. And that was a win for the Sydney Rowing Club Australian Composite by 4.5 lengths. Race 302 was a win for Gloucester Hartpury over Latimer by 2.5 lengths. Race 303 was a win for Henley Rowing Club by 2 lengths over St Paul's Girls' School. And the Isle of Ely defeated Vevey Rowing Club from Switzerland by 4.5 lengths. And in the race that we saw a couple of moments ago, the only semi-final of the Elite Coxers Fours was a win for Durham University over Ohio State. The verdict 3/4 of a length. And just looking at some of the times, Durham in their Elite Coxers Four semi-final recorded a 5:04, which must be reasonably close to the record.
Yes, 5:03 I think the record.
So we're seeing fast times already this morning, so if the conditions stay as flat and fair as they are now, we should see some records. And just looking at the pictures now, I think we've got the next semi-final of the Elite Coxers pairs, and Imperial College have run into trouble on the booms there. Too busy reading out results to actually watch what was going on the river, but Oxford University on the right hand side of your picture on the Berkshire station have rode away from Imperial, and Imperial some shocking steering off the start there, Charlie. I don't know if you saw anything I didn't.
Again, like you, I was looking at the results, and it's always a shame when you just clip the boom because it stops you dead in the water. But in fact, IC have come back really throttling hard, 37 strokes the minute, and it'll be interesting to see how this could unfold because there's not much between these two pairs now. Umpire's warning, not IC. IC look to have settled down on their line now for Oxford University. Yes, throttling hard, but IC are certainly not letting them get away with it.
No, if anything, Imperial are probably coming back here. I think it's safe to say. If you look at the barrel ball there from the drone shots of IC, with every stroke they take, it does seem to eat into Oxford's lead, and that was a disastrous start from Imperial, but they have recovered fantastically well. So now, as they pass us in the commentary box, almost draw level.
Yes, there's only a few feet in it. In fact, the umpire's warning Oxford again. Both had to row through some wash there from a launch on the far side. I see it's only half a length. Umpire warning Oxford again. I mean, to me, although IC are down by 1/3 of a length, IC look to be the more composed as we move past the barrier.
Absolutely. composure needed to recover from a collision with the booms, demonstrated in abundance here by Imperial College. And I think, as we watch the drone shots, it is IC who just about nudged their bows ahead. Of course, Oxford, there's plenty of experience in this boat too. Both of these girls, Rebecca Tawarton-Naud and Isabel Dodds, both rowed in the Oxford Blue Boat in the annual boat race this year. Did come out on the losing side, but nonetheless experienced athletes, and they'll be looking to mount a charge in the second half. But at the moment, despite the fact that they collided with the boom early on, Imperial are the crew in the lead.
Yes, similar rates from these pairs, both anxious to try and shake the opposition off. IC look to have a few feet now. Oxford moving across into IC's water again. The umpire will certainly be warning them if they don't move back.
I think this is what we describe as a humdinger of a race, isn't it, Charlie?
Yes, yes. Nip and tuck.
This is absolutely excellent.
Bow ball to bow ball. Great. This is what it's all about.
All the commentary cliches. And there we go, we can see the wonderful landscape shots of Henley stretched out in all its beauty, and two crews battling down the course. At the moment, I think if I were a betting man, I'd be putting my money in London with Imperial College there on the left-hand side of your picture. But Oxford mounting a charge here, as far as I can tell.
Yes. Amy Gibson and Fiona Macklin from IC looking, still got that composure, but just looking a little bit tired as we see this cross shot, and Oxford just sensing the slowing of the boat speed from IC and attacking now.
Definitely
Oxford
sensing.
attacking, yes.
Yeah, you saw there Isabel Dodds have a little look across at Imperial, and I think they're mounting a charge here. Oxford, maybe all that boat race training, which obviously based around fitness, is going to come into play here in the final stages, and they've got to sprint now. Oxford, they've got to go because Imperial still have half a length.
Good race, very good race.
Fantastic race. And credit to Imperial, especially after that mishap earlier on up the course. They've recovered well and they do lead. But Oxford's still going for it.
Yes, I think IC had a little bit of a bubble there, and Oxford came back, but IC looked just a little bit more composed again, got back into their rhythm and rowing well together.
Well, you can keep one eye there on the top right hand side of your screen on that race, but the Academic Falls has begun in its race 3:08, contested between Durham University on the Berkshire station, that's the right hand side of your picture, and King's College London on the Buckinghamshire station. And we've got a pretty good race here too. The two crews making their way down the course, and Durham have, I don't know, about a third of a length as they come down and leave the looming presence of Temple Island.
Yes, Durham certainly got the edge, attacking hard. But King's College certainly not letting up. It is very much neck and neck, and you can hear the crowds almost screaming their support for each crew. It's only a few feet Durham have over King's College.
Just as another point, we'll be keeping an eye on what happened there in the elite pairs race between Oxford and Imperial, because as I watched that screen, it looked like the umpire had to intervene and the race was stopped, and we'll be giving you updates or bringing you updates as soon as we know what happened. But as it stands, it's the Academic Coxed Falls, which is happening out on the course here, race 3:08. And it's Durham and Kings, and Charlie, just watching this one make its way down the course, this looks like it's going to be another fantastic race. They've swung past us at the barrier, and at the moment, there's pretty much nothing to choose between the two crews.
No, good attacking style from both these crews. Of course, Cox 4, you've got to carry that extra weight, so it does change the technique a little bit. But at the moment, Durham seem to have probably half a length now over King's College. Slightly short stroke, but doesn't matter. They've kept the boat speed up.
That camera angle could be deceptive, but it looks like Kings may be mounting a bit of a charge.
Yes, I think they are.
Now, traditionally, you'd expect Durham to be the stronger of the two crews when you're on paper, but Kings have had a good weekend so far and actually undergoing a bit of a resurgence in their programme. If they can take the scalp of Durham, that'd be fantastic for their programme and the procession through to the Academic Falls final.
Yes, King's just about half a pip, 3/4 of a pip above Durham. Just helps to keep that boat speed up. But it's neck and neck still, perhaps 1/3 of a length in Durham's favour as they come up to the Forley signal.
Yeah, brilliant race and very little to choose between the two crews as they move towards our stationary camera point. I'd be a brave man to try and tell any difference between them, but at the moment the momentum, if I watch the two crews and their rhythm and their body movements, I have to say I think King's look to be the stronger of the two. Look at the athletes in the Durham crew, they look a bit tired, and I think King's, Charlie, are coming through here.
I think you're right, because the Kings, the four of them are swinging very well together. You can almost see the energy from their bodies working together. Durham just clipping it a bit, but still attacking. But Kings have the edge now.
Well, we've been treated to two fantastic races here, and it does look like Kings have rode through Durham, which doesn't happen very often, I have to say, on the Henley course and the nature of match racing. If you get up from the start, more often than not, you'll stay there. And I think there is a figure to put on it, but around 85% of the crews who lead at the barrier generally go on to win the race. But as it stands, it doesn't look like that will be happening, and the form book will be turned on its head, because King's College on the left-hand side of your screen are leading this race. Keep one eye on that on the top right-hand side of the screen. But race 309 is underway, the second semi-final of the Academic Cox Fours between Imperial College on the Berkshire station and the University of London on the Buckinghamshire station. So two crews who probably know each other well, and geographically they're both pretty close to each other as well. I think Imperial are Putney and UL are Chiswick, so on the same boat race championship course. And as it stands, UL in their distinctive purple kit have about 1/3 of, I don't know, maybe not 1/3 of length, perhaps a canvas as they move down past Temple Island.
Yes, good clean start from both these crews. Of course, they've got a Cox on board, so they shouldn't have any problem with steering. The Imperial College a little bit close to the booms, but nothing to get too worked up about.
Well, you wouldn't expect any clashes, would you, or any crashes here?
You shouldn't do.
Coxes, I mean, it is their job to motivate their crew, but also to safely navigate them down the course. At the moment, the distance hasn't really changed. 30 strokes on, it's still UL by a canvas.
Perhaps a little bit less. It looks as though the IC boat has just got a little bit better boat speed at the moment. We don't know whether they've just done a little push. It's difficult to tell. But
I think you're right, Charlie. Maybe IC just edging it, but either way, it's nip and tuck between the two crews.
Yes.
And there you go. I think IC have maybe a foot.
it's maybe a foot.
So after the fast start from UL, IC have checked that and have moved back and responded. I think this race is going to unfold into a pretty interesting one.
Yes,
it will
as
be
they
good
come
to see.
the quarter mile signal, UL trying to attack IC, but IC just looking more composed at the moment. But there's literally, well, you wouldn't be able to separate these.
Not at all. They've just literally moved past our commentary point, parallel with us, and I couldn't tell anything between the two crews. It is the literal definition of bow wall to bow wall. And actually, this is the third in a row, third excellent race in a row we've had.
In fact, UL now are putting their push as they come through the barrier point, wanting to get back on terms with IC, although there's only a foot in it. UL just edging themselves by a foot. But it's neck and neck. Anybody's race at the moment.
You've got to wonder, haven't you, in races like this where it quite literally is anybody's game, how important is a race plan now? How important is it to stay calm and execute what your coach has told you to do?
I think race planning is important, but it has to be flexible. You can't just race what your opponents do, but you respond very subtly, I think, to any shade of change. As you feel that they might be just weakening, if you feel they might be sprinting away, you have to go with it, but you still have to maintain your own race plan.
Gosh, it's pretty much impossible to tell anything between these two crews. UL took the early lead, IC checked them and went down to a maybe 2 feet lead. Now the two crews are neck and neck as they make their way down the course, and I'm sure the support on the bank will be energetic, to say the least. So we'll try and stick with this race as it nears its conclusion, but both crews now, someone's going to have to go, aren't they?
Well, I see again UL just having another push. That's the second in the last 150 metres. I'd rather that they stayed long and just try to crack it every stroke. I see it certainly not being ruffled. Both rating about 36. Both attacking style. But again, it's neck and neck. Anybody's race.
Well, UL look to be sprinting here. I think if you look at the stroke go and the UL crew there in their purple kit, they look to be upping the rate, and I think they're going for it. It's now or never. I suppose go hard or go home. Actually, it's going to come down to who's got the gear change at the end here, because still it's so difficult to tell anything between these two crews. I'd probably say UL have the advantage here. I think that sprint has worked out for them. IC now need to respond. See the pain etched on the faces of all 8 athletes. We will keep one eye on that as it progresses down the course. But the semi-final, the first semi-final of the Junior 8s is now underway between Buckingham B&N School from the USA on the Berkshire station and Headington School, a name that will need no introduction on the Buckinghamshire station. And indeed, there we go, the pedigree of Headington speaks for itself. They're already a third of a length up.
Yes. Strong pedigree from Headington across a number of boat classes, but particularly in 8s and 4s. But they're moving away now, very early on in the race.
Just as we watch that 8 race unfold, just watch the Cox 4s as they come towards the conclusion of their race. And it's still UL and it's still Imperial, and they're still gunning for it, both of them. And it is pretty much impossible to tell anything between those two crews. As they cross the line, Charlie, do you know what? I couldn't call it.
Photo, I'm afraid.
What a fantastic race there to round off the semi-finals, the academic Cox 4s. But as it is, Headington, what a shot that is. 2 8s making their way down the course, punching their way down the Henley Women's Regatta course. And at the moment it is Headington.
Yes, that typical Headington style. Very strong but composed. Leading their opponents in the USA at the moment.
There we go, we see where the drone is launched from. And the pilot of the drone, I'm sure we'll get some drone shots as they come down past us. But Headington, it is quite remarkable, the programme that they've built in Oxford and that Ryan Domain has curated over the years, because they are, I can't remember how many times they've won the National Schools title. I think it's 8, 9 times in a row now, certainly as long as I've been involved in the junior rowing circuit. They are the ones to beat, and every year they respond, every year they produce athletes of the highest quality, and this 8 doesn't even have their 4 strongest athletes in, and they're still looking like they're going to be finalists in the junior 8 category this year at the Henley Women's Regatta.
Yes, they move through the barrier. They've got well over a length now, rating 35. Good composure over front stops, good long stroke, rowing very well together.
Just as the crews make their way down the course, we'll give you a few more results. Race 305 was a win for Durham University by 3/4 of a length over Ohio State. 306 was the first semi-final of the elite coxless pairs, and it was a win for Banks Rowing Club of Australia by 2 lengths. We still haven't got a result for race 307, so we'll update you as and when we know. Race 308 was a win for King's College London by 3/4 of a length, and as for that cracking semi-final in the academic Cox 4s between the UL and Imperial, it was a win for the University of London by a canvas. So a fantastic race there. So University of London and King's College London will meet each other in the final of the academic Cox 4s. And as we watch Headington make their way down the course, it would take a brave man to bet against them racing again later on this afternoon in the final of the Junior 8s. Shame for Buckingham, of course, who've come all the way across from the United States of America, but I think just they've come up against a better crew on the day.
Everybody wants to race at Henley, whether it's the Henley Royal or Women's Henley. And it's good to see Women's Henley sort of coming up and matching the same style and pedigree of Henley Royal. There's some seriously good crews here. Oh, Headington are just winding down a bit now. Got plenty of lead over their American counterparts.
It just shows the quality of Headington, doesn't it? It's not
It
often you get
does.
to paddle a semi-final. And this isn't a paddle, that's not being fair, but certainly it is a relaxed, high-rate piece.
Probably 28 strokes a minute.
And they do make it look exceptionally easy, don't they? But I think their strongest opposition may well come in the race succeeding this one, which is race 311, the second semi-final between Henley Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, so another Henley crew representing their club, and St Paul's School of the United States of America on the Buckinghamshire Station. St Paul's with the matching hats on the right-hand side of your screen. And I watched this St Paul's crew come down yesterday, and I was staggered at how powerful they were. They are exceptionally powerful girls who row very, very well. They've had an undefeated season by winning gold at the New England Interscholastic Rowing Championships, and they've also undefeated in the UK so far. They won at Reading Regatta last weekend. So they are a crew with a lot of pedigree and a lot of form.
And as they clear the island, they've got half a length now, nearly. And Emiliana Geronimo's family have asked us to give her a little mention. She's come all the way from the United States to race on this wonderful course. Her crew are leading Henley. It's moving out to a length now as they come up to the quarter mile. Rating about 36 to Henley's 37. They have about a length as they come to the quarter mile.
Well, Miss Geronimo, and if her family are indeed listening to our coverage here, they're going to be delighted to know that it's not often that we say Henley are losing a race, especially on their own course. And at the moment, St Paul's School throwing down the mantle. And it has to be said, they look exceptional as they come down. Power, precision, technique, and they're rowing exceptionally well together. And they've got 3/4 of the length, perhaps.
Yes, it's hard to believe that these are schoolgirls. You can see in the American crew you've got a tandem. That's two people rowing on the same side. This is done sometimes to balance the power between both sides of the boat.
But it is mightily impressive, bearing in mind this Henley Rowing Club crew, the silver medalists at the National Schools Regatta behind Headington. It is my understanding that the Henley crew and the Headington crews in this event do not have their 4 strongest athletes in. Both of those are in the quad, but nonetheless these are 8s with a lot of form and a lot of power on board, but St Paul's making short work of the opposition at the moment.
Yes, I mean they haven't shaken Henley off, but they certainly had a very strong first 500 metres. Henley certainly won't give up. Their attacking style means that St Paul's haven't just moved away. St Paul's still having to keep that rate pretty firm, but they've got over a length now over Henley.
Quite often at Henley, you do see the international crews jump out at the start at a rate of knots and really try and end the race by the barrier, but actually quite often they come unstuck in the middle of the course. No real sign of that happening to St Paul's School here.
No, it's interesting, isn't it, race tactic? If you turn the clock back a couple of decades, you could get away with that early sprint. It would frighten the opposition, but now race planning is much more sophisticated, and the balance of the physiology of the body is very important. And you know, third 500 can count as much as the first 500.
Absolutely, but I think St Paul's School have got that race under control. We will keep one eye on it on the top right hand side of your screen, but as it is, the senior Cox's Fours is now underway between Oxford Brookes University on the Berkshire Station and Newcastle University on the Buckinghamshire Station. If you do follow the student rowing scene, you will need absolutely no context on either of these crews, although you might need a bit of context on the steering technique of both of them, because Brookes have moved right across towards Newcastle. And it's interesting here, Charlie, do Newcastle, what do? Do they move away from Brookes or do they steer into them? Because at the moment, Brookes are in their water.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? The natural reaction is to move away from something coming towards you, but that can go against you, because as soon as you hit that rudder, you're going to slow the boat down. And full marks to Newcastle, they've held their line. Brookes came across into Newcastle. Now Brooks have moved away, so Brooks have lost distance. But Brooks attacking start as usual. This is a classic Brooks technique. But Newcastle, in fact, Newcastle are moving away. They've just stretched that lead by holding their length and just increasing the rate by about half, 3/4 of a pip to try and shake Brooks off. But Brooks are never to be left. Brooks attacking hard.
It's the classic styles from both crews, isn't it? As you say, Charlie. Newcastle quite long, quite lengthy, but Brooks chunky and aggressive.
Yes.
But at the moment it does look like Newcastle have about half a length. The bow ball of the Brooks crew is just about in line with the stroke go of the Newcastle crew. And just as an update to what we saw earlier, race 307 between Oxford University Women's Boat Club and Imperial, the pairs race, which we were unsure as to what happened. I've just seen both of those crews paddling up towards Temple Island, which to me would signify a re-row. So we'll keep you updated if we hear anything else, but I would believe that we're having a re-row of that race, so keep your eyes peeled, keep your ears open. We will let you know as and when we do, but as it stands, it is race 312 on the course, and Newcastle University leading as we mow past the barrier.
Yes, Newcastle just looking a bit more composed, just getting a bit more out of that boat than Brooks. Brooks attacking as usual, they won't let him get away, but Newcastle just looking the more composed as we move up towards the Forley signal. Again, another tandem arrangement in the Newcastle boat, 2 and 3 positions rowing on the same side. The aim is to balance the pressure from both sides. You know, different athletes, different strengths, that sort of thing. In fact, Newcastle just opening up clear water now. Not taking anything away from Brooks. They're still attacking hard. But Newcastle just moved across into Brooks's water. They need to just get back on station. Newcastle now continue to lead by clear water.
Yeah, Newcastle really stretched out in the second half of this race. And it has to be said, just looking at the two crews, Newcastle do seem to be the bigger, more powerful, a bit more poise in the water as well. They seem to be really bouncing off the blade, which is always a sign that the crew's going well. I think Newcastle have responded well to the early challenge of Brooks, and I think they'll be, barring any late disasters.
Yeah, Newcastle just looking a bit more comfortable now, don't they? There's no sort of anxiety in that boat that you can be aware of. Nice long strokes. They've got this race under control.
Well, you can keep one eye on the events happening between Brooks and Newcastle, but we're going to move back up to the start for race 313, the second semi-final of the senior Coxless Fours, and it'll be contested between Imperial College in the yellow boat with the blue kit on the Berkshire station and Edinburgh University on the Buckinghamshire station.
Yes, do you want to do the cover?
Well,
So race 313 underway between Imperial College on the left hand side of your picture and Edinburgh University on the right, and it looks like Imperial have got the better of the two starts there. Two crews staying reasonably well to their lines, although as I say that Imperial do drift a little bit into the middle. But the umpire doesn't see any need to warn either of the two crews, and there we go, the drone giving us a slightly more informative view, and it does look like Imperial on the right hand side of your picture have the advantage.
Yes, in fact, looking at the start, I mean, Edinburgh looked very well together, very composed in their stroke, but Imperial just had that bit of an edge, a bit more of attacking style, moving up the island, and it's about 3/4 of a length, maybe half. There's not a lot in it, but I see certainly in the lead at the moment as they pass the quarter-mile signal. Rating 36. Edinburgh certainly not being left behind, looking the more composed at the moment. In fact, the umpire's warning IC to get back onto their station.
I think they're both in each other's stations at the moment. That seems to be neutral water to me. I suppose if crews do that, then it's anyone's game. The danger comes when you move right across onto somebody else's. But at the moment, IC looking unruffled by the events, and I think, yeah, you're just about right, Charlie. About half a length to Imperial College. So this race should develop into something of a cracker as we move down the course. You can just see our little commentary box there, hidden under the shade of the tree.
Yes, IC certainly put in a half a pip there. Edinburgh responding as well, but IC took the initiative a little bit earlier and have moved out to 3/4 of a length lead over Edinburgh as they shoot the barrier.
Yeah, the distance hasn't really changed, has it?
No, in fact, it's come back to half a length, so full marks to Edinburgh, holding their style.
The thing is, if they want to go past Imperial, they're going to have to move back onto their own station, because as it stands, they're on course to clash.
Yeah, that picture gives you a better view, and it looks to be moving out to 3/4 of a length again. It strikes me that IC do a push and then Edinburgh respond, and then it moves back out to where it was before the push.
Just as we were saying, Edinburgh looked to have the momentum. I think IC have stretched out again and might even have a length now.
I think so.
Over their opponents from Scotland.
So what do you do when you're at this part of the course? You're thinking, this is hurting.
Pull bloody hard.
But you need to remember that it's hurting in the other boat as well.
It's easier said than done, though, to remember that. But as we watch that semi-final of the Senior Cockshots Fours make its way down the course, you can keep an eye on it, of course, on the right-hand side of your screen. But the rerun, I believe, the rerun of the elite pairs is happening now between Oxford University Women's Boat Club and Imperial College. So it was indeed a rerun. We're not quite sure what happened to cause the re-row. But as it stands, it's Imperial and Oxford. And Imperial have managed to avoid crashing into the booms this time round, and look better for it because they have already got nearly a length on their opponents from Oxford.
Yes, it's a tidier race this time. Imperial have certainly got the lead, and it looks like a length. Oxford, attacking style from Oxford, but they're not making up much ground. In fact, Imperial have just moved up again, just moved up a gear to maintain that lead as they come up to the quarter-mile signal. And they're stretching out, good long stroke, plenty of good boat speed. Oxford looking shorter at the moment, trying to get back on terms. IC being warned, get back onto their station.
They're not messing around this time, are they, IC? They've decided, right, we're going to put an end to this, so we're going to finish this race off nice and quick. And they're looking to try and do that. You're right, though, they haven't really broken free yet, but Oxford now steering back onto their station. That's going to cost them time, because every touch on the rudder is like a break on the boat, and as it stands, Imperial just trying to get a bit of clear water, a bit of breathing space between themselves and their opponents, straining to move away as they move past the barrier.
I mean, full marks to Oxford, attacking again. Imperial just got that lovely length, steady composure, as you do have when you're in the lead. And it's about a length lead, but Oxford certainly not letting them get away with it.
As we watch this race move down the course, I'm going to hand over to Alison for the remainder of the morning, I would expect. I'm going to go get some lunch.
Oh, you got it.
That's all.
What have you been putting out about? Is the results coming through here then?
You're live now.
Okay, thanks very much, Tom. I know you're going to be back later. Going to have a bit of a break. Hi, Charlie.
Hi,
Good to see you.
I knew the last time we met, I think we were in a Spanish class together.
No way.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Well, I've done quite a lot of Spanish since then.
Muy bien.
Really? So I've done quite a lot since then. How's your Spanish?
Yo siento, no hablo español. Oh no,
Habla un poco.
dos veces. Peter. Mi mujer va a
That's
My friend said,
That's all you need.
that's all you need, my wife will pay.
Well, I've spent a fair bit of time in South America since then, so I've got a bit of a, yeah. Anyway,
Good.
but we'll continue mainly in English. Are we back up to the Club 8s? Start the Club 8s?
That's still on, that's the
Yeah. The re-row's still on. And the second semi-final of the Club 8s has started, I think. Between, on the Berkshire Station, just checking I've got the right ones. On the Berkshire Station, Tideway Scullers, and on the Buckinghamshire Station, Agecroft Rowing Club.
Looks like.
So it's a
It's about half a length Scullers have, no, a third of a length Scullers have at the moment over Agecroft. As they move up to the quarter mile signal. On the top of your screen you can still see that Coxless pair re-row with IC certainly have the edge over Oxford as they move into the last third of the race.
So we would expect this eights race that you can see in the bottom of your corner page. We would expect this to be pretty close. They had similar times coming through in the quarterfinals. Tideway Scullers 5:11 to Agecroft's 5:15, both winning theirs by about 2 lengths. And as we can see, this is playing out here very tight. So Agecroft just starting to move through now. It's not Agecroft, is it?
No,
It's not Agecroft, I apologise. Now we can finally see them coming past us. Who have we got?
Galway and Canterbury.
It's the first ones.
Galway on the station.
So we apologise to you for that. Finally we can actually see the colours. So I was thrown a bit by coming in and having the re-row going on. So we've got Galway. They were watching yesterday. So hello to any Galway supporters watching. Sorry we got that mixed up to start off with. So we've got Galway on the Berkshire Station and Canterbury on the Buckinghamshire Station.
Yes, Canterbury have got a lead now. That's on the far side for those who get confused with the stations.
Yes.
They've got about half a length over Galway as they come up to the 40 marker.
I saw this Canterbury crew race yesterday. I was commentating from the boats, and they did look very strong. It's kind of a mix, Cambridge based. It's got lots of Cambridge rows from different town clubs and university clubs who've kind of come over. They won. I was talking to the coach, and they won the provincial pennant at the Women's Head. Very proud of that. First time in 17 years the provincial pennant has moved away from Nottingham. So they've been together all year. They've had some really good racing. They beat Lee yesterday by some 3.5 lengths. They're not having it quite as easy. Tideway and Galway are giving them a bit more of a race at the moment.
Yes, Canterbury looking very strong in the water. That's on the top of your screen. You can just see that race into its last third.
Do we think Canterburyan have got that one sewn up?
Barring accidents.
I would say. And now, starting the race I commentated on before, I was just warming up.
Doesn't matter.
So now we can see, and it's quite obviously the distinctive colours of Tideway Scullers on the left of your picture, in the bottom picture, and Agecroft Rowing Club on the right-hand side in the red. And yeah, these two crews quite evenly matched on times in the heats, but it's Tideway Scullers who are making the early moves.
Yes, Tideway Scullers, as they come up to the quarter-mile signal, are just putting a little push, just trying to break Agecroft. Agecroft, very strong 8, but Scullers just moving on up, maintaining that higher rate for the moment to try and break free. But it's probably a little bit over a canvas in Scullers' favour.
This is the number of the Agecroft crew raced last year. I don't know if you saw that, Charlie. These are the ones that had the dead heat with Grosvenor,
oh, yes,
and then
yes.
had to go back up to the top and then lost by what was it, a canvas in the re-row.
Yes.
So they had a close race yesterday and held their heads to come through. So you've got to kind of stay with these girls because they know how to race side by side and be pretty gutsy. They'll desperately want to at least get a chance at the final again. I mean, they're hanging on there, aren't they? They're not letting Tideway Scullers get away from them.
I mean, Scullers have got a slight more attack to their stroke at the moment. But it's anybody's race. We're only a third of the way through.
Got a good drone picture there, and yeah, I was watching, and Agecroft, as I was saying, Agecroft were managing to hang on, but from the ahead pictures there, it's just, they do seem to be slipping away from them just a few inches per stroke, don't they?
Yes, and it's funny. The stations. Some people feel more comfortable on the far side, and some people more comfortable on this side. But at the moment, it's about a length in favour of Scullers. Scullers maintaining that rate, but not taking anything away from Agecroft. They're still in the race.
It was, I remember watching that one, and I think I was actually lucky enough to watch that from the launches as well, and it was pretty ferocious. I mean, it was cooler weather last year though. I mean, to imagine having to race it and then go race a re-row this year, that wouldn't be.
I feel so sorry for those Coxless pairs that had to go and re-row.
Yes.
10 minutes ago.
Because they've got to race again, obviously.
Yeah, Scullers looking very composed, well together, in the lead, over a length over Agecroft. Agecroft still hanging in there, trying to attack. Scullers have a length and a little bit more to come into the last third of the race.
We've got the results of the previous race, and it was a win for Canterburyan. Time of 5:03 in 1 3/4 lengths. So it looks like it should be Tideway Scullers coming through to race those in the final later today. Yeah, Tideway Scullers just, I mean, they're able to look relaxed now, but they've just got that better rhythm. They're able to get their blades down to the water. And if you're waiting for the start of the next race, we've got the next race coming past us and they're not filming it because it looks like we've got a scratching. So we've got very small numbers in the elite lightweight doubles, and we were expecting a race between Leander Club and Leicester Rowing Club, but we've just seen Leicester Rowing Club row past us uncontested, so they must have had a scratching from Leander Club. So Leicester Rowing Club will be, that was the only semi-final, so they'll be straight through to a final against Cambridge Oxford Brookes, Cambridge University Oxford Brookes composite. So we're back up at the start now for the first of two semi-finals in the senior lightweight singles between, on the towpath side we've got Peterborough, and on the town side Thames Rowing Club. So that's Camilla Plum from Peterborough and Susie Perry of Thames Rowing Club. And as you can see there, it's Susie Perry of Thames Rowing Club who's got the early lead. She won her heat pretty easily, and her quarter-final in a very fast time yesterday. Actually, she had the fastest time of the quarter-finals yesterday, 6:06 by a length and a half. Camilla Plum had the fastest time of the day in her heat. She was pushed quite hard, and she's coming back a little bit. I think
Yes,
she's not
I think
letting not letting it go, is she?
I mean, Camilla's certainly thundering away on that far side, but Susie Perry certainly attacking now. She obviously was happy to sort of maintain a reasonable boat speed for that first quarter, but now attacking Camilla Plum. There's about a length and a bit in it. Camilla on the far side.
Yeah, she's nearly getting back on that overlap.
She is.
I think we'd have to say in a single. She has now. She's moving up. So it was a good start by Susie Perry of Thames Rowing Club. Camilla Plum fighting this for her place in the final. I love the way in a single that it can all change over. You know, if you get a length ahead in an eight,
Oh, crikey.
then you.
Don't remind me.
Really? Oh. Well, I've been in this position. I've been in Camilla Plum's position often enough in a single, a length and a bit behind. My competitors will know that doesn't mean it's all over. Well, it would mean that now. It wouldn't, a few years ago, it wouldn't have meant that. So she's well got that. You know, she just lost contact. She's got back to canvas now.
Yes, it's certainly, I would say, 3/4 of a length. Susie Perry still holding on there, looking reasonably composed, but Camilla certainly not letting it get away with it. Camilla now making an effort to move on up through. Good attacking style, lots of body in that stroke.
Very sharp catches from Thames Girl there. They're just kind of disappearing in. She's rating 32, 33. She's kind of pacing herself. I mean, the Peterborough Sculler managed to come up, but she's having to fight harder for it, isn't she? If you look at those two now.
Yes, she's fighting very hard.
So it's, you know, you think that the Thames Sculler has probably got more in hand if she needs to. So we've got Susie Perry of Thames Rowing Club at kind of 32, 33 compared to Camilla Plum of Peterborough up at the 35, 36 trying to stay in contact. She's managing to stay in contact, but...
That can be quite high. I remember years ago my coach saying, you have to rate 34.
Oh, really?
And I did. I rated 33. He said, and that's why you lost. So the next day, I rated 34, but I changed the inboard on the sculls and I won.
Did you tell you?
I didn't tell him.
You didn't tell your coach?
Tell him, no.
Well, my coach pretty much transformed my performance by getting me to up my rate as well. Yeah, I kind of coached myself a lot in the single and rating 28, 30, and once he got me up to the 35, 36s, he just told me that it had to be done. So there you are. There's some top tips. Get your rate 34, 35 and change your inboard if you have to. Yeah, I think the same thing. Just keep it up there, keep it tapping.
So nice spelling from Susie Perry there.
Yeah, Camilla Plum gave it a good fight, but I think coming into the closing stages of that race, we've got some results for you to come through, but we've got back up on the start now, waiting for the second semi-final to see who goes through, barring casualties, to race Susie Perry of Thames Rowing Club in the final. And we've got the yellow kit closest to you in the yellow blades of Wallingford Rowing Club. And on the far side, Galway Rowing Club. So, no, we haven't. I'm sorry. I've got that mixed up again. Actually, I need to get myself sorted out better.
I think it's Meekin and Lewis.
I think it is. I'm jumping ahead again. Yeah, we've got Yellow of Norwich Rowing Club, Bethany Meekin, and Greenbank Falmouth, Sarah Lewis. So these two scullers,
Yeah,
cleanly away.
Moving up the island, it's neck and neck at the moment. But if I had
So-
a bet, I'd say that Meekin has a slight edge at the moment.
She does. She's pulled over across the course though. She hasn't been warned yet by the umpire, but she's coming really far across here, look. It's always tempting because when you're on that side, I remember when you're on the Berkshire side and you're coming down, you've got the buoys to start off with, but you're aware that the booms are coming in and the bank seems to encroach. It's because you have no bank and then you have bank. It feels like it pushes in on you.
Yes,
And it's very
off-putting.
common. Yeah, if you're not training here, I'm sure in my early races, I did exactly the same. You feel like it's closer than it is. The umpire hasn't warned her to get back on. She's right in the middle there.
Yes, you've got to look at the marker behind you. That's the lane marker, but not many people do. Because Alison just says that the bank moves away from you, then it comes back. It's very off-putting. But these two scullers, there's not much in it now.
No,
But Lewis on the far side seems to have the edge. It's about half a length plus. And
She
she's
does.
just attacking a little now to try and shake her competitor off.
I wonder what happens when Bethany Meekin gets herself straight, whether she'll be able to pull back on more. But she does seem to be. She's still got that crucial overlap,
Yes.
and now she's got herself straight. She looks pretty relaxed in there. They both look. She looks very relaxed actually, passing our commentary position. She's giving us a little look there.
Just moving up half, 3/4 of a pip. She senses
Yeah.
the barrier, trying to make a move against Lewis.
She's got a very composed, kind of compact stroke. Bethany Meekin of Norwich Rowing Club there. It almost looks, she's very sharp catches. She's not reaching too much out with her body. Just kind of gets up there and her hands go in. Very sharp catches. Compared to Sarah Lewis of the Greenbank Falmouth. See, she gets her body over more. She's got this kind of longer stroke. She gives herself more to do per stroke. So the rating reflects that. She's got a bit of a lower rating. It's paying off for her at the moment.
Slightly longer stroke, isn't it? She's
Yeah.
getting more body into it. But that doesn't mean to say it's better. A lot of it is how your physiology is made.
Yeah. And obviously this is the lightweight singles here. No wind to speak of today, hey? Fantastic
Crikey.
conditions.
Fantastic.
Well, fantastic conditions for watching. I mean, fantastic conditions for racing as well. Just you don't want to be out there too long.
So Lewis has just eked out a little bit more now. Bethany Meekin certainly maintaining that style of hers, that nice tap and thrust. Good strong stroke, a little bit shorter than her competitor.
We have another fly past there.
It might be a spit.
There's a very noisy aircraft. We can't see it. It's gone directly above us.
It's a spit.
Oh, here we go. We've cut to some pictures. There we go. You think it's a Spitfire?
Yeah, I do.
Fantastic. I missed the fly past yesterday, so I'm very pleased to see it.
It's amazing to see these planes. Yeah, that's a spit.
It sends some noise, isn't it? It's either a spit or a very large drone. So the previous semi-final of this race, the senior lightweight singles, was a win for Susie Perry of Thames, by a long way in the end, 4.5 lengths. She had a bit of a fight early on, but 6:06, 4.5 lengths. And now we're going to go and see her. We're finding out who's going to join her in the final. And again, a sort of similar pattern playing out, really. The sculler behind, putting up a good fight for as long as they can.
Yes.
But it does look like the Norwich sculler, Bethany Meakin, she put a good fight in the start and the middle, but a longer, rangier stroke for Sarah Lewis of Greenbank, Falmouth. Seems to be paying off. Got some more fantastic pictures of the Spitfire. Looping the loop now. Oh my goodness. They have lit, I think what do they call it? I don't know the technical terms. Were we just buzzed there? I think we might have been.
I'm not sure.
They came right over the top of us. Not sure which of our cameras, so we've got fixed cameras and the drone. I'm not quite sure which of our cameras is there. So past the drone operator is on a boat parked up just below Temple, just this side of, course side of Temple Island. And yeah, I think he's standing on there, looking into a screen that's protected by some sort of cardboard box because of the glow. We're having trouble here with our screen as well today. Actually, we could do with some curtains to block out the light. It's pretty. So we think that will be Sarah Lewis of Greenbank, Falmouth, going to in the final. Congratulations to her. I'll try and get myself organised for the right Connect race. I think we're up onto the elite lightweight singles next.
We are.
So we've had the senior lightweight singles. Now the elite lightweight singles. And indeed an elite event in the elite lightweight singles. We've just got, we had just 6 competitors. We had some quarterfinals, just 2 quarterfinals yesterday. Some of these scullers getting a bye through. So this is for the Parkside Trophy. So no, it's not, I'm sorry. It's the Elite Lightweight Singles. The Godfrey Rosesport Trophy. So we've got in the pale blue of Edinburgh University, Maddie Arlett. And on the far side, Cambridge 99s, Catherine Watson. The Godfrey Rosesport Trophy, sponsored by Colgan Foundation, who are sponsoring a couple of the races here today. It's a very small event. There were 6 entries, 1 scratched yesterday, it's down to 5. So actually Catherine Watson, her opposition scratched yesterday, so she just got to row over the course. And the Edinburgh University sculler got a bye. So for both of them, really, this is their first proper side-by-side race of this regatta. And they're off safely. Winding it up now. Trying to get that crucial advantage off the start. Edinburgh University sculler looks a bit the cleaner to me. She's up at the 39. 40. She's got out to a longer stroke faster. It's going to be a bit of a close race here, though. It is at this point. The Edinburgh University sculler did get out to length faster, and she's just managed to get her nose in front.
still as well. So the elite pairs final. Sorry to stop.
And here on the course, yeah, it's that longer, rangier stroke of Maddie Arlett from Edinburgh University. Got her out to an early lead, Temple Island, and she's just increased it every stroke.
Very long stroke.
She's got that unusual, it's still quite an unusual rig with the wing rigger behind the boat. So we've got a very traditional rig in the Cambridge 99 boat of the traditional backstay. Oh no, we've got a wing rigger. We've got a wing rigger with backstays, and then we've got the reverse wing rigger in Edinburgh University boat.
Yes, Maddie are looking very, very tidy sculling, a lot of sculling, nice pickup, and making a lot of good water every stroke. Catherine Watson, certainly no slouch.
And up at the start, so we've got that, but we've got both of the semi-finals of the elite lightweight single on the course now. Oh, we've got on the left-hand side of the bottom picture, Robin Hart-Winks of University of London going right across. She's going to be warned by the umpire, surely, fairly soon. She's pulled right across again, as we see quite a few of the scullers. Now she's going back on course, so that will have cost her. She's had to pull right over. And on she is against Agecroft Rowing Club. It's allowed her to get ahead. So it's Ellie Lewis of Agecroft Rowing Club. I think it is kind of an advantage for the steering to be on that Temple Island side, unless you hit it, which someone did yesterday. But that's so after, now she's got herself straight. Robin Lewis is coming through, so it cost her in the start. Robin Hart-Winks, it cost her in the start, but now she's come back through once she got herself straight, as often happens. And Ellie Lewis of Agecroft Rowing Club, she had an initial advantage, but she seems to have lost that now.
Yes, Robin is just looking the more composed and gently moving through. She just increased her rate a little, just to attack, trying to get back on terms. It's neck and neck at the moment. Ellie Lewis certainly not giving up, but Robin Hart-Winks moving through now at quite a pace. Good strong stroke.
She looks very strong, doesn't she? Yeah. I mean, she came third at this year's GB Senior Trials in April. Lightweights. She won. I mean, she's the holder of this event. She won this event last year, and raced in the lightweight single at the World University Championships in Poznan last September. She's a seasoned competitor. She didn't get to race yesterday. She had a bye yesterday, but she's taken that race on. I mean, after initial. She needs to get a steering, hopefully, for the final, to get a steering sorted out for over the start, but she's...
Yes, Ellie Lewis just had a look across and thought to herself, goodness me, I need to do something pretty serious now to get back on terms.
And the elite lightweight single, it was only Ellie Lewis who actually got to race yesterday. She's the only one who had to race around. Probably good, good for her to get that race, really. But we're looking to see who will go through to the final.
Yes, there's nothing worse than anticipating a race and then getting let down because you've worked yourself up ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the pair now.
Fantastic.
Elite lightweight pairs on the course. As you can see, that's Commercial Rowing Club from Ireland on the Berkshire station, that's the Topar station, and UL on the Buckinghamshire station. And at the moment, there's not much in it. UL perhaps have half a length. The umpire was warning commercial then. I mean, they didn't look to me too far out of their water, but we are not umpires here. Yes, UL probably have near enough a length now. The UL having accelerated the last probably 100 metres to try and break the Irish in the early part of the race. They come up to the quarter mile. In fact, the Irish boat have certainly responded well and have not been shaken off. UL rating about 35, 36. Not dissimilar rate from the Irish crew.
Might be able to get a rating on them as they come past our commentary position. I'm down on them here. Both settled into their rowing nicely now. $35.5 in that UL boat. $36.
Just a slightly shorter.
In a commercial boat.
Shorter style from commercial boat, but certainly the boat speed is there. UL still have the edge, but only just.
So this U.
Just moved up a little bit on their rate, probably half a pip.
Yeah. It's looking like a tight race coming down here. So they've got that, just got that canvas. Commercial holding on. This UL crew won the bronze in the lightweight pairs and 2 into the lightweight quads at the Bucks Regatta this year.
Yes, UL seem to move out and then commercial respond, come back, and then UL have another go. So it's nip and tuck like that all the way down at the moment.
So hopefully we can keep looking at that a little bit and we'll keep an eye on that one. We've got the second semi-final starting as well. The race is coming down thick and fast now. Second semi-final between Thames Rowing Club A and Oxford University Lightweight Rowing Club A. Oxford on the left hand of your picture, passing Temple Island now. So it's still looking like, if you look at the top of your picture, looks like commercial have pulled back a bit. On the UL crew, it's going to be a fight all the way down for those crews. And the second semi-final between Thames and Oxford University Lightweights, this one's looking pretty close as well, though the
Yes.
Oxford do seem to have got this slight advantage.
There's not much in it. In fact, Thames are coming back very slowly. Thames now attacking. They can sense that their boat speed is relatively quicker than their Oxford counterparts at the moment, and just putting in a little push, trying to break it. As they come up to our commentary position, Oxford under threat from Thames. Yes, Thames have just broken it by about a canvas. Thames looking the more comfortable. In fact, I can see the bow girl just giving instruction to her stroke, and they moved again. They decided to put a push again. Good push.
Just see the lift in the boat, couldn't you? Once you get that to within striking distance, it's like, right, we might as well break them now. Let's break them. We see what's happening in there, and in the first heat, we've got the pictures. It looks very much like UL have finally managed to break clear of Commercial Rowing Club Ireland in the first semi-final. So UL broken clear, Thames broken clear far earlier in this race.
Nice stroke from Thames. Very good stroke, picking up the boat well.
the Oxford crew, I mean, both these crews raced yesterday, but Oxford crew didn't really get a race out yesterday. We've had some drama kind of happening in this event, some pretty bad steering from some crews, not from Oxford, but their opposition, Durham University, crashed out yesterday. This was the crew that crashed into the island. They did get restarted, but they never seriously threatened them, so they didn't really get a race yesterday, Oxford. It was ended up just kind of paddling over the course. Thames Rowing Club had the fastest quarter-final time yesterday. They weren't too pushed. They still managed to record a pretty good time. So it looks like Thames going through to race UL in the final of that elite lightweight pairs. And now up at the start, we're back into 8s. So they're leaving a little bit of a bigger gap, making sure these 8s don't catch up with the pairs. And we've got, on our left-hand station there, we can see the distinctive star blades of Newcastle University and the vertical stripe blades of Bristol University A crew in our intermediate academic 8s.
Yes, reasonably close as they come up to the quarter-mile signal. As Alison said, Newcastle on this side, Bristol on the far side. Not much between them. Rating about 35, both crews. Lots of shouting going on. In fact, Newcastle just put in a little push there, trying to break them, trying to break Bristol.
Yeah, Newcastle lifted their rate to 36 there. It's ferociously close as they come past us. So now we can see what? A canvas in it. So canvas to Newcastle. Newcastle, of course, the current holders of this. They're very proud. I mean, this university club has come up so much in the last 5-6 years, looking very, very neat as they come past us. I'd say they look the longer, stronger crew. They put in a beautiful push there to move, but it's taken them out from a canvas to a quarter of a length. That's what that push did.
Yeah, I agree. In a sense, the art is to know when your opposition might push, and you have to preempt that, which is what Newcastle did. They went a little bit early, but it certainly paid off. And I think it's rattling Bristol. Bristol not looking as composed as they were early on in the race.
And so all this Bristol University crew, they all learnt to row at university apart from, I think, the bow girl, so they're pretty new. They made the final at Bucks, so that they didn't place. So they're perhaps showing, they're quite new, and they look a little bit kind of newer to this than. That's a very slick looking.
It's very
Newcastle
slick. It is.
University crew.
And as you said, Alison, I mean, over the last few years, Newcastle have definitely made major gains in the rowing scene, both male and female.
I mean, once it starts, once you start getting to be noted as a rowing university, then people start to actually choose to go there, don't they, for the rowing if you've done some rowing before, and we've seen it with Oxford Brookes and IC, and now that's happening. If you want to go to a northern university now, then and you row, or you want to row, then Newcastle University.
Durham?
Oh yes, absolutely, ferocious rivalry there. I mean, Durham always up there and always very proud of their rowing history, but Newcastle's brought that up.
Look at that! A good technique, well together, strong.
So now we've got this. So it looks Newcastle have broken clear. They've gone through. And so we've got the second semi-final of the intermediate academic 8s between another top rowing university, Oxford Brookes, on the left-hand side of your picture, and another one, Edinburgh University. I mean, they're on the right-hand side of your picture. So it's about time. I was looking at some records, and this is one of the oldest standing record. The record for this at 4:55 has stood since 1996. Nottingham University, and actually they tied the time. I can't remember, I had to look, but hasn't really changed. 1992 and 1996 joint time. So it's about time. We've got some fast 8s here. Maybe we might get. It's not particularly fast conditions though, is it?
It's not Well,
But it's not slow.
it's not slow, so it'll be very interesting.
We haven't got like a screaming tailwind or anything, but coming into the final, I mean, the University 8s, the women's University 8s are picking up standard all the time.
Look at this. Brooks,
Beautiful.
Brooks, the Thunder Brooks. Good, strong stroke from Brooks, but Edinburgh no slouches. The Brooks have the edge as they come up to our commentary position. 3/4 of a length now, moving out. Yeah, Edinburgh have to go now because it's moving on to a length of distance.
But already Brooks have the advantage of rate. They've been able to sit back on 34 there compared to kind of a 36 for Edinburgh. So Edinburgh are already over pipping them. They haven't. Doesn't look like they've got anywhere to go. So it was Newcastle University who won the previous semi-final by 1 1/4 lengths in the end. In a time of 4:53.
Always hot.
In a time of 4:53 for Newcastle, and I did say
It's a record.
I had the
Record.
record at 4:55.
Oh,
so
yes.
Newcastle have a new. I said it should go, and honestly, that was before I saw the result for Newcastle. So Newcastle in the previous semi-final got a new record by 2 seconds. It was about time this one would go. So I would say hold on to your hats for this final between Oxford Brookes and Newcastle University. Make sure you watch this one. You're having a quick look to see what time that might be. And actually, while we're watching this, we just do a bit of an announcement about changes of time. So the elite pairs race final has been moved to later in the day, to 4:45. Is that right? No, 14:45, because they had a re-row. So it's been moved to later in the day to give them more chance to recover. So some going to be a bit of a one to watch. Maybe another record beckons. We'll wait to get a time for Oxford Brookes coming through as well. They won't, of course, know the very fast time of Newcastle. And Newcastle weren't, I mean, they were 1 1/4 length. They weren't significantly pushed in that time.
No.
And Oxford Brookes not looking significantly pushed in this one either. And back up to the start, back to the small boats. The senior single scull. Between, on the left-hand side there, Reading Rowing Club, and right, Durham University. Again, we see the sculler just coming across a little bit on the left-hand side of our picture.
Yeah, it's the Durham sculler. Got the edge at the moment as they break the island. But there's not too much in it. The Reading's Meridew trying to get back on terms. But the Durham sculler, that's Wilson, just good attacking stroke at the moment. About 35. Thunder catch, but it's certainly moving that boat fast against her opposition, Wilson from Durham. But she's certainly not giving up the ghost, attacking herself. But Meridew at the moment leads by over a length.
So that's Rosalind Wilson of Durham University. Looking very composed there, very strong. Neither of these scullers needing to get their blades very high off the water today, just kind of not a huge tap down. Little look across from Rosalind Wilson there, just a little look across. I mean, she didn't need to, just a little, she's just marking her effort now, I think. She's just dropped it down a little bit and she's holding a kind of a length and a half. Holding the Reading Rowing Club's sculler.
Yeah, she looks to be exuding a lot of energy, but she's certainly in control of this race, the Durham Sculler. It's certainly well over a length now.
I mean, a very strong event, very popular event, this senior single sculls. There is the elite single sculls above it, but small entry, as you might expect. But these girls had to have a time trial to get down to the top 16. Raced twice yesterday. Coming through to this, so they've already raced 3 times to get to this position. Hoping for that to make it through to into the final. It looks like for the first heat, looks like Rosalind Wilson of Durham University.
Yes.
Pretty comfortable in that one, and so we go back up to the second semi-final.
But Merridew's attacking.
I think
as
she's
we
attacking
speak,
it.
as we speak.
Just as I jinxed that one. It's a bit hard to see from the angle, but she's
Yes,
I mean,
she's
as we say,
certainly-
it's kind of not over in the singles. If you lift your rate and you go for it, you can get more back. Certainly not out of it yet. The second semi-final of the senior singles for the Bernard Churcher Trophy.
She heard what you said.
She has. So in the first semi-final, she's pulled right back. She's pulled right back, having me dropped her off. She's pulled right back, and she's coming through. Laura Merridew of Reading Rowing Club. In the second semi-final, just to give a quick mention to this one, because this one's also happening between Wallingford Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station. That's the top of your picture there, and Galway Rowing Club Ireland on the bottom of the picture. Wallingford Rowing Club Sculler getting the early advantage in that one, but it's still, my goodness, what a late charge by Laura Merridew from Reading Rowing Club in this first semi-final.
Well, you can hear them shouting. Wallingford Sculler just got a length over the Galway Sculler as they pass our commentary tower. Wallingford Sculler, Bowyer, looking very long and strong. 32, 33?
Yeah, they both look quite, she's dropped it down. I mean, she's a very tall girl and just able to drop that rate right down. She better take some lessons from the previous race though, and I won't be calling this one because goodness. So in our the first semi-final, Laura Merridew had got out to a length, but she's been overturned. Rosalind Wilson had got out to a length, but she's been overturned by Laura Merridew of Reading Rowing Club. Good lesson there, that it's never over until it's over, and she goes through by a couple of lengths. So I don't know what happened there, whether there was anything particular happened, or whether Rosalind Wilson just went for a really fast first 1,000 and then couldn't maintain.
I mean, she looked in control, although she was working hard. She didn't look ruffled.
No.
But you just never know. So the Wallingford Sculler Bowyer looking the dominant in this second semi-final for senior singles. Galway Sculler, certainly no slouch, but being outperformed at the moment as they move into the last third of the race.
Yeah, this Galway Sculler, Fiona Moitra, competed in the Junior Worlds in 2013 for Ireland. So yeah, I mean, I saw her race yesterday. They've got an 8 here as well, and the rest of her teammates are competing in an 8, but she wasn't able to because she's competing internationally. She wasn't able to compete. She was ineligible. So this is actually, I think, her first. She's experienced, but she's not raced in a single before. So yesterday was her first side-by-side race in a single. This is only her second. So a good performance by her, but not able currently to match the power and experience of a very rangy and looking Wallingford Rowing Club Sculler. So we're going back up to the start now. Junior singles, the future. I love seeing these junior singles race. I just think I never, I didn't start till I was 18. I know what time you start. Did you race at school?
I started at the old age of 6.
6. Oh my goodness. So you were an old man by the
Well,
time you
no,
were
no,
by the time you were
exactly.
these girls' age. So you've been goodness no.
I never raced juniors.
You never raced juniors.
I've been for 24 years then.
So you've been very nice. So yeah, I didn't get to race as a junior, but I'm kind of in awe really of these juniors. The fact that not just the composure to be able to race. So on the course at the moment, just to give them their credit, we do have Agecroft Rowing Club on the left-hand side, on the racecourse side of the picture, and on the right-hand side. Now they've just swapped them, haven't they? But with a pink stripe there, we have Twickenham Rowing Club on the Buck Station. But it's Dooley of Agecroft Rowing Club, who's come through to the early lead.
See, as you say, Alison, the technical prowess with these juniors is fantastic.
And what's nice to see, we've got the semi-finals here, and I'm looking here, and we've got 2 clubs, 1 university sculler, who must be, still young for her age at university, and in the second semi-final, and then 1, as you might expect from Lady Anne Hollis, is a school. But what we've got here is, when I say the future of rowing, because we've got 2 club rowers. Used to be the time when the only chance you got to row as a junior was at school, and therefore not many girls got to row at school.
Yes,
It was,
yes.
I started at university because really that was your only route in. And what's been so fantastic really is so many clubs with fantastic junior programs, which means now that the clubs are able to supply scullers of this standard as well as the schools. So
Look
yeah.
at Dooley, very, very long stroke, almost too long, but it's certainly effective. She's got a couple of lengths over her Twickenham counterpart.
So yeah, these girls, so the juniors have a very, very crammed programme because of course most of them still at school. They can't race on the Friday until the evening. So they do their time trials.
Yes.
They do their either time trials Friday evening, or I think these singles did theirs yesterday morning. So these girls all raced 3 times yesterday. Time trial, a heat, and their quarter final. In all that heat yesterday, at the age of kind of, I don't know, 16, 17, 18, and then went and drank a lot of water, I should think, and some rehydration drinks, and came back out here today. It's a little bit more overcast today.
Yes, it is.
I think it's a little bit.
More humid though.
It's more humid, but you haven't got that kind of baking sun down on you that we had yesterday. So the Agecroft sculler doing really well in that first semi-final, and the second semi-final we have got the classic Lady Eleanor Hollis. So Wit of Lady Eleanor Hollis, very good and well-renowned rowing school on the Berkshire Station, and Phoebe Campbell of Exeter University on the Buckinghamshire Station. And I saw Phoebe race yesterday, looked very good, very strong, and she's looking strong again. Yeah. So quite rare, quite unusual, I think, to have a junior sculler competing at university level. She's coming past her, she's already got the length and a half of clear water. She's got a really kind of, I noticed yesterday, distinctive stroke, big second half of the stroke. She's not getting her shins quite up there. She's using a lot of second half of the stroke, but it's working for her at the moment. Very, very sharp catches. She's ticking along there at 33.
Yeah, which certainly looking unruffled,
Yeah.
a length and a half down, and certainly not giving up the ghost. But Campbell maintaining that lead. Yes, interesting stuff. I think you accommodate your physiology, don't you? It's interesting what you said about she doesn't quite get her shins up. She's probably got a long tibia. That's the problem. She can't get forward, so she has to use her upper body to make up for that.
It may be, yeah. I mean, I spent a good. I kind of taught myself to scull a bit, and I didn't really get out to 3/4 slide until a few years into my sculling career when I got picked up by a coach who made me do that. So we're losing you now. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
And
Alison.
Tom is back in.
Tom's back in. He's brought us tea and biscuits.
We wish.
Should we bring this with me?
Huh?
Yeah, can do. I'll be using it.
In time for race 3 to 8. Another semi-final of the junior single sculls. We've got this on the progressing at the moment.
Should we do a couple of results? While we
Go
wait?
for it. You back on? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll read out some results. So, starting with race 3-2-3 was a win for Newcastle University by a length and a quarter over Bristol. Race 3-2-4 was a win for Brooks by the same margin over Edinburgh University. Race 3-2-5, the senior single sculls, was a race for Reading Rowing Club by 2 lengths, a win for Reading Rowing Club by 2 lengths over Durham, and Wallingford won the other semi-final by 2 lengths over Galway Rowing Club. And Agecroft won the first of the 2 junior singles semi-finals by 3 lengths over Twickenham. And just right on cue, seems to be that race 3-2-9, the first semi-final of the senior quadruple sculls between Headington School on the, well, now the bottom of your picture, and Oxford Brooks in their distinctive crimson kit at the top of your picture is underway. This Headington crew, national schools gold medalists, so they are racing upper category. They are a junior crew, but will be looking to win the Diamond Jubilee in a couple of weeks' time. But it looks like they might have met their match.
Yeah, my goodness. The Oxford Brooks have really taken on. They're just pulling clear now, Oxford Brooks, so they compass up commentary position just before halfway. As you say, you know, they're rowing in a senior, juniors rowing in a senior category.
Brave.
And look, I mean, it looks, you know, that as you'd expect, the Headington School crew absolutely immaculate.
I think they're
But
pretty
they
good
are,
with
you know,
push.
it's in terms of power. The Oxford Brooks quad looking pretty immaculate as well. So it's a fantastic semi-final there.
I think Headington were just winding it up as they came past us. You could see their bodies going right back towards the end of the stroke. It doesn't look like it's had too much of an effect on the Brooks crew, because they are, well, I think immaculate is exactly the word I would use. They're imperious as they come down the course, and I think Headington might well finally come unstuck, because they could have raced junior this weekend and probably swept all before them, but they've chosen to step up and they've chosen to ratchet up their preparations ahead of the Diamond Jubilee in a couple of weeks' time. But Brooks once again demonstrating that they are the creme de la creme of student rowing.
Yeah, say it's an interesting decision. A little look across there.
I mean, they won the national schools by about 10 seconds, Headington. So I suppose Ryan, who heads up their programme, must have thought, well, we'll probably win the junior quads again by similar margin, so why don't we compete with a step up from there?
And winners of the junior 8s in 2016 and going for that again, and so they've got so much kind of depth in there, pushing them through. We were talking about juniors coming through the club system, but still some of the schools really fantastic in building girls rowing.
Absolutely. I think race 3-3-0 has just left the state boats.
Yep.
Which is the second semi-final of the senior quads between Tideway Scudder School on the left-hand side of your picture, the Berkshire Station, and Edinburgh University, a name that is getting all the more common as we go towards the business end of this regatta.
A lot, haven't we? They've done really well. They've got a lot of crews through and scullers through.
Well, Headington, you know, if we look up on the right side of our screen, you know, we look down for 10 seconds and all of a sudden everything kicks off. Looks like Headington have rowed through Oxford Brooks.
Well, we said both crews looked immaculate. Oxford Brooks looked like they had more of a powerful stroke, but this Headington crew.
What a scout this would be if Headington can pull this off.
Okay, well, you know, I'm glad you kind of you were here this time. I wrote a single off who came through and won, and we're just, like I said, I'd never do that again.
It's never over till it's over. I heard you say that.
Goodness, look at that.
That's impressive from Headington, I have to say. For a schoolgirl crew, that is so mature.
This is, this is what I was saying before. They'll be doing exams. They're in the middle of everything. They're cramming this in. They will have, some of them will be doing GCSEs. They'll be fitting this all in. They've gone now. They were a length down, and they go through They almost got a length clear in the finish.
2 lengths in the space of 500 metres.
Fantastic.
Incredible,
So we were saying. I think you were saying something about taking a bit of a gamble, moving up
I was
there.
busy writing them off. And
I think you said,
Commentator's
we
curse.
like to. Let's just not do that again.
No.
Should we just not
Good
do
idea.
that again?
Good idea.
So
That's
let's
Headington
not
through.
do that again.
Let's see you and join them.
It's always tempting because we've always got 2 races in the course, and you want to kind of know what's going on. And we're certainly not racing either of these crews off either, because we have got a very tight race here going on between Tideway Scholars School and Edinburgh University. And as you said, Edinburgh University really pulled themselves up in terms of putting we've got several crews through into the semi-finals. Edinburgh University just taking the advantage there as they come past us.
John, as they shot the barrier there, it's almost impossible to tell any distance between the 2 crews. They're neck and neck. I think we were doing them injustice by focusing on Headington, because actually this is arguably the better of the 2 races.
Yeah, and the just the transformation in university rowing. I mean, it used to be university rowing, really. Thought that you might have a quad of this level out of the university, that wasn't kind of, what you did at university was learn to row, really. And now you've got so much depth that you've got the 8s been putting out 8s and 4s and really good pairs and scullers, and you're able to put out a quad, and they've got both the boats for it and the coaching for it and the athletes for it. Tideway Scullers, of course, you'd expect to be putting out good, fantastic quads. They've been doing that for a while, and
Well, when you've got Scholars School in your name, you're setting
exactly.
yourself up, aren't
You kind of expect it.
You're right about the student rowing. It's incredible. Some of the athletes that certainly Brooks and Edinburgh and Newcastle produce. I mean, Brooks yesterday at the Marlow Regatta won Elite 8s, and I think there was second as well, which is just amazing. Ahead of Thames, ahead of UL, ahead of some really established crews. So I mean, right across the board, student rowing is growing and growing. And actually, the student rowers in this country are arguably right up there with the top club athletes. Albeit on this occasion, Tideway Scullers seem to be establishing control.
Establishing control. Let's just say they're establishing control at this point.
No more.
So Tideway Scullers are both having to maintain. It's still a fight. We've got Tideway Scullers at 35, Edinburgh University 36, trying to get back on track there. Getting very sharp. So it's interesting to now look at these compared to the LEH, the Headington School quad that we just saw.
It's a bit more chunky, both of these
Yeah.
rhythms, aren't they? Headington was a bit more slick, a bit more finessed, and these two seem to
Yeah.
be, I mean, no less effective, but seem to be pulling at it a bit more. If you look at the way they swing through with the backs,
They've got a bit of a longer stroke. Able to push that away a bit.
it certainly seems, commentators' curse of course will come into play, but it certainly seems like Tideway Scullers have got clear water now, and you'd expect them to. Actually, there's been no sign of any deviance on their station. They haven't seemed to be misbehaving at all. Quite a composed performance from these girls, so I think. I don't even want to say it.
Beautiful bit of sculling.
There we
But
go.
well, they've crossed the finish now. So
There we
what
go.
do you reckon? You're fairly safe to
Just
say?
about.
Fairly
Just
safe
about
to
now
call that
say
one.
that Scullers were victors
Scullers.
in that.
So Scullers go against Tideway Scullers School against Headington School in the final of this, and I'm very excited to be commentating on the boats for the final. So it means I only get to see about 1 in every 6 races,
It's true.
unfortunately. I don't know
Well,
if you're on for the rest of this, but
I'm not. I'm going home at 1 o'clock, but.
you can watch them all. You can critique somebody else's web commentary at that point. then.
Exactly. Well, we get to go back up to the start though for race 331, which is the first semi-final of the Elite 8. So this is the flagship event of the weekend. The blue ribboned, to coin a phrase, and it is North Eastern University, their varsity 8 on the Berkshire station against an under 23 composite. Now there's too many clubs to name here, but it's the UL composite. It's made up of under 23 trialists hoping to gain selection for this summer's World Championships, under 23 World Championships. So 2 pretty stacked crews, and the crew from North Eastern are the varsity 8 who won the Colonial Athletic Association Championships this year and finished second at the Eastern Sprints. So two crews with lots and lots of pedigree here.
So Elite Eights,
Just the
straight through into the semi-final. I mean, we've only got, you know, not surprisingly, we've got just 4 crews entered in the Elite Eight event. I mean, great to get 4 crews of this standard. And the Ron Needs Challenge Cup. Sorry, you were about to say, Tom?
No, you're absolutely. I was just saying the point about that you made about student rowing earlier. Both of these crews are student crews, and they're in the Premier 8s event. So it just gives you a clue as to how strong student rowing is right across the board, not just here in the UK, but also across the pond in America. And it's great to see Northeastern make the trip. But looks like they've got their work cut out against this UL composite. I saw them out paddling this morning, and I have to say they look very slick.
You can see all the colours of the all-in-ones are coming past. It looks like 4 UL are the, you know, dominant. That's why they've got the UL composite. Marlow Rowing Club represented there. Stroke seat.
Awesome, isn't it? The power of the 8s as they come past. Nothing quite like the energy. 2 8s moving down the course, moving down the track.
I mean, the Northeastern crew, they've also got, I think they've got 2 8s here. They've got a senior 8 as well, and it's the 40th year of women's rowing at Northeastern. So they're celebrating with a visit, their first visit to Women's Henley. So kind of a bit of a shame, really, when you're in the Elite 8 event and you've only got 2 potential races anyway, and your first one is against a potential under 23 composite.
Doesn't get much harder than that.
I always feel a bit torn, isn't it, when we get our visitors across, and you so want them to. We hope that they have a fantastic experience anyway. I mean, how can they not? But to get brilliant that they've come here, and that I always feel so proud of this regatta. You know, that people come and race here. But that UL composite crew
Out to a length now.
out to a length, harder to turn over a length in an 8 than some of those smaller boats we've been watching earlier in the day.
You do touch on a very good point there, and actually it's difficult when you see a sort of prospective GB crew racing up against someone from the USA or Australia. You do naturally want the international entry to do well because they have made the trip and they have made the effort to support the regatta.
I feel torn, yeah. Of course, you know, you always want the GB crew, but then when you see it, it's like, oh, they've made the effort. They've come all the way across.
You want them to win at least a race.
Or at least, you know, at least be close. So yeah, you'd like it, you know. But the regatta's growing all the time, and so.
We've got crews from China, Australia, all over the
Yeah.
shop this year, so it's a fantastic testament.
So we've got some nice side-by-side rowing, side-by-side pictures of that crew going down there.
I think the UL crew had that race in hand, so we'll move back to the start for race 332, the second of the 2 semi-finals of the Elite Eights, and it's Ohio State University on the Berkshire station. I've already seen a crew from these guys this morning, and Leander Club, so home favourites here on the Buckinghamshire station.
So we've got 3 university crews against the 1 club crew. Just getting a bit of a rating there. The USA crew, 39. It's given them the advantage coming through the island. A bit of a rating coming through the island now, Leander. So they've dropped their, well, they haven't dropped theirs significantly. They're still 37, 38. So the first, you'd expect these 2 8s to have, you know, gone off into the 40s, settling down a little bit past the island into 37, 38, and now they're lengthening out their stroke, and now it's, I always think about, this is the crucial point. You come through 45 seconds. If you're on a marked course, you're coming down into the 300 metre mark, and this is the kind of moment of pain, really, when you. If you were in a proper sprint race, it'd all be over.
Yeah.
But you're in a rowing race, and therefore you kind of have to push through that pain. And it's who's the bravest really in this second minute to hold on to it.
I think Unsworth put it into perspective yesterday. It's the initial adrenaline wears off, and it's who's willing to hold their hand in the fire for longest. And at the moment, Ohio State come up with the answers because they're out to a length as they come past us.
So we said we like to see the foreign crew get a good showing.
I have to say, Ohio look a lot more relaxed, a lot more fluid. There's quite a lot of tugging going on in the Leander crew.
I'm afraid I don't know much about the Leander crew, but seeing them coming past us, they look like a pretty much development crew. Leander doing some great things for women's rowing. You know, it's been a fair while now since the club got that equal status and allowed women in, and they've done quite a lot to develop women's rowing, and that looks like a development crew, even though they're in the elite eights. Compared to the slickness of that Ohio crew.
We think about Debbie Flood, first female captain of Leander, and she's done so much for women's
So,
rowing.
speaking to Debbie, met up with Debbie, and this is the first year that she hasn't done a racing season for something like 20 years. You know, she retired from international rowing and was still racing. She was still racing here in a double, I think, and potentially double and a quad, I think, last year. Kept seeing her. So this is the first year that she hasn't raced here, or hasn't raced for some considerable time.
Long overdue sabbatical, I think. Certainly Ohio State seem to have control of this one. They look more relaxed. If you look at them come down the course, you see the swing back together. There's absolutely no drama there, as though it's in, out. I think they're stretching out, to be totally honest. I think they've got probably a clear margin
About
of water.
32, 33 now, which you'd expect. You know, that's what in an 8, what you'll settle onto until you're really, really clear. And because they've only got, this is their first race, and they've got another one. You know, it's not like they've raced a lot. You're gonna, if it's your first race, you're gonna want to race it out. So again, it's always, you know, you've got another race this afternoon. But my coach always used to say, if you've got that first race and you've got one other, then pretty much race it out. You wouldn't do your last 20-stroke sprint.
Stretch the legs.
You just need to. There's something about conserving your energy, but you need to physiologically get into that state, and really pushing yourself through. And that's what you do the training for. You know, you do the training so that you can race twice in a day, if you need be, and you want to push that out. Really get the body ready. They've got time there. Final will be at 4:10 about this afternoon.
Is that the last final of the day? Or? I certainly think Ohio State will be joining
Pretty much,
the UL
yeah.
composite. So we'll look back towards the start. For race 333, it's the first semi-final of the Junior 16 quads. It's a Cambridge 99 Isle of Ely, Kings Ely composite on the Berkshire station, and Maidenhead Rowing Club A on the Buckinghamshire station. Crews come forward and ready. Clean starts, always good to see. We don't want any early drama, although Cambridge have looked to be moving into the middle of the river.
I wonder if it's just the angle. Every time I look at this, I see the crew that looks like they're moving into the middle of the river. These boys, they do veer out a little bit, I think, and so it makes it look like that. Because I made some. They're definitely coming across a bit, aren't they? There.
The umpires see no need to get involved so far.
No, the umpires seem to be, you know, as long as they don't go, they're in the middle. As long as they don't go past that middle bit.
Here we go, right on cue.
There we go. Now they've gone right across. So on the launches there, you've got the umpire standing up on the front of the boat, followed by any spectators sitting down. They're always, so you supporters of the cruise or anyone else who wants to pay for a ticket to follow in the launch. They're instructed to keep quiet. There's no cheering allowed from the launches. If you want to cheer, you have to be on the bank.
Sort of makes sense, you don't want to unduly influence the race, do you? But at the moment, it is that Cambridge composite, and it's that classic composite conundrum, is if you put a composite together, generally speaking, I would expect you to be pretty high up in the rankings. And certainly they're doing a good job of that so far. They're almost out to a length already over Maidenhead.
Yeah, I mean in junior quad, often when you've got, I mean, they're all Cambridge based, and often they're going, you know, they're kind of going because they've been trialling at junior level and worked out they're trying to do something at junior level, and often you don't have, you know, maybe you don't have that many. You've got 3 clubs there. You don't have that many of a standard. So put them together, that get a good crew for top regattas of the season.
And what I find most remarkable is that these girls are no older than 16, and honestly, they scull better than I think I ever did. Seriously.
Yeah.
And you watch them and you think, honestly, it is remarkable how well they start, considering the exams and how young they are. And they can only have been rowing for at most 3 years.
Yeah, at most, and some of them, you know, some of them will have been a year. It's such a popular event. You know, the junior sculling. So we've got 2 events here at Women's Henley. We've got the junior sculls, which is the 17 and 18-year-olds, and as you say, the J16. This is the J16 quad event here. That's right, isn't it? Yeah, so I'm
absolutely.
catching myself. So I've just got the programme here. Both of them had to have a time trial to get through. So it's I think it's, you know, if we add it all together, it's the most popular event. More popular for schoolgirls, particularly the younger ones, to scull rather than row.
Yeah.
Much better for them in terms of body balance when you're young and your body's still growing. I hope that the training does look after their bodies better now. 20 years ago, when I didn't come up through a junior system, but I know that some coaches were a bit unscrupulous and had younger girls doing weights and you know, good early on, but they're not really making it through. It's kind of damaging yourself. When you're this young, you really do have to think about the long term.
Yeah.
And think about balancing it both in terms of the rowing and in terms of academic as well. So back up for the second semi-final. Henley Rowing Club A on the left-hand side of the picture, and Surbiton High School. So we've got here another school and a club. And Henley Rowing Club, again, a club that's done masses bringing on junior, particularly junior girls rowing, I think,
Massively.
in the past few years.
Yep.
Got many crews. We've got a junior 16 quad. I think we've got a 4. They've got several crews represented into the semi-finals.
Well, it's a classic example of the hunter and the hunted. I think Henley have always been, certainly in the last 3 or 4 years, at the summit of junior rowing, and now Surbiton, who are a reasonably new programme, are trying to chase down, trying to close the gap, and actually Surbiton's doing a very good job, because, as I say, they're not one of the more established names, but they regularly feature towards the top of the junior rowing tree, and at the moment it is half a length to Henley, but the race is by no means decided at this stage, which it has been in previous runnings.
So both crews just under 36, about 36 strokes per minute. Keeping it up there, keeping it tapping along. Coming past those in the commentary position, we're going to get a good race, side-by-side race at this stage. It always seems a bit of a shame, you know, when because you've got the enclosures that start halfway down. The race is often on here, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
when you're watching the web commentary, this is when you get to see the race, and often it's decided by the time it comes to the enclosures. Henley's still holding on there. I can't, you know, the composure. They're side by side. Look at that bow girl, absolutely steely faced.
No drama.
Very proficient, very mature performance by what you said, you know, J16 girls here, 15, 16-year-olds.
Surbiton doing a superb job of staying on their line. They're not letting Henley have it their own way, but it does look like Henley have turned the screw a little bit. It's probably just about a length now. They're trying to break clear. Obviously, Henley will know this course better than anybody does. They boat from just beyond the town bridge, so they'll have intimate knowledge of all the, well, I say the twists and turns, it's a straight course, but all the way the river moves. And I think at the moment they're making full use of their station, moving across, and I think trying to disturb Surbiton's rowing. But as it stands, they are the better of the 2 crews and the faster.
Both crews on 32 now. I'm just seeing that Henley boat, that really nice angle that it gives you from the back. You can just see how stable their shoulders are. So coming into the catch, how stable they hold their shoulders, how their bodies. So they get their bodies over early, then hold that, and then just their hands coming up to take the catch. Particularly the bow girl there, you can just see her lifting her hands into the catch and holding the back. You know, it's very tempting to use your back to take the catch. Just lifting your hands, using the strong lat muscles. Keep the hands relaxed. Nice shot there.
Well, as is so often the way with Henley crews, they do row exceptionally well, don't they? Because they're not always the biggest girls on the circuit, but in terms of their technical proficiency, I don't think there's many who can top them. And it's working a treat so far. As they come up to the 40 marker.
Do we have a result from the previous one there?
We do. It was a win for the Isle of Ely composite. So that would be the Cambridge crew through to the final. They beat Maidenhead by a length and a quarter. And the 2 Elite 8s, the University of London composite and Ohio State, were the winners of their respective semi-finals. So they will meet in the final of the Elite Eights for the Ron Needs Challenge Trophy later on this afternoon. As it stands, Henley making a pretty good case to make it through to the final of the Junior 16 quad. So we'll move back up to the start for race 335, the first semi-final of the junior doubles, so many junior events in this programme, which is wonderful to see. And this one is contested between Marlow Rowing Club, so reasonably local, on the Berkshire station, and Nottingham Rowing Club, another stalwart of the junior rowing scene, on the Buckinghamshire station. And the double was always a boat I had a tempestuous relationship with. When it works, it's lovely, but when it doesn't, and when you're in a double with someone you don't like, and you don't row that well with, it is a nightmare.
That's so true. I don't know why that is, even more so than hair. I mean, yeah, you're kind of out there by yourself. You just absolutely do have to. It's either glorious or terrible.
Yeah,
I would
absolutely.
say. And I've had some of the best moments of my life in doubles, because in terms of sculling, it's just been, when it just clicks. Not even for a whole race, just for maybe 20 strokes of that race, and that's enough to take you through.
Yeah.
I had one. Actually, we're talking about Debbie Flood. I had one in a very important trial with Debbie Flood, and it just came through when we needed it to, and it just flew. And I still remember the feeling of that clicking when we needed it to, taking us through.
It's like Zen floating over the water.
Yeah. We never, and then I remembered it recently. Just thought, I was telling Debbie, we never raced it. We only ever raced it in a seat race. Actually, we never got to race it internationally. Maybe there's time for us yet. She's just, now she's not. Give her a few years
She's
off.
taking a
Turkey.
breather.
Yeah. I've got a few years before I'm 50. Maybe I'll come. I keep thinking I'll come back.
Come back, yeah.
Make a comeback
Well,
on the veteran circuit when I'm old enough.
Catherine Granger did it.
Well, no, I'm not on the international. On the veteran circuit, when I'm old enough. Yeah. So we've got opposite end of the spectrum. Junior doubles. So I saw this Marlow double yesterday. I was on the launches, watched their race against Beckett School Rowing Club. They won by a length. They were fairly well pushed, and they're being pushed closer now. They've just got Campus to half a length lead.
Powerful girls, the Marlow girls.
Yeah.
Certainly got a lot more horsepower than the Nottingham crew.
Katie Ann Claridge and Abby Bird in the Marlow Rowing Club. Again, another club that's done so much for bringing through juniors.
Slightly shorter stroke as well from the Nottingham girls. I'm not sure if that's their style, if they're tightening up a little bit, but if they are tightening up, that will do them no favours as they move down the course. Marlow a little bit longer, look a little bit more composed on their station at the moment, but as you said, it's only about 3/4 of a length to Marlow, so there's certainly still time for Nottingham to respond. See you frantically tapping away at your rate app.
Well, my rate app, and it's got it set on 4 strokes to get a good average, so I have to wait. So I've checked it twice. I've got them still. Marlow's still at 34 there. I'm going to check it again because that does seem quite high. They look quite relaxed for that. I'd be surprised.
Well, some crews make 34.
34.
Like 24,
They are. They're making 34 look very easy and very relaxed, which is why they're moving away quite nicely there.
So just trying to watch Nottingham's bow there on the right hand side of your picture. It looks like, and it could be totally deceptive here, but it looks like they are mounting a bit of a charge. So we will keep an eye on that. The right hand box at the top of your screen. But race 336 is underway, the second semi-final of the junior doubles. It's Tyro Sculler School on the Berkshire station and Llandaff Rowing Club, excuse my pronunciation, on the Buckinghamshire station. Tyro Sculler School. It does seem to be the same sort of 4, 5, 6 clubs that feature so often.
By the time we get through to the semi-finals, yes. So Tideway Sculler's there, 39, set down to 39, just there, and Llandaff 37.
Just make sure we keep an eye on that Marlow Nottingham.
Yeah,
race,
because it
that
definitely
looks
wasn't
like it's-
over, hey?
no,
It wasn't
absolutely
over.
not. I think Nottingham are mounting a bit of a sprint there.
Yeah, because Marlow, like I say, they'd had, in order to stay ahead, they'd had to keep their rating pretty high. They were looking relaxed, but they were at a high rate, which suggests that they were having to do a lot to stay there.
Yeah,
and getting a charge there, definitely.
Very close. I think it's pretty much neck and neck. Nottingham might even have slipped through. See if we can get that back onto the big screen, the Nottingham Marlow race, because at the moment, Llandaff in the
Llandaff
other semi-final have moved
looking
out.
good. They've moved out. We can come back to that one in a moment. But we're looking at this, all the action happening in the first semi-final. Marlow Rowing Club, Nottingham Rowing Club.
Can Nottingham, have they got the gear change one more time to really take it through to the line? Here we go, the final
Let's get
camera.
some names for these fantastic scullers here. It's junior girls.
There we go, Nottingham winding it up, and I think they might well have broken the Marlow resistance. Let's have a
So
look.
Charlotte Brown and Lucy Holgate in the Nottingham Rowing Club boat. Absolute storming second half. We were just saying that when it clicks in a double, it really clicks, and you can make up a fantastic amount of distance, and that's what they've been able to do here.
Maybe they've had their zen moment.
They've had their zen. They've got into flow. They've pulled it up.
And they're definitely in the lead now as we come into the closing stages. Here we go, Nottingham are going to progress through to the final of the junior doubles, so we can return back to
Well done.
the second semi-final.
Turned it round, and Llandaff, we've got another race on here because when we left them, they were nearly a length clear, but Tideway Scullers come back at them, challenging them hard, lifted their rate, put in a push.
Llandaff need to be a little bit aware of their steering. There's a little look over there from their bow girl. She realised she drifted a bit. Looks like a bit of discrepancy in the timing.
She's being
from
warned,
Llandaff.
so they're just looking. So they're being warned now, having to go back. That won't help them in this moment when they're being so heavily charged to have to get back on their steering, have to focus on that. So the steering, of course, in the doubles done on the blades. Say the bow girl largely responsible for that. But I mean, it becomes intuitive if once you've sculled together long enough. It's not really either of your responsibility. You're just kind of tweaking it a little bit all the time, a little bit more here, a little bit more on the right blades, a little bit more on the left blades to keep it straight. Still maintaining, they're looking across there in that boat now. Tideway Scullers.
Well, you'd expect
Keeping that
something.
charge.
You'd expect something big from Tideway Scullers when you through the middle of the race. They're fierce racers. They always have been. I think it's still Llandaff by about half a length. It's a lovely shot, that.
So Llandaff slightly underrating. So we've got this charge going on by Tideway Scullers. Llandaff you don't know what's happening in there, whether they're just maintaining their cool or whether they're flat out as much as they can go. I mean, this is what you never know in side-by-side racing. You just have to. You'll be hurt. They'll be I mean, the legs of those Tideway Scullers girls now will be absolutely screaming, and because they've been pushing so hard now to get back on terms. But you just don't know when the other crew's going to break. If you can just hold in now for 10 more strokes, maybe that might break them. Maybe they might be just about to go. So they've really, I think, in the Tideway Scullers, they've shortened up a bit there. They're not, it's almost like they're into their finishing sprint to stay on terms.
The backs are certainly coming through, aren't
Or
they?
if you
The
look,
Scullers
the
group.
shins aren't quite getting up to vertical. It's paying off for them, but this is like you might expect to see kind of.
5 strokes out from the line.
Well, yeah, 20 strokes out the line, definitely. So it's paying off for them. Can they hold it? Have they got the fitness to hold it? Llandaff, you can see they're getting their backs over. They're maintaining a longer stroke. So we've gone up to the start now. We've got J16 fours, which we can introduce, but we're going to keep looking at that junior doubles going on. So the J16 fours between Hellington School B on the Berkshire Station, the right hand side of your picture now as you can see it, and Marlow Rowing Club in the blue boat, distinctive for us in that picture. So junior 16 cocked fours. What have we got going on in the doubles?
Both crews winding it up. Be interesting to see if that early charge from Tideway Scullers has paid dividends. I think it has as they come through. It looks like Scullers have the advantage as they move towards the line. There we go. They've got.
Wow.
That is a win for the Tideway Scullers. You can see the arms go up at the stroke girl. She's delighted.
What a massive sprint out. So they basically took it on from 1,000 and just sprinted. They had the fitness. I said, have they got the fitness? They did have the fitness. So going back up. So that will be. They'll go through to race Nottingham Rowing
yes,
Club.
indeed. Nottingham
in the
Tideway in the
finals.
final. So yeah, we return race 337. and it's Headington on what is probably the right-hand side of your picture more so, and Marlow on the left. Slightly confusing. Headington in blue kit, Marlow in a blue boat. So don't make a mistake. But at the moment, it is Marlow who are leading this reasonably comfortably, considering they're only just coming past our position at the barrier. They've nearly got a length. No need to panic at this stage. Some time left in this race, and you can see or hear some cheers going from the assembled Headington support just below us.
So Marlow about 34, Headington about 35, and you can see actually, you know, these are young girls, and the weight of that boat. We were talking before about J16 sculling and how that might be better. You know, you wouldn't want to spend too long rowing fours, I think. Good to do it for some racing, but they've got the weight of the. It'll be tiny coxes, hey. But still, you've got the boat, and you've got smaller girls racing these heavier boats, and you know they're having to work hard. You can see how much work they're having to put on in the second half of that stroke. But really important to have these cox boats in the junior events, particularly in the younger junior events, to bring on coxes. By the time you get, you know, up into we've lost another coxed event. You know, the senior fours has gone from cox to coxless. More of the boats become coxless. It's really important to keep developing coxes, giving them a chance. It's much better for the development of the rowers to be in cox boats where they can have some input. Charged by Headington, look at that. They caught their blades a little bit. They're really going for it. A little bit bent arms, because they're kind of going for it so much. Blades bouncing a little bit off the water.
You're certainly right there. There's definitely more benefits I think to sculling at this age than there are perhaps to rowing, especially when the girls are still growing.
You've got that kind of torsion and twist.
Yeah,
you can
absolutely.
see how heavy that is to move it. For boys rowing as well, really. I think they do spend more time in the singles, but it's just, you know, actually when I do some coaching on some rowing camps, you know, quite often the kids won't have done any rowing, and they really love having a go at the rowing. You know, it's something new, and they really enjoy it. But to spend most of the time training in sculling, and then swap over and do some rowing for racing, it's great to have the all-over ability to develop both of those. And we got back up to the start for the second semi-final of the J16 coxed fours. Between bit of a rocky-looking Putney High there, Putney High School, against Lee Rowing Club.
They seem to be doing remarkably well, considering the fact that all four girls seem to be rowing in different races from each other at this moment. And it's about half a length already to Putney, but contrary to any technical people out there, they seem to be using their raw power to move ahead, and they've already got a length at the end of the island. That's remarkable. And every stroke, if you watch the stern of their boat, every stroke it moves away from the bow of the crew from Godolphin and Lee from Lee.
Wow, they had a rocky start, but very, very powerful start. So this Putney High School crew, coached by Olympic silver medalist Jess, and I think she's following them in the launch, but they've had some good input. Looking.
Eddie.
Jess Eddie, thank you for that. It was just, I couldn't quite get there. I bumped into her yesterday and I was like, oh, you've seen it? Yeah, she's there.
Her face, yeah.
So she's been, since she retired from rowing, with her silver medal, hugely well-deserved silver medal. She's been coaching at Putney High.
She's certainly
and
had
the
an
girls, seem to see the benefit there. Lee Rowing Club looking much shorter, they're struggling a bit. Now some 3 or 4 lengths down. Again, for both these crews, it's just looking, quite heavy weather, isn't it? Compared to the quads, they're just able to keep it up there, keep it tapping along.
It does look like harder work.
It does look like harder work. They've got even bigger, longer, heavier blades. But they don't have the response for the younger girls. It is good to have these Cox boats. They don't have the responsibility of steering, getting themselves up for the start, and that Putney High School boat is tipping a lot, isn't it? And but they're still.
It is, yeah. I mean,
they're really putting the work on. They must have done some training. They must be pretty fit, I think.
well, I think it's maybe back up to the start for. Start of the junior Cox Fours. So this is under 18 Cox Fours, and it's race 339, and it is Henley Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Marion Mercy Academy from the United States of America on the Buckinghamshire Station. So international versus domestic, and it's Henley on the left-hand side of your picture as we see it. Marion Mercy just hidden by the umpire's launch, but emerging into view on the right-hand side.
We had another Henley cruise. You saw we've just a few races ago seen. The J16 Henley Rowing Club quad win through. So we'll see if another Henley Rowing Club boat, junior Cox 4, can make it through to join in the final.
Just sort of got used to saying their name now. Wake up saying Henley Rowing Club now.
We don't say Marion Mercy Academy so often, do we?
No, not at all.
And not just least because it's quite tricky to say. It's a private Catholic girls' school, prep school, in suburbs of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA. So
Not quite a go up the river to the start line then. Trip across the pond.
yeah,
At the moment they're half a length down to Henley.
yeah. So they come across for the trip. Recently won the girls' varsity 4 at their Cup Regatta and at the Philadelphia City Championships. So they've had some good racing together. Got some good hairbow action going on actually. I'm not quite sure whether that's speeding them up or slowing them down. We're used to seeing matching caps, but they've got some good matching hairbows.
At the moment it doesn't need to do them much good, they're left down to Henley.
No.
And Henley's certainly making easier work of what are admittedly pretty flat conditions for the regatta course, but they certainly look to be the more fluid, the more dynamic of the two crews. Mary and Mercy perhaps struggling in water that they might not necessarily be used to because it does swirl and it does move underneath.
It's a bit choppy because we've got a few, although we've got no wind, just there coming down. By the time you've got a few boats chunking up and down, I'm just looking at that water and it's not looking as beautiful as it should really. It's a little bit choppy in some areas.
On a beautiful Sunday afternoon, what would be nicer than to cruise up and down on a
In the launch.
in
Choppy
a
up
launch
the
or on
water
a
for a
boat?
regatta.
Yeah, it'd be lovely. Well, at the moment, Henley have got control of this race. Control is the best word I could use. They've got about half a length of clear water as they move down past the enclosures.
See all the umbrellas up on those tables to get some not from the rain, from some shade from the sun. Everyone crouching under those when they want to, coming out and cheering on some races. It's still pretty hot out there.
If you are watching from America and you are tuning in to see Marion Mercy, or indeed St Paul's in the next race, it is disgustingly warm in the UK today. It's not usually like this. Usually it'd be raining.
I've been away all week and I'm really worried about my garden. I'm getting back tonight. I'm going to go back and get some water on my garden. It's been really hot. I mean,
Very
beautifully hot all week. And if you haven't actually made it across to spectate at Women's Henley, it's really, really worth doing. If you're watching this on the web at home, get yourself down here next year. Much more kind of accessible, I think, than Royal Henley. You just come down, park in town, park here.
No blazers needed.
There's no blazers needed. Wear what you like and wear your shorts and t-shirt. Come and sit on the bank for a picnic. You don't have to pay for enclosures or anything. I mean, you can do that in Henley Royal as well, but it's a bit more crowded. Come and sit down and enjoy the race. I just love it. I love it when every year when I first drive out in here, and there's something very special about this being women's only event and then kind of owning it, I think. So back up to the start, the second semi-final of junior coxed fours, the older category in this event. So these will all mostly be 17 and 18-year-olds. Godolphin Latimer School on the right-hand side of your picture there, and St Paul's School USA, not St Paul's School UK as you might be used to seeing. So St Paul's School USA already getting dropped there by a length by the end of the island. So the crews from the USA not having it all their own way.
It's hard to understate the importance of the start at Henley, especially with the nature of match racing. It's just you against one other crew. And if you can get that psychological advantage and jump out to a lead, and even a lead of clear water early on in the race, it has such a massive effect, and it's so difficult to get back on terms. And you have to have reserves of steel, I think, to be able to come back after being dropped by such a large margin early on in the race. And Godolphin and Latimer in control already.
So all these crews, they had a time trial on Friday morning, but it's just a more controlled event. So there's only 8 crews started the side-by-side racing yesterday. They had their quarter-final, straight through to quarter-final yesterday. They'll all have raced once. So as we discussed, I'm happy for the crews from America. They have raced once. I mean, both of them, they got through yesterday reasonably comfortably, but they're being decimated, I'd say, here today.
Absolutely. Fortunately, you're not fast enough. You're just not fast enough. I'd imagine this St Paul's crew is the numbers 9, 10, 11 and 12 athletes from their squad, because I would imagine their best athletes are in the 8, which we saw win its semi-final earlier on, unless I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure they did win the semi-final earlier on this afternoon.
Yeah.
Earlier on this morning, sorry.
They've come over, as they often do, you know, might as well make it. Came over and raced at Reading Regatta last weekend. Won the women's intermediate 3 race last Saturday, so it's great. You might as well come over, get yourself organised. I think Reading is used like that, isn't it? It's
Absolutely,
a really
yeah.
good test for women's Henley. It's always
Precursor.
must be a bit of a. It's quite a lot though, isn't it? I mean, it's a shorter race, isn't it? But you not want to blow out your legs for this, but it's good kind of preparation, particularly if you're coming over from a different country to race.
Yeah, well, you might as well get your fill. And it's a shame these guys aren't sticking around for Henley Royal, because I'm pretty sure they're not entered into the Diamond Jubilee, which is a shame. Obviously, with 3 new events at Henley Royal this year, it's much more opportunity for women to get involved. But these girls are jumping on a plane shortly after today's racing, and I would imagine shortly after losing out, unfortunately, to Godolphin and Latimer, who do not look like relinquishing control of this semi-final of the junior Cox Fours. Coming up, we've got senior doubles and then senior 8s, taking us through to the lunch break, and then racing right up until about 10 to 1, 5 to 1 this afternoon. And we've got an hour for lunch, very civilised, and you'll rejoin us again at 5 to 2, and we'll take you right through to the end of the racing. So there you go, the famous 40 marker, classically denotes halfway of the Royal Regatta course, and probably around 2/3 to 3/4 of the Henley women's course.
So they've dropped it down now, haven't they? That's looking quite stately.
Chill, I think is the word I'd use. And then we're back up to the start. Race 3-4-1. Godolphin have that last one in hand. This is 3-4-1, the first semi-final of the senior double sculls. Tyne Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, and a Leeds Rowing Club York City composite on the Buckinghamshire station. So left and right respectively, as you see the picture in front of you.
We talked about the rise of Newcastle University recently, and the same with Tyne Rowing Club. Kind of real northeast rowing resurgence. I mean, northeast used to have the kind of racing centres. You'd have your professional races down in London, and you have your professional northeastern. You had a fantastic rowing centre in the northeast, and everyone was kind of on the Tyne. Those professional scullers racing off, and there was kind of a bit of a dearth of it really, but it's really come up. So Tyne coming up again and making it through into the semi-final here against another northern composite, Leeds York City composite. So I would have imagined these girls have raced each other before on the circuit this summer.
Absolutely.
The northern circuit.
At the moment, the composite having the better of the opening exchanges, and you would sort of expect that with a composite. They're usually put together because they are quick, because the two athletes from two crews, you don't have the squad around them to match up in a double. At the moment, they've got a length.
Some beautiful sculling there. Got out to some good length. This is the most senior heavyweight double sculling event, though it's senior, there's not an elite heavyweight double sculls, there's an elite lightweight, which has a few entries. So these are the top doubles, heavyweight doubles racing here this weekend. Huge entry, some 30 crews had to race in the time trial, cut by half. Very smooth, very composed.
Exceptional technique from both crews, actually. Nice.
Pretty good. The
Nice
time.
straight arms of the catch.
Yeah, when you see the time crew as well, very well matched. Again, you know, if you sort of think if you saw them individually racing rather than side by side, you wouldn't think that they should be down. But the standard is pretty high by the time you get through to these semi-finals. And that's a long, rangy stroke. I like those shots in the sculling boat to be able to see the angles and just the perfect lined up angles. Both boats.
Particularly in a double, synchronicity is so important, isn't it? You need to be bang in tune with the person in front or behind you. The composite there looked to be just about sitting on a length and a quarter, maybe a length and a half if I'm being generous, and they don't seem to be too worried. They're just sitting on that, waiting and watching and seeing if they need to respond to any moves from time. As it stands, going past falling court, which is always a lovely shot.
Yeah.
Seems to be that composite crew have this race under control.
Down at 32 now. Time still up. A couple of pips higher. Lovely stroke from them. Really well matched. They've made it through time trial, heat and a quarter final. So there's no shoddy crews in here, but they're being well beaten by that composite crew. So we won't call it over because we said we'd never do that again. But it does look like the Leeds York City Rowing Club composite are well in control of that race, back up to the start of the second semi-final of the senior double sculls for the Rosie McGlade Trophy, sponsored by Tim and Sarah Lohman, between Bath University B on the left-hand side of your picture there, on the Berkshire Station, and Worcester Rowing Club Worcester University composite on the right. Now they switch, they always do that. Right by the island, on the left-hand side of your picture. Now, the crew that's down is the Worcester composite. I actually saw them race yesterday, and I was on the launch. They had a really tight race yesterday. They made it through, but only by a third of a length against Reading University A crew. So they were pushed quite hard yesterday. As I said, how many races they've already had. Their third race, their second race of the day yesterday, they had to race it right out to a third of a length. So that was probably still in their legs, that Worcester composite crew there. It's quite hard to come back from such a tough race. I didn't see the Bath University race. I don't know. I haven't got any results from yesterday just to show how they were, but they're looking much more comfortable and in control now.
Interestingly, this is their B entry. I don't know if that was just a simple clerical error on the part of their coach, or if these are number 3 and 4 athletes, but it seems like this is number 3 or 4 athletes. Where are number 1 and 2?
They're the only ones that made it through, yeah. We nearly saw an upset. I don't know if you saw the Latimer A, Latimer B race yesterday, where the Bs
In the quads.
in the quads, where the Bs nearly turned side by side race, where the Bs nearly turned them over and only missed out by a foot.
You'd think if they're that close to each other, they'd do an 8, wouldn't you? If 8 athletes are as
They had a reason,
well matched.
yeah. I sometimes wonder that we've got so many events at Women's Henley now, why you would put 2 crews in the same event when you could do a pair, or you could do, you could just do something else. But they're looking very comfortable there. This is the first time that Worcester Rowing Club and Worcester University row out of the same boathouse, and have done for a while. It's the same time. This is the first time that they've put a composite together. I was speaking to the rowing club captain yesterday. It's the first time they put that together. This crew met in a double. So then they've done well to get through to the semi-finals. Maybe this will spark a closer working between those two clubs.
Just watching that Bath crew, they are excellent, aren't they?
Yeah.
Considering how good the Worcester crew are in themselves, this Bath crew are making it look so easy as they come down the course. I mean, there is minimal uplift at either end of the stroke, place where they reach. It's the simple things, that's the thing with rowing, as with a lot of sport, do the simple things well, and Bath are doing that brilliantly.
Beautiful.
And that's what, 3-4 lengths maybe? Just every stroke they've stretched away. And actually now they can enjoy their semi-final. They can row down the course, soak up the applause.
So it looks like they will go on to race.
Don't want to jinx it.
Ooh.
Be a lightning strike knowing my life if I say they're going to go on and win. It certainly
It was
does.
the Leeds York City Composite,
Yeah.
who also looked quite comfortable
Well, they did win by 3 lengths.
by 3 lengths, despite all the rounds they've been through. It's kind of funny, you'd expect, having been so competitive to this point, that you'd have closer semi-finals.
Closest, absolutely. Yeah.
And they're not seeded.
No.
They're not seeded. So, we've got the two crews going through in the semi-final who look to be the two who should make it through.
Yeah.
They could have easily faced each other in this semi-final, but they haven't.
Very strange.
Uh,
Well, we'll go back to the start for race 343. Your 12:20 race will be on time. We're pretty much bang on time. And it's the Senior 8s, so it's Newcastle University on the Berkshire station and Radcliffe Lightweight Harvard from the United States of America on the Buckinghamshire station. So another race with an international feel to it. Harvard, obviously a name that needs no introduction at all. But Newcastle will be looking to throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Put down a good performance. And they're closest to your screen, they're Newcastle in that blue kit. And off the start, nice and clean.
so Newcastle off there at 44. It's giving that initial advantage. It's a pretty good start for an 8. You'd expect to be an 8 to be up in the 44, 45. It's quite hard to know when to take it to kind of get. You want to take the rating to get the maximum stroke. And they're matched. I mean, they're matched stroke by stroke on rate. You can see the blades going in and out pretty much at the same time between those two crews now. But each stroke, the Newcastle University crew managing to get a little bit, come past the island.
Yeah, just watch that bow, it just moves out into the river, doesn't it? Every stroke
Yeah.
just ekes out another 3 or 4 inches. Watch the stroke go in the Newcastle crew. She's making her way down the Harvard boat, and eventually she'll be clear of their crew.
So Newcastle still at 88. Still at 88, still at 38, sorry. That would have been quite formidable. Sorry, Newcastle. I've been on a long shift, I'm trying to remember. Newcastle University still on 38. The Radcliffe Lightweight Harvard University Composite at 39 at the end of the island. Struggling to stay in contention. I mean, it's a typical commentator statement, isn't it, that you might expect the lightweights to be at a higher rate because they're going to have to do more strokes to match. Coming down here, we've got some shouting for the Newcastle. They haven't broken clear yet. They're getting a lot of support on the bank here. Now we can see it exactly, and it's a canvas, still a canvas overlap in this Newcastle boat.
That is aggressive from the Radcliffe crew, but the crew from the USA, they are pounding it along, and you're right, they certainly do seem to be at a high intensity. Look at the go in the strokes. She sat bolt upright at the finish, which means she can replenish the cycle and get her hands right round the finish as quickly as she possibly can and move her crew on. But Newcastle currently still in the lead, although I don't know if Radcliffe will have something to say about that in the second half.
So the Senior 8s for the GP Jeffreys Memorial Trophy. Quite a small event. We've got a huge number of 8s in the Intermediate Club 8s, the Academic 8s, and that's where the bulk of the 8s racing takes place. But we've got these two senior events, the senior 8s, and above that the elite 8s. Just 4 in the elite 8s. We've already seen their semi-finals, and we had just 6 entries in the senior 8s. Newcastle had to race one of the 2 quarterfinals yesterday. Put out, I think they put out Worcester Polytechnic. They might even had a buy through actually. So this is the first race out for Radcliffe Lightweights Harvard University. Yeah, the Elite 8s, we just had a notice that the Elite 8s are going very quick. So we're looking at the first place of our programme to look at some results, yeah? Go on
So
then.
the Elite 8s, Ohio State did a 4:38 today,
Wow.
which is a 2-second record.
Yes, so that's the second record we've had on the course
It is,
today.
I wouldn't be surprised, we haven't been keeping a note on it, but I wouldn't be surprised if
If there's
other
been a
ones have
few
been
more,
broken.
I know one's
Yeah.
kind of letting us know, but I have been making a small note because the conditions, we've not got a massive tailwind, but it's so flat and it's really warm, and
Senior
a
quads has
rising
gone as well.
standard. Well,
Headington School broke
the
it.
Elite 8s, that record has done, since 2009, so it was due to go. And the Senior 8s record went early today also.
Yeah. Senior quads,
Senior quads
5:03.
has gone.
Headington did a 4:55, 8 seconds they took off it.
Yeah, so we've got some records going today at really beautiful conditions. Perhaps a very light. Say light tails slightly? I'm not sure. Hardly
Minimal.
anything in it. Hardly
Minimal.
anything in it. But just some very high standard of rowing. So we've got the second semi-final of the senior 8s.
Yeah, Northeast.
Another US. We've got these US A crews. At least they've made it through into some semi-finals today, and looking good out there. Northeastern University,
Currently looks like both the US crews are going to be knocked out because in
Yeah.
the second semi-final, Northeastern.
Molesey, the black and white, distinctive black and white of Molesey, have taken a length and a quarter out of this Northeastern University crew already.
This is Northeastern's second varsity 8, so they've entered their top crew in the Elite 8s.
We saw them earlier.
But
Did
no, they
got knocked out.
got
right?
knocked
knocked
out.
out
I think,
also,
yes.
yeah.
I'll double check that. But so far as I'm aware, they did. The UL composite knocked them out. But as it stands here, Molesey laying down the smack, and they've got clear water over their opponents from Northeastern, and about half a length of clear water at that. So a convincing display in the opening exchanges from Molesey.
Was it 33 there? Quite an upright style again.
I'm thinking about this, we should really be keeping more of an eye on the records because actually I think a lot of them are going.
Yeah.
I looked down and another 3 have been broken, but to take 8 seconds, Headington, the schoolgirl crew, took 8 seconds off the senior quads record.
I might have to go and I'm on the boats this afternoon for the finals. I might have to go and get myself a list of results before I
Absolutely.
do that, so we kind of know what's going on. I mean, we often have find records going in both semi-finals.
Yeah.
We've got a fast Mosey crew here as well.
Well, I wouldn't be at all surprised they're chipping along. It depends I suppose it also depends if Northeastern can put some pressure on them, because actually Molesey, as it stands, they're not going to want to show all their hand now, are they? They're going to want to probably enjoy the row down the course if they've got 2.5 lengths over their opposition
Yeah.
at the 40 court. So there probably won't be a record broken in this race, because Molesey just aren't going at it hammer and tongs. There's
No,
no need
they're looking pretty. They don't need to.
So while we watch Molesey make their way down the course, we'll do some results. Starting with the junior doubles, race 3:35.
Give me the times. I'll have a look at the records.
Absolutely,
How
it was
about
a win for Nottingham Rowing Club in the time of 5 minutes and 40 seconds in the junior doubles. And race 3:36 was a win for Tideway Scullers in a time of 5:44, so 5 minutes and 40.
5 minutes. So the junior doubles record, 2003, 6:03.
Twin.
No, junior doubles.
6:03. It's taken 23 seconds off the
Junior
record.
doubles.
Yeah. Junior
That's
doubles.
what I've got here.
5 minutes and 40
So
seconds.
assuming the programme is correct.
Assuming the times I've got are correct, 23 seconds. That's ridiculous. Well, in any case, the junior 16 coxed fours.
Which we'll be checking.
We
Well,
will
this is
be.
what I've got in the programme, the junior doubles. For the
They're all going to be records at this rate. There's going to be a whole new set of records this year. So the
well, it was quite. We've got a lot of records set in 2010 when we had fast conditions. But some have stood for quite some time. Anyway, give us some more. Oh, we've got another race on the
focus
course.
on the quads.
Yeah, we've got another race on the course. So we've got
Junior quads. And we've already had these girls racing this morning. They were the first races off in their quarterfinals, and this is the Australian composite on the Sydney Rowing Club composite on the Berkshire station, and Gloucester Hartbury A on the Buckinghamshire station.
they've been out already. Gloucester Hartbury taking it on, the early advantage.
3 times winners of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. Bearing in mind the competition's only been running for, I don't know, 5 years. They've won it 3 times, and the last 3 times actually, in 2014, 15 and 16. So established a bit of a chokehold over the top end of junior women's sculling. At the moment, putting in a pretty good performance against a very strong Australian composite, actually, it has to be said. If you actually watch the boats come down past us, they are moving quickly, it has to be said. The shells are moving right through the water, and we've got some exceptional athletes on display today. So it's no surprise that records are falling here, there and everywhere.
Gloucester Hartbury just quite controlled there, 32-33, and I'd say that the Sydney composite is it's quite different styles there. Actually, the Gloucester Hartbury, I think they've just picked theirs up a little bit. They dropped their rating because they thought that it kind of had got clear, but they've just picked it up now because they're needing to. Because Sydney's just, as I say, Sydney had a higher rating, sharper stroke, and it pushed them. They pushed, but now you can see the Gloucester Hartbury's responded. They lifted their rating. They're perhaps just caught lapping a little bit. Well, they weren't caught napping actually. They responded really, really well to push back against that to get back to the clear water now.
Sydney holding on
too early
by the fingernails to the stern of the Gloucester Hartbury crew. All that will be on Gloucester's mind at the moment is let's break them. Let's break clear now. Let's end this race before it gets interesting as we enter the business end of this, the semi-final of the junior quadruple sculls. This Australian crew, I watched them row yesterday, and I actually thought they were a senior crew. Because the power and precision that they scull with is very impressive. But actually Gloucester,
so they dropped their rating again to 32. So this seems to be their kind of base rate, 32, once they feel comfortable. But they're able to respond with that. So once they were pushed by the Sydney crew earlier, they were able to respond. And now they've dropped it back to 32 again. You're having a look. Holders and records, we're having a look and seeing what's happening.
Senior 8s has been broken again.
Well, they both. So senior 8s.
What was the time earlier for senior 8s? It's 4:47.
No, both on 4:47.
Both of them, and they 4:48.
And remember we
record.
said it would be surprising if Molesey Boat Club did break the record because they weren't at all pushed and they were just racing
They
down
won by
at
2 lengths.
They won by 2 lengths and they were just rating kind of 28, 29 towards the end.
Still broke the record by a second.
So there is a final to watch. Newcastle University and Molesey Boat Club both had identical times, both broke the record. We said wouldn't be surprised if we saw crews breaking records in both semi-finals. Newcastle a little bit more pushed there, I think, than Molesey, so Molesey might have a little bit more in hand. But flipping out, we should see some finals and some records
absolutely
going. So now I'm kind of believing that maybe that previous record had gone by 20 seconds. If Molesey were able to beat that by a second at a paddle, it's a mark of the conditions, but also a mark just of the increasing standards and how quickly women's rowing is coming on, I think. There's usually kind of an uptake following each Olympics as well. People kind of get inspired. There's some good stats, people joining clubs and that coming through each time. We've probably got some of these girls coming through were inspired by the London Olympics and starting to come through into positions now, and hopefully more joining after the Rio Games.
That's that name again, isn't it? Race 346 underway.
I was just about to say.
Henley Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and the Isle of Ely on the Buckinghamshire station.
So what is it? It's a third or fourth semi-final position for them. Their 2 previous crews have gone through into the finals. I think they did.
Testing my memory. Interesting steering from both crews. That looks like a clash, and that looks like a clash.
We can't see the umpires launch.
That was certainly the Isle of Ely moved across there.
Yeah, Henley have got 2 or 3. They've got 4 in total in semis.
So we've just had a little whisper behind our shoulder confirming Henley do have 2 crews through into the final. They've got another crew. We'll see another Henley crew later on, I think. So they have potential of they had 4 crew through into the semi-finals. So that has cost Henley dear here, though, hasn't it? See if they can get back onto terms now.
Certainly the potential of some silverware for Henley, but Isle of Ely really strode out in this race and
Yeah.
taken control. But Henley, you would be a fool to write them off.
Well, I think we've seen this before because they've got back into their rhythm now. They disrupted themselves with their steering and having to get back on course. So that will have given Isle of Ely an advantage. But actually, if their base speed, I think the base speed of Henley might be quicker. So once they get themselves back straight, I think to watch such a privileged position. We're kind of looking down, slightly down on them as they come. So half a length to Isle of Ely now, no more than that. And just quite different. We were talking before about the junior coxed fours and how heavy it looked for them. If you see just how much within themselves both these quads look like now, you know, they're able to move the boat with a much more composed upright stroke than trying to leave a coxed four boat along.
Trying to watch the crews and get a gauge for who's moving and
Well, Henley has been
when.
moving faster per stroke.
I think Henley are coming through.
They
actually.
had the bad start, but they're moving. They've been moving faster per stroke, and they've, you know, not let that phase them.
There's no greater feeling, is there,
They
than
won't-
coming through a crew.
They won't get that amount of grace. If they do make it through into the final, they certainly won't get that amount of grace in the final. It's not won through yet, though. Gloucester Hartbury responding. They'd almost got back level. Henley, Gloucester Hartbury responding, pushing again. Sorry, Isle of Ely. Looking at the previous race, thank you very much. Isle of Ely. We've seen a couple of composite crews of theirs. Is this the first? I haven't seen a.
This is just Isle of Ely.
The first one that's made it through to the final. Just we had a composite boat earlier with a representative of them. Well, now they've pushed it out again, haven't they? So
Yep.
that shot showing them they've got back out now.
I think they've got more control of this than
Yeah.
they gave them credit for.
No, it's
It's impressive stuff here from the Isle of Ely, because anyone who can defeat a crew from Henley, especially a top end crew, always worth their mettle. And I'll be interested to see if the Isle of Ely have entered the Diamond Jubilee.
that was Gloucester Hartbury paddling
couple of
back
weeks'
up.
time. And they won their race, Gloucester Hartbury, by
Yeah.
a length and a half. Was that
Oh,
another
you know,
record? It's my new
we're
favourite
getting
thing to do.
record greedy now.
It was
So,
another record.
another record. So
5:01.
Isle of Ely now 34-35. They responded and they're keeping it up there. Very upright, both of these boats. You see how much in front they finish. The three girl there. It's, you know, the sculling style to get the blades compared to the rowing boats, leaning your shoulders back, making the most of the finish. In the sculling, finishing right in front, getting the hands away.
You could almost fit another set of fists in there, couldn't you?
Yeah.
From where they're finishing their stroke.
I think that's the real difference, and I struggled with that. There's a sort of transition in technique, I think, in international technique, and I struggled with that. But once you get it, the boat absolutely flies.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Race 346.
It's not over, I don't think.
Watching Isle of Ely lead Henley, but it's race 347. The club Cox Fours, Vesta Rowing Club on what is currently the right-hand side of your screen, and Ariel Kensington on the left-hand side of your screen, the Berkshire and Buckinghamshire stations respectively. And actually, very little to choose between the two as they come down. Although they are both moving into the middle of the course.
The overhanging trees make it look like the island side gets so close at that point from that overhead shot, but they're not that close. They have come together though. Not much between them. Now they're moving apart. I wonder if they had to be warned by the umpire.
Because it looks from this overhead shot that there really isn't much room at all, but actually when you're out there, there is quite a considerable amount of room if you're clever about it. There's no need to move on to someone else's station. As they come down, I think it is the crew from Oriel Kensington who have no more than a third of a length.
We've got both shots showing this race at the moment. Yeah, I think so. don't know what's happened in the previous heat. So still close. Club Coxed 4s. Intermediate Club Coxed 4s for the lesser trophy. Another really popular event. All set race out with all these girls, time trial, heat, semi-final, quarter-final, semi-final.
Just as a brief update, the Isle of Ely were winners.
Ah, that's what I was
Previous
waiting to hear.
junior girls heat.
They did hold on to it. Wow, what do you reckon?
Here we go, neck and neck. I couldn't
Going
tell.
through, I think that
So the momentum is with Vesta.
I think Vesta Rowing Club. I know I see the difference in the rowing and the sculling style. I've got some laybacks there in the particular Vesta Rowing Club boat. Not
That's
looking
him lying
hugely
down at the
comfortable there.
finish.
Yeah. Side by side. This is the classic side by side, stroke for stroke.
Bow ball to bow ball.
Bow ball to bow ball.
All the cliches. Use them now while you still can.
You don't get to use it that often, do you?
Nope. No, you don't.
But not for long. Vesta going through
It's a
there.
massive push from Vesta. That's half
Yeah.
a length. They've taken a length in about, I don't know, 30 to 40 strokes. Very impressive. And actually, that seemed to me to be premeditated. That seemed to me to be a plan, because they always looked calm when they were down, and they were never down by very much, and they seemed to have been a response from the coach, and they've just moved through and taken control of this race. And if they can continue to move away and keep the momentum with them, they'll break contact, and they'll exert full control over this semi-final.
Yeah.
So it's been an absolute pleasure covering the Henley Women's Regatta this morning and early on this afternoon. I'm off to catch my train to London.
Thank you very much, Tom.
I hope the racing is as good as it's been so far, and I think Carol is going to... Was it Lizzie? Lizzie Chapman, I apologise.
Sydney.
Is going to take on the commentary.
Well, we
for the
could have
rest
done with
of the
Lizzie
afternoon.
for the updates on the Sydney crew.
Ah, yes. The juniors, you mean?
Yeah, you were kind of sitting here, we chatting to us a little bit in the background, but
Yeah, so all of them trialists for the juniors this year, but didn't pretty high bar this year, so they didn't get in. But the girl in the bow seat is from a Sydney club. The other girls are from, I believe, all from Queensland. However, even though they're at school there, they were no. Never mind, a great first
Yeah,
time for them at
fantastic.
Henley Women's.
So the first semi-final, Vesta Rowing Club have stretched out now. In the second semi-final on the course, in this bottom picture, we've got Lee Rowing Club, got the initial advantage in the orange kit, the top of your picture, against City of Oxford in the red and white, in the red, blue and white striped boat.
Yeah, and Lee looking strong, looking composed, aren't they? They've got a length's lead, so they can see them out of the corner of their eye, and they're managing to keep it fairly relaxed. Just watching in case there is a move from Oxford. Looks like Oxford are making a bit of a push now. Yes, they are, and as they come past us now in the commentary tower just at the end of Temple Meadows, it's about half a length between the Lee in the lead, City of Oxford over on the Buckinghamshire station, so in the centre of the course. Lee responding to that push brought it back to a one-length lead again.
Yeah, so Lee up at 35 there. City of Oxford also 35. Lee got the initial advantage off the island, just increased their lead, and then barely halfway, and they've got clear water, looking pretty dominant in this race. Vesta didn't have it quite their own way, didn't have it so easy. They won by a good margin in the end. We'll see now who will go through to meet Vesta Rowing Club, very good looking Vesta Rowing Club in the final. looks like it could be.
You just don't know, do you? I mean, they're looking very.
London clubs in the final.
That's right.
Well, it's got quite a rivalry, isn't it? Because of course the Lee, London club, but not Tideway club.
Yeah.
So you've got
that's right.
Vesta Rowing Club on the Tideway, on that Tideway stretch.
And it must
Next
be.
to Thames
It would be
Rowing Club.
less than 30 years that they've had women at Vesta Rowing Club as well, isn't it? Whereas the Lee has always had women. So, the battle of the girls. And it's really hard to tell. The Lee Rowing Club looking, as I say, fairly relaxed, but they don't have that much of a lead, and really anything can happen as you come into that final stretch. So passing the boating area now, they'll be getting a really big cheer from the crowd, both clubs. There's some good steering going on, I must say. So in the earlier part of the regatta, I was at the other end of the course, and there were some classic clashes. The re-row of the pair earlier on, and I think the crews racing later have taken note of that and being very careful with their steering indeed. But it is tricky. You're following the booms down the side of your boat, and you don't want to hit them, because that really does, hitting one of those booms really does give you a terrible jolt and stops your race. So the steering, really important. Staying calm, staying in control. So looking at it now, Oxford trying to push back against the Lee, but the Lee continue to lead in this semi-final of the Coxless Fours.
So Lee looking fairly comfortable there, back up to the start. We've got some elite singles now, semi-finals of the elite singles, between on the left-hand side of your picture, the Berkshire Station, Wallingford Rowing Club, and Warrington Rowing Club on the right-hand side of your picture. So it looks like Wallingford taking the early lead. Wilson of Wallingford Rowing Club. Again, pulling it. It's
That's
really
steering.
all of them coming across. I mean, not all of them, but it's very, very tempting, and they're coming across the middle. They're really being warned.
Well, it's very tricky, isn't it? You come off the start, and if you have that Berkshire Station, you've just the river has a little bay there, and it's so
Talk about it,
easy
it's-
to follow it across. Just
You've been
remembering,
caught out there
just
as well. I definitely have.
vaguely remembering from 150 years ago when I was in a single racing here. Yeah, and then, and of course, if you're beside the island, you just get that little swirl of wind as the trees have a bit of a break, and it's very easy to get caught. But yes, the Wallingford sculler, she's really not quite in the right position. She's a little bit too far to the centre.
So Lucy Glover of Warrington, establishing an early lead. Just broken clear there, just got a couple of feet of clear water already over Melanie Wilson of Wallingford Rowing Club. It's the elite single event. Only 5 entries.
Lucy Glover looking very strong as she comes past us now. So they've done the first part of the course. They're through Temple Meadows. They're now making their way down towards the regatta enclosure. You can hear all the cheering. It's really, length is really not too much to worry about at this stage of the race. You can. So much can happen in a single scull that certainly doesn't mean that Wallingford is out of contention at all.
So Mary Wilson from Wallingford Rowing Club there, Melanie. So I'm trying to remember. This was my great event. So there was only one sculling event.
Of course, yes.
When I won it at Henley, and it was just such a fantastic experience. And I was always down. Anyone will tell you ever raced me, I was always down. Not quite sure how much I got down more by before I managed to come through. But you can, you can shift it along a lot in the second half. But once she's now getting more than a length clear water. Once you get that more than a length clear water, maybe half a length clear water.
Yeah.
It's quite hard to shift it from there.
Going through a bit of bouncy water there in the middle of the course. Of course, it's Sunday. For those of you who are watching from overseas, it's a glorious, sunny Sunday afternoon here in Henley upon Thames, and people are out on pleasure craft going up and down the river. So although the racing course is buoyed in with the wooden booms that you can see there in our picture, there are pleasure craft going up and down on the outside. You can see that from the pictures that are beaming to you now. And occasionally, although the booms protect the crews from the wash somewhat, every now and then there's a break so that crews can cross over, and a little bit of wash coming through there can always knock you off your stride a bit in the single.
Are they coming back closer? It's hard to tell. Lucy Glover there, look, I mean, she was dominant. She's a women's Henley winner in the single as a J16, and she's got World Junior Silver in the quad. She's competitor. We'll see. We're cutting. We've got that in the top of the pitch, and we'll keep an eye. She looks comfortable now, but we've got the start of the second semi-final.
Right, we've got Pippa Whitaker of Imperial College London on the Berkshire station, and the person that had the bye yesterday, Sam Corty from Bath University, on the Buckinghamshire station, which is the one in the centre of the river.
So I think you can see that as well as we can. Just a small lead now. That Imperial College sculler getting out there. She was a quarter length, half a length.
Oh, it looks a tight race though, and a
Yeah,
great
yeah,
race.
tight
So
race, a great
Pippa
race
Whitaker
coming
here,
down.
Imperial College, Sam Corty, Bath University. The Imperial College sculler in the favoured M Packer, the distinctive yellow hull, and Sam Corty in the Philippi craft that is so popular these days with lightweights in particular. Both of them really lovely boats. So both girls with top class equipment, both girls sculling really long and having an absolute battle as they go down the course.
Right about the bumpy water. I mean, it shouldn't. You think it should be on conditions like today, but it's just got that bit of a bobble on.
Yeah, it's just very tricky in a single, isn't it? Yeah.
It's just a little bit,
Pitching.
They're staying above it, and experienced elite scullers. Well, what have we got here? We've got Imperial College Tideway sculler. This will be nothing to her, surely.
Good point. Good point.
Bath University. I don't know their stretch of water at all.
And from what I've seen of it, it's quite short. But maybe I'm wrong.
And maybe they've got somewhere else to train as well. Probably nowhere as choppy as the Tideway. So maybe that's you can see the bounce on the water. So yeah, Tideway sculler from Imperial College would
battle on through
this. It's almost worse, I think, when you get this water than if you've got chop due to a wind. It's kind of got a bit more predictability about it. This can really catch you. I used to just think in bobbly water like this of metronome legs. So you just
try and
have
keep
to,
the rhythm.
yeah, because you can see how you catch your blades occasionally. They might come out a bit early, they might go in a bit early, but regardless, you just have to keep your legs pushing down, and she's doing a really good job of that. You can just see that no matter what happens to her blades, they are getting maybe do with getting her blades down. I would, getting her blades down a little bit more. They're catching the water quite a lot, and she's not got a huge push down on her hands. Push the hands down a little bit more, she'd get a little bit clearer, but who am I to say? She's leading this quite comfortably at the moment.
Well, we're getting a big cheer as they go through the boating area now, the regatta enclosure. Just coming out of that now, you then hit a little bit of a patch where it's quite quiet, having walked up the towpath today. And then you come down towards through Upper Thames and into Remenham Club, where we have the chairman's enclosure, and the crowds build up again there. A beautiful day, lots of people on the towpath, and we're really delighted that so many of you are joining us, beaming in from around the world to watch our live stream of Henley Women's Regatta 2007. I'll make that 17 actually, I'm 10 years out there. 2017.
You're just making yourself 10 years younger though, Lizzie.
Pippa Pippa Whitaker of Imperial College doing a great job there. She's, despite that bouncy water, she has shown real grit. Paddling now through to, able to take the pressure off somewhat as she paddles through to the finish now. Sam Corty put up a really good fight in the first half of the race. Certainly not backing off.
This is the last race before our lunch break, isn't it?
It looks as though it is. Brief though it is, yeah.
Yes, last, which is good because they've just delivered us some packed lunches, Lizzie. I wonder what I was going to do.
All the perks.
I know. Are you back on here after lunch?
Oh, yes, I am, but you've been in here and out for hours.
I've been here quite a while, and I'm going up to the boats to juggle. I am one of the luckiest people alive. I'm getting on the boats to commentate on the finals live from the boats, which is just
very exciting.
my favourite couple of hours of my life every year. There we will see. I'm not sure whether I will get to see Pippa Whitaker of Imperial College in her final. I think I only get to see about one in every 6, depending upon which boat you're on the launch.
Yes, yes.
So I shall now go and work out which races I get to commentate and follow live on the, because you have 2 commentaries. So you've got the web, us on the web commentary. Lizzie continuing. Don't know who
Yes,
you're with.
indeed. Camilla, I believe. And then, and yesterday I had the good fortune to go out on the launches, as did you, to do the commentary that streams back live to the regatta and chairman's enclosures.
So we'll leave you now. I think we'll leave you with these pictures over the lunch break.
And we'll be resuming again at 5 to 2 British time to continue our race coverage with the elite coxless fours, which is Leander Club against Durham University. Looking forward to a humdinger there. Some great racing to come. 5 minutes after that, Banks Rowing Club, that's the crew of Rosie Popper and Alexandra Hagan of Australia, racing against Imperial College, who had that gangbuster against Oxford University in the earlier rounds. They clashed and had to then go back and re-row, so they'll be a pretty tired crew as opposed to Banks, who had a nice easy one. We then, in the elite lightweight double sculls, will have Cambridge University Women's Boat Club Oxford Brooks Composite against Leicester Rowing Club. The elite lightweight singles, Edinburgh University's Arlott against University of London's Hart Winks, looks like being a great race. In the junior eights, Headington School and St Paul's School from the USA. In the senior coxless fours, Newcastle University, who look very neat indeed, against Imperial College, who again look very gutsy. The elite lightweight women's pair is University of London against Thames Rowing Club A. In the academic coxed four, King's College London, they've looked stronger and stronger every race, racing against their London rivals, University of London. In the Club 8s, Canterbridgian Rowing Club against Tideway Sculler School, and in the lightweight women's single scull, Susie Perry of Thames Rowing Club takes on Sarah Lewis of Greenbank Falmouth in what looks to be a great final at 3 o'clock British time. So looking forward to all of those races, and looking forward to you joining us again here on the live stream at Henley Women's Regatta.
Are you ready? So, good afternoon. If you're joining us on the live stream now for the finals here at Henley Women's Regatta. So, the last set of races here for the weekend. We've got glorious weather, as it has been for much of the course of these 3 days. And you're joining us on the start line of race number 351, which is the final of the Elite Coxless Fours. So, this event is being contested for the Avril Velicott Cup. So the two crews in this final, Durham University on the far side of your screen there in Platinets, and Leander Club on the near side in Cerise. And they're off. And so in this final, Durham University have had to come through the semi-finals. Leander Club got a bye. I know that the girls on the left-hand side of the screen from Leander Club doubling up into the Elite Eights, where they were knocked out by Ohio State earlier on today. So they've already, both crews have done one race, and gosh, Leander there just clipped the boys. You'd have thought as the local club on this river they'd have had a bit of practice coming off that start line. So now just drifting in towards the centre of the river. They're going to have to watch out. I suspect the umpire is doing some vicious flag waving in there. You can just about see as they come towards the end of the island. Leander Club just drifting across into Durham University's water, and Durham University now getting rather close to the booms, as you can see from the aerial shot at the top of your picture that we're getting from the drone view. Leander Club may have to move back over, but it's pretty level at this point, so it'll be interesting to see how that might impact the rest of the race. And I think Leander Club just starting to nudge out in front, but really not much at this stage. So as we come through that view there, nice side-on view from the bottom camera, and it's about a quarter of a length to the crew from Leander Club. Of course, Leander boat out of the famous Pink Palace, as it's known, at the bottom of this stretch of course, and all the way down to past the Henley Royal Regatta finish. And so they, as I say, will be very well versed in what it takes to perform well on this stretch of the Thames. So they're past us now here in the commentary point, and Leander have opened up to 3/4 of a length now over the crew from Durham University. And Durham University, silver medalists from the British University Championships in the Coxless Fours event. So they've been in this Coxless Four for the majority of the racing summer season, and have obviously felt confident enough to enter it into this Elite Fours event. And Leander, of course, renowned for being a bit of a stepping stone and a platform for athletes to punch up into the senior squad, and they're still only 3/4 of a length as it stands ahead of Durham University. And Durham University, of course, all full-time students in this elite category, so they've done well here to get to the final. That's what I'm doing now. And just about holding overlap with the crew from Leander Club. But plenty to go yet. That's through the enclosures we go, with the view from the drone there in the top screen on your live stream.
So if I'm speaking, you'll just give me a nod that is.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do.
And we're now into the business end of the race. So through this middle section is where both of these crews will need to hold form. And Leander, of course, after a bit of a wobbly start on the steering, are going to have to hold their line, which they've done pretty well through this middle 500 metres. And Durham there look to be just sort of creeping back and starting to press as they head towards the sprint. And I suspect both of these crews will have to watch their steering, as we've seen already earlier on in the race, which will impact how quickly they're going to be able to roll through the gears to be able to mount a sufficient challenge against one another. Thank you.
So we'll be telling them.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, as you can see from these images, there's the under crew making their way down to the finish line. I've just walked up the towpath, absolutely heaving with people. Brilliant, brilliant turnout here for Henley Women's Regatta 2013. And there are, goodness knows how many food outlets. They do some decent burgers, Camilla. Have you heard?
Apparently so.
She can't answer because she's just got her mouth full of burger. Right, here's Leander.
And
With what, length and a half, a bit more?
about a length and a half. And as I say, they had a bit of a blip off the start, but I think that now that they're settled, that's certainly given them the point. And there they are over the line, about a length and 3/4 possibly ahead of the Durham University crew. And credit to both these crews, they both raced in some pretty tough semi-finals this morning. Leander in the 8s, of course, those girls were doubling up from the 4 into the 8, and Durham, of course, had to go and beat the crew from the USA to get to this final.
That is our first final of the day, correct?
Indeed it is. So there you go. That is the winners. That's Leander Club, winners of the Elite Coxless Fours for the Avril Vellacock Cup.
And that was quick. What we're going to do is ask Liz Chapman here to give us the results and times. And of course, course records. Well, the mutterings on the towpath very much of how records are going to be smashed. I think we saw some go this morning. Junior quads. I think it was Gloucester Hartbury this morning that smashed the time, and we expect the finals to be much the same. So very, very quick conditions here. New course records set all over the place this morning. Academic 8s was 4:55, now 4:48. Oh, that makes a hole, doesn't it? Looking down here, senior 4 was 5:03. Headington, schoolgirl crew, yes, went down the track in 4:55. Tideway Scullers School, 4:57. I saw a bunch of Tideway Scullers fans in Henley earlier, getting some provisions. They'd cycled all the way down from London, got here to support their crew and their club mates, and they've got 2 through to the final. So really looking forward to this afternoon's finals. Are you, Camilla?
Yeah, absolutely. And what you say about Tideway Scullers there, I know Kieran Clark, who sort of runs their women's programme, will be very pleased. He'd entered a sort of deluge of crews in red and yellow across all the events, both club and senior. And, you know, I'd had my eye on that senior quadruple scull that we were talking about that just beat Edinburgh University in that fantastic race in the semi-final earlier today. And I think that will be a fantastic race to look forward to later. And they've also got a very good Club 8, actually, in the intermediate Club 8s contesting the final as well. So, yeah, plenty to look forward to, not just with Tideway Scullers School, as I say, but plenty of other crews here across the course of this afternoon.
And that's commitment, isn't it? Those young girls cycling down from London this morning.
Absolutely.
Not
What a day for it, though, to be fair.
yeah.
I don't know whether they've been doing the same if it was chucking it down with rain,
There are
but
genuinely so many wonderful people at this regatta. I was just talking to an old chap there having a bit of lunch, and he comes every year. I was talking to a lady with her mum. They come every year. And I helped Grandma to the disabled loo, so I've got my good points. Well done me.
Good Samaritan
Yeah.
award. Good Samaritan
Pat
award.
on the back.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Straight, I didn't know I had any. Right, who have we got here on the start?
So this should be the elite lightweight double sculls, and we've got the Cambridge and Oxford Brookes composite on the near side of your screens on the Berkshire station, and we've got Leicester Rowing Club on the far side. Great to see Leicester up here on the start of an elite event. A crew that you probably would, a club that you probably wouldn't associate with producing elite finalists.
No, I spotted their name earlier on in this regatta, and brilliant they got through to the final.
Well, of course, they've just they produced Johnny Walton, who has just won today at the second World Cup in the senior men's quadruple sculls. So, you know, I shouldn't sell them too short. You know, they're obviously a good breeding ground at club level in the Midlands there, East Midlands, for good talent coming through, and this elite lightweight double scull no exception. So it'll be interesting to see though this near side double scull, Mackie and Grant, so a composite, and I think probably a composite that might be racing potentially at senior level in the future. It'd be good to keep an eye on. I know that Mackie in the bow seat there, Imogen, was in the lightweight double scull for FISU last year, so the World University Championships, so she's very used to sitting on the start line of high quality events like this.
Ask Lizzie here, did we get a result in time for that last race?
We did.
We did, so it was a win for Leander Club. The distance was 2 lengths and the time was 5 minutes and 2 seconds,
Yeah.
which was a course record?
No.
Or not? No. Oh, so all that talk about course records, Leander didn't manage it on that occasion.
2 seconds off.
Off the start.
They're off.
So this event is elite double scull, lightweight double sculls even, and this will be for the Haslam Trophy.
Is it not the colour? Does the pair really go?
No, this is double sculls, and oh gosh, a bit of steering warning there for the composite crew, who, if you look from the drone, the direction that they're taking is not their own. A bit of a mishap there, the umpire really having to ward them over to their own station, and they've had to make a really heavy adjustment there that's put them right back into the booms. You'll be able to see, look from the line, from that drone angle, you can really see that they're both shifting back over to this near side spectator station here on the Berkshire Bank.
The reason we're looking all a little bit puzzled at you is we've jumped a race there. So race 352 has not, that's Banks Rowing Club from Australia,
Yes.
and
Hence me asking.
Imperial College.
Sorry, I jumped
They're
it because
not.
I knew
No,
I knew
you're-
the near side double, so I just sort of assumed that it was the next race. But
Yeah.
you're absolutely right,
I mean,
we've missed a race.
The clue was it was a double skull. And they're making their way down to our commentary position now as we look down. Steering, as you would imagine, is absolutely immaculate. It's the composite that have the lead of just over a length as they go past us, but we're only about a third of the way down this course. We're probably at around the 500 metre mark, I worked out, and as they head down to the enclosures, once they get just by the boating rack, they're about halfway. So moving away, it is the composite crew.
And the composite crew, of course, Imogen Mackie, and it is Imogen Grant. I thought it was in the Cambridge light crew, her light blue. Imogen, of course, part of this year's successful boat race winning crew, the third women's boat race, I want to say, or am I missing one out? Third, I think, for the women on the Tideway course. And so, again, Imogen Grant's been sort of vying for those very two sort of lucrative seats in that senior women's GB setup. You know, it's very hard to tackle the lightweight seats, as you know. Once you get to a certain level, there's only 2 spots at the Olympics. So there's a lot of quality at this sort of senior level who are all trying to press up onto the top guys, onto Catherine Copeland and Charlotte Taylor and Emily as well. And I think that, you know, these 2 girls are in that group. They were both at final trials. They're probably in the lower half of that final trials group, and we'll see later on. Actually, we've got a couple of finals in the elite lightweight singles between, you know, 2 of the guys that would have finished above these 2. So we're looking at a real top quality crew here, and I think I wouldn't be surprised, as I say, if they stayed together throughout the course of the summer season.
I'm going to ask you a question here, because we all know you are a clever girl. We were talking about it yesterday, saying you have a brain that we would die for, the way you retain and know stuff. Right, so tell me what you think the attitude is, knowing that there are only so few seats for lightweights in the Olympic class boats. Do you think there's still the appetite to go on and get in the GB team and race in the non-Olympic boats?
I think when you're at the age that you're at, coming out of university, as these two ladies are, you know, they're either still studying a degree or about to graduate, certainly, because any sort of senior vest that you can get, you've still got, you know, another sort of 8 years of your senior career still to go. So 2 Olympic cycles at least, if you really want it and you really want to stick at it. You know, you've got 2 cycles to go. And you know, again, actually just mentioning, I said that we'd see the lightweight single sculls later on. There they are on the start line. And again, these 2 girls included for this lightweight setup. Maddie Arlett's just represented at World Cup 1. She's on the right-hand side of your screen there in the baby blue, and Robin, of course, came 3rd at those senior trials. So both of them very close to that double scull. Both of them still at university. Yeah. And I think that with 8 years ahead in front of you, there's absolutely still the appetite to go for those World Cup seats in the lightweight quad and in the lightweight single, because at the end of the day, it's all experience. And when, you know, Catherine Copeland decides to retire, or when Charlotte Taylor decides to retire, someone's going to have to step up into that double scull. And if you've been there pressuring and in those boats and being selected for the Senior World Championships, you're in a really good position to be sort of first on the list, I suppose. So absolutely, I think the appetite's really there for girls of this age at sort of, you know, 23, 24 still.
And we just see them cross the line there. Brilliant. Well, thanks for that. I was intrigued. And it reminded me when I see you there eating your chips that I should really ask you. Right, here we go. This is the lightweight single sculls, which is just underway, and we...
Edinburgh University on the left of your screen, and University of London.
And Robin Hart-Winks.
Indeed.
University of London.
So I actually know both of these girls very, very well. So I'm very intrigued to see who's going to come out on top. This is a long-lasting battle that's going to go on between these two. They both learnt to row together at Edinburgh University on the same year, on the same novice programme. Both of them came through the same ranks together, contesting each other for their whole time throughout university, all the way from novices. Robin's now graduated and is studying a postgraduate at the University of London, and Maddie, of course, still in her master's year now. She's decided to stay on and do a master's at Edinburgh. So this is a real fight. These girls will have been looking forward to this race all day. It's a grudge match.
Maddie looks like she's had a bit of a push here, because she was certainly half a boat down, and now she's just moved.
Wow, that's interesting, because Robin came out better, as I already mentioned, actually, that she came out better on top at the senior trials. She came 3rd behind Catherine Copeland and Charlotte Taylor. Maddie finishing just behind them. And Maddie was actually selected, as I say, she was in the double at the first World Cup earlier on in the season. And that for her was a really big step. It was her first senior selection, and still at university, as I say, still studying. And I think she's really made a big step on since those senior trials. So this is the first time they'll have got to race each other since that day. I'm sure they'd have done seat racing against each other at Caversham. But Maddie, as you say, looks to be sort of 3/4 of a length ahead of Robin. But Robin will not let that go, let me tell you. Because, as I say, Robin knows how Maddie races. They raced in a double together at the British University Champs for 3 years.
They know each other inside out, and there's probably only just clear water.
But as I say, Robin will not let that sit. And in single sculls, I love this, because the result we're saying right now and how we're seeing it right now will not stay the same the whole way down the course, because singles just change so quickly. You know, it's really hard to hold the same speed. Because you're just dramatically changing the way that you're going about things, and you have the power to just do what you want, really. You don't need the sort of stipulated race plan that a whole crew might require. And you know, Maddie now will be thinking, right, I need to break Robin, I need to break that clear water, so that she thinks that she's lost it in her head. And
yeah, she still has that same lead as when they passed us. They're heading now down towards the enclosures where the boat tents are, and then where the boating area is, which is about the halfway point. So at halfway, it looks to be still just over a length lead.
Just about to Maddie Arlett of Edinburgh University Boat Club. And there you go, a little bit of clear water between them, which is, I think, good for Maddie. I will be very interested to see how Robin responds to this in the way of a sprint, whether she starts early, whether she just goes, you know, flat out from 300 metres to go in a bid to try and go for it. And
It's brilliant conditions. I mean, it's
glorious.
absolutely perfect and fast.
Talking of fast, we have a new course record in the Elite Lightweight Double Scull.
oh, there we go. So the result of the previous race there, course record for that composite crew.
It's Cambridge University Women Boat Club and Oxford Brooks Composite that beat Leicester Rowing Club, and it was 5 minutes 20, which beats.
Course record by
Oh,
23 seconds.
and just to go back to this race, I think Robin has started to sprint, as suspected. Look at how she's sort of clipping the starts, clipping the sort of the catches that she's going in for. Very much more upright than she would usually be. She tends to try and use her length around the catch because she is that little bit shorter than Maddie is. Not by much, I think, but she's started to sit up and try to wind the rate up to catch up Maddie, and I think Maddie's just trying to responding. Yeah, I think you're right, and this is. I'm so happy that these guys got to race each other. I know that Maddie. I think I can't remember who she beat in her semi-final, but Robin was up against Eddie Lewis, who, of course, again another one in the mix, trying to press into the senior squad. So she had quite a tricky semi-final. Maddie, I think, had the easier of the semi-finals. She won easily, I believe, actually. So she's had a bit of a rest, and it wouldn't surprise me if that's actually kind of impacted Robin a little bit.
It looks like she's probably broken her here, doesn't it? Coming up towards the finish, they're going past Upper Thames, and there's not so many strokes left now. There's the crews returning from the previous race.
And Robin having one last ditch attempt. I think you can just see her levering as much as she can to try and get back on terms and shortening up. There she goes up through the gears. But Maddie, of course, got plenty left in the tank, and I think that is a really fantastic win for Maddie Arlett of Edinburgh University. She'll be really pleased with that. And hand goes up in the air, and almost as by magic, off onto the next race. These are sort of starting thick and fast now, aren't
these
they?
are the junior eights. Headington School, St Paul's School from the United States of America. Now, I followed you and I are lucky enough to follow in the umpire launch, doing a bit of commentating, and I followed St Paul's, and crikey, they looked very good. Headington are the national champions, having won National Schools Regatta, and I think they won the school head.
Yeah, absolutely. And
so best in Britain.
I mustn't forget that
States.
Headington School have retained this title since 2011. They've held the Peabody Carp in this Junior 8 event at Henley Women's since 2011. Wow. So they are a force to be reckoned with. And actually, interestingly enough, you might like to know that this is actually Headington's second crew in this event, because their top crew is obviously contesting the final of senior quads later on today as junior athletes. So this is athletes 5 to 12.
That is and somebody.
And we've got a very enthusiastic Headington supporter outside of our commentary box, and it is neck and neck. This is unbelievable.
This is going to be one heck of a scrap. As I say, I followed St Paul's the other day. They looked incredibly well drilled and tidy, and if anything, it's St Paul's that have no more than about a foot over Headington.
Oh my word, this is going, and in 8s, if it's this close at 500 metres in, it's going to be this close the whole way down the track.
And there will be an almighty roar as they go through the enclosures. There's a lot of Americans over here, and there's a lot of support for Headington. So this is a battle royal. United States of America in the middle of the river. Headington.
Oh my word, and looking at that drone footage
England,
there.
Nearest to the bank, and looking at that shot, it's St Paul's.
Level. It is level. Even Headington, I think, maybe just a barrel ball. Do you not think?
Your glasses are a little rose tinted.
It's on the surge.
Headington are pushing.
It's on the surge.
Are pushing, but
37.
see, their boat is dark, so you have to look
that's
carefully
true.
where the bow ball is.
And actually, having
Well, look, it's pretty damn close.
it's
isn't
very close, and that is a wonderful shot. We're about halfway now. These 8s are very quick, and as we've already said, quick conditions.
How exciting is this? Now, with camera angles, it's always very, very difficult to see. The overhead shot that looked like it was St Paul's had the advantage. Now we're looking at the drone,
Headington's
it looks
about
like Headington.
a seat.
But this is incredibly close. The camera angle will change very shortly as we see the crew's top right going away from us. They are now leaving the boated enclosure. They are pretty much, what, 500 metres to go, I reckon.
500 to go, so barely anything, less than 2 minutes in an 8. So I think Ryan Domain, obviously, who's been coaching at Headington for years and has developed this wonderful programme where losing it isn't the problem, because they never do it. You know, Headington, as I say, they're unbeatable, really. Well, not unbeatable, but they're unbeatable.
What a strap. And it looks like Headington have, at the moment, just got the advantage. Maybe only a few seats.
I think it's about 2 seats to Headington. There you go. So as they come past the camera angle there, Headington just starting to really wind and press through the third of the race.
Unbelievable stuff. I mean, this is junior rowing at its very, very best. The USA up against the Brits. We're going to stick with that in the top right and just see how that pans out. The next race is underway and on the track at the moment.
That's the senior coxless fours between Newcastle University and Imperial. That is going to be an absolute humdinger as well, so I can't wait to join that one too.
On the Berkshire side, Imperial on the Bucks. But let's stay with this amazing 8 race.
All right, we've got another course record in the elite lightweight single.
Another course record has just gone. That was the elite lightweight singles. It was a win for Maddie-Arlett of Edinburgh. The time was 5:40 and she smashed it by a second.
And
Right.
two lengths. She won by 2 lengths.
She won by 2
So,
lengths. Here we go.
Headington now
pulled away.
have now sort of cut the cord, and there
And
they
their
are.
hands go in the air.
Now
What a race.
that's probably the
Brilliant.
closest race that Headington have had all year, and I'm sure
That's amazing.
you know the girls from St Paul's will have enjoyed that as well, because that is racing at its best.
And well done them. Now,
So-
senior coxless fours.
Now, one of my very good friends is actually in the bow of this Newcastle crew, and one of my other very good friends is at the 2-seat in this Imperial crew. So I'm in a bit of a
Dilemma.
I'm in a bit of a dilemma, I must say, because you know I would like them both to win, but hey ho, this is racing. That's not going to happen. And as it stands, it looks like Emily Ford in the bounty, her crew from Newcastle, are taking the lead by about 3/4 of a length. So
I hadn't seen either of these in previous rounds, so can't really comment. But I know, you know, Newcastle produce some pretty good athletes.
yeah, I mean they've got 2 under-23 silver medalists in that crew, Emily Ford and Nicole Lamb. They've also got Megan Barry, who's previously of Sir William Borlase, and they've got Lola Anderson, of course, who went to the Junior World. So a very well sort of put together university crew. But Imperial, you know, always very strong and all proper sort of senior athletes. You know, none of them are at university. They're all rowing for the club element of Imperial College.
And you can see there from the picture when they passed us, pretty much bang in line with us. It was exactly a length advantage. We, as I say, are around about the 550 metre mark, 1500 metre course. So they're going down now. They'll be coming up to the halfway point fairly shortly, and we're going to get an idea then of the advantage that they have.
Question about this event. In the programme, it talks about the course record being a Cox 4. Has it just turned into a Cox 4?
So the Coxless 4 actually is a very new event. So they used to run 4s only as Cox at Henley Women's Regatta, only as the Frank v Harry Cup. They have now gotten rid of the Cox 4, and now it is only Coxless. So
this is first year?
this is the second year of this event, I believe, but I could be wrong.
Don't have a course record.
So it could be the first year that this event's run, because it always used to be senior coxed and there was no coxless. So it's interesting. I actually raced this event back in 2013 when it was coxed. So I know that this is a very new sort of addition, because we had to bump up into a coxed when we've been training in a coxless all year. So Newcastle, I know, have added sort of, so Nicole Lamb, who's sat in the 3-seat of this Newcastle crew, isn't a student at Newcastle anymore. She's studying medicine at Sheffield, but has come back, you know, as she was sort of club captain years gone by and very fond of Newcastle, has come back to row with them in an attempt to sort of bid for a Henley women's win. And I think they're doing a very good job of trying to get hold of that at the moment.
If you're a betting person, you probably have your money on them at the moment. So it's a length and
Probably
quarter,
a
length and a half,
half.
possibly.
Yeah.
And they're not letting up, are they? They do not want to be caught, these girls.
And especially when you've got a course record sort of lingering in your mind, thinking, well, everyone before us has got a course record, and I'm sure they'd have been hearing whispers of that through the semi-finals. Even when you're that far ahead, I think you'd want to go for the course record, wouldn't you?
Talking of course records, another one set by Headington.
Oh no! I say, oh no, that's my
So
one.
there we are, there's a result
No! My one's just gone.
there. While Maddie cries in her burger and chips, I will tell you that the result of the Junior 8s, which was race 355, was a win for Headington School over St Paul's School of the USA. It was half a length, the distance, and the time was 4:51, beating the previous course record, which was 4:52.
Yeah. 1 second.
There you
By
go.
1 second. So, apart from the first race, that's every other record gone. I'm not sure what's happened to race.
There's
They've
Newcastle.
just
5-2.
paddled up to the start.
Right.
There's Newcastle over the line,
spotted.
absolutely emphatic. So that's about a length and a half to Newcastle. So congratulations, Newcastle. That is the, as I say, senior coxless forwards for the Frank v. Henley Cup.
And Lizzie's come over from the States. I don't think she's
USA.
States,
Australia.
Australia. Don't think you've ever worked so hard. You're scribbling things down here and giving
great.
us all this information. I have the brain, which is Camilla next to me, who's just a mind of information. Now, can you tell me the shoe size and neck measurements of the people in this crew? No, seriously, do you know anything about these?
So we've got University of London on the near side. They've entered quite a lot across the course of the events, and actually this is probably the top girls that they have outside of the 4 girls that they've currently got in the under 23 composite 8 that are racing in the final of Elite 8s this afternoon. So University of London, they won the women's Victor Ladorum at the British University Championships, and one of the events that they did win at that particular event was the championship pair. I don't think this is the same crew from what I know, but I could be proved wrong. I don't think it is, but actually they're currently being led by the crew from Thames, and Thames actually did very well at the Met Regatta, I believe, in this combination. So Thames probably not been as prominent on the women's rowing scene as they have been in previous years. I don't know whether you've come across Thames much more down this neck of the woods than perhaps I have, but again,
They do on occasion come down and use this reach as a training camp, so they have a weekend away. Quite a lot do it. I mean, it's actually more and more each year. But Thames often decamp and come down here, and yeah, there's plenty of them out on the water. Who they are and what crews they're in, I'm not sure. But they seem to have plenty going on, and this looks like a pretty tidy lead at the moment, does it? Yeah.
yeah, and actually this is their lightweight pair, which I hadn't. This is the lightweight pairs,
Yeah.
which I hadn't realised. Actually, I thought we were on to champ pairs, on to elite pairs,
But it's a close race, this.
yeah, very close race. I mean, a length, as we were saying in some of the
Yeah.
smaller boat races and the singles as well, it's so interchangeable, and the ability to just say to your partner or decide yourself that you're going to go, the boat responds so quickly because it's so light that that length could be eaten up in a matter of 3 strokes.
You've just got to keep the pressure on you. If you're behind in these pairs, you've got to keep the pressure on the crew in front, because putting pressure on them, you've got to be precise.
Now I do know who this Thames crew are. Now in the bow seat of that Thames boat is Natalie Hardy. Now Natalie actually was a lightweight at Newcastle University 2 years ago, and she's sort of rowed throughout her career in the northeast of England. So she started out at Tyne Rowing Club, and so she's been rowing for a very long time. I'm not surprised to see her here in an elite final. She did very well throughout her lightweight career at Newcastle University and had several wins in the sort of heavyweight championship events as well, alongside some of the Newcastle girls throughout her time there. So it's good to see her back here racing for Thames, and I know that, as you say, a length and a quarter up, it looks to me at the moment that UL could still beat them with a shot of it. It really isn't decided yet, and this middle part of the race is often where it is decided, actually.
And they are about at the halfway point now. I think Thames, for me, looked to be pushing away slightly. Maybe had a bit of a push at the halfway point.
I think so, and I think they'd just broken clear water when they came past us here at sort of 500 metres in, and now it looks to me that Thames have got about a length and a half of not of clear water, but certainly seems to me that the Thames crew have this under control.
Okay, if you're watching on the internet from anywhere around the world, we hope you're enjoying the coverage. This is finals afternoon of Henley Women's Regatta, the 30th Henley Women's Regatta. We have racing right the way through until 10 minutes past 4. If you are wondering what happened to the elite pair final, which was Banks and Imperial College, we have seen that go down to the start, so we assume that they're going to slot that in pretty quick, and we will bring you commentary, of course, on that. Results, if you are wondering what's happened, then you can go to the website and catch up on the results. I think, give you the result of the Junior 8s, which was a win for Headington over St Paul's by half a length, 4:51, a course record, beating the old course record by 1 second. The other result that I perhaps have not given you is the senior Cotsness 4, Newcastle University by 2 lengths over Imperial College. The time was 5 minutes, and this is a new event, so the course record
It's now 5 minutes.
It's now 5
they
minutes.
smashed it. Well, they got it.
So
They
as
made it.
as we leave the Thames lightweight elite pair to row into the distance in the top right-hand screen, and I think Thames have probably got that well under wraps, so
Yeah.
we'll leave that and we'll go on to the Academic Coxed Fours event, which this will be a tight one. And two neighbours actually we've got competing in this. We've got King's College London, and they are on the right-hand side of your picture there on the Berkshire station. We've got University of London on the left-hand side of your picture, and it's the University of London that are the current holders of this event, I believe. They won both academic Coxed Fours and senior Coxed Fours last year, I think, in a very good run for them. But King's College London, of course, always here, you know, between themselves and all the UCL are normally very good contenders in the academic Coxed Fours. We always see very good racing in this event, and
Well, if the results are anything to go by, so these raced their semi-final earlier today. King's College London had a win by 3/4 of a length. Their time was 5:49. The race immediately after, University of London overcame Imperial College. That was just a canvas, and the time was 5:25, which is very quick. But
hard race.
you can only race what's against you, and this is a different race.
And actually, having just taken the ratings of both crews, we've got KCL up at 36.5 and UL at 36. So in Coxed Fours, that's pretty high to be coming through 500 metres at, and it's the University of London at the moment putting in a bid to retain the title.
And University of London, as they pass us,
Very classy. Very
have a
classy.
lead, but not by that much. They had the faster time earlier today, but as I say, it's side by side now, so I'll just go for it. And as they're heading down past us towards the enclosures, they're coming up to the halfway spot, and it looks like University of London are just beginning to pull away a little.
And of course, you know, in these Coxed Fours, it helps that the Coxes who will be very experienced at both, you know, sort of steering and everything that you usually associate Coxes for, but actually in a final where you're side by side with another crew that you're very familiar with, you know, they're next door to each other on the Thames, if not in the same boathouse, can sort of point out and call out and give that distance to know where they are against the other crew, because obviously KCL at this point in time won't know, and that is a real driver and motivator for them to stay in touch, at least to try and keep
Well, staying in
contact.
touch, it looks to me as if they have just the smallest of clear water between these two crews, and as they passed us, the determination was just incredible. They're really going for this. At the start, we got the eights.
Club eights.
This is going to be another cracker. Canterburysian and Tideway Scullers School down at the start. This is the finish here, seeing University of London coming home again ahead of King's College.
And University of London, of course, will be very pleased to retain the title in this event because, you know, of course, they have been rowing, obviously in memory for the last year and a half of Ailish, of course, who unfortunately had that accident over at the European University Games, and I think they've really stepped on because of that, and sort of the whole Row for Ailish campaign started within the University of London setup, and actually everything that they do now, they do with that in mind, and I think they'd be making her very proud right now because she was actually in that crew, the Cox 4, that contended. So I think they certainly will be bearing that in mind, I'm sure, and racing with that in mind, and certainly, you know, they're a length and a half up on their rivals from KCL. So
they look to be not letting it go here. They're certainly going for a bit of a finish, so it could well be that they get a bit more than the length and a half at the finish. Right, here we go, and I can tell you from the previous round, Canterbrigian won their semi-final. They're on the left-hand side, nearest the towpath on the Berkshire station. Tideway Scullers score 8. Over on the right-hand side of your screens, and they are on the Buckinghamshire station. 1 second separated their semi-final times.
This is going to be very exciting. Now,
the quicker was?
I want to say Tideway Scullers.
They were, by 1 second.
Excellent, good.
And the distance is not a lot. I think it was a length and a bit in their semi-final races. So we are on for humdinger.
A humdinger, absolutely. And I've been lucky enough, as you're saying, you know, Martin and I have been sort of on the launches. Very privileged to be on the launches with a lot of these races over the last 2 days, and funnily enough, I have commentated on this Tideway Scullers crew twice now, and this will be my 3rd time. So I watched them through their quarter-final, I watched them through their semi-final, so I've seen how determined and how tidy this crew is. They are really sharp, and they, you know, I think actually, even though they are so sharp, it's actually Canterbrigian that have taken the small lead off the island.
Yeah, it is only a small lead. They look to me to be still rated the higher.
I could probably tell you.
Put a little watch on it. Scullers don't want to let them go. Really got to stay in the fight now.
So we've got Canterbrigian at 35. And we've got Tideway Scullers at 36. So Tideway Scullers rating the higher, but only just, and they've still got overlap.
They have got overlap. It stays as it was, which is just short of a boat's length there as they go past us. So that's 500-600 metres gone now.
Now, this is a very impressive start from Canterbrigian because in 8, you know, I was always taught if you go through 500 metres in front, if you go through 1,000 metres in front, if you go through 1,500 metres in front, you're going to win that race. You know, it's very hard, but Tideway Scullers coming back.
Wait. This isn't over.
Absolutely not, and I could be proved wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I've talked to all sorts of people who know about rowing, claim they know about rowing, and know sweet Fanny Adams about rowing. And what they say is it ain't over till it's over. Now, I know we say, 8s, they're difficult to accelerate and blah, blah, blah. But if you front load a race, if you go absolutely pedal to the metal, you can actually physically only get over the ground in a certain time. Mm-hmm. So if you blow your gasket to start with, the chances are the others will come and try and catch you.
And you know what, Martin? I think Tideway Scullers have stayed in their own boat. They've kept to their own race plan. They've not gone hammer and tongs off the start like Canterbrigian perhaps haven't. Let's remember that Tideway Scullers got the faster time in that semi-final. Now,
by a second.
By only a second. So I think if they've executed their race plan well, we could be in for a sort of close-up on the crew from Canterbury, and there we are, look.
So there you go, it's a 1,500 metre track, yes?
Indeed.
It's beautiful conditions, course records are going out the window. So 1 second in an 8 is 2 seats?
2 seats, yeah. So if we're working off sort of 3 seconds being a length, if that, then yeah, so 2 seats. And that looks to be what Tideway Scullers have just about brought it up to. So,
Who's got the boat speed then? Now, do Canterbury put on another burst here? Do they just try and hold it to that? What's the tactic?
well, you're right. You know, if they've gone off the start and said, look, we're going to get out as fast as we can and hold on, which if you know that the other crew's come fast in the semi-final, that's what you tend to do. Tideway Scullers will be thinking, oh my word, and trying not to lose their heads. And if they've got a good Cox who knows the race plan, and the whole 8 knows the race plan, I think they're going to be starting to press on. And actually, here comes the sprint.
Right, have a look at these rates here, because it looks to me as if Tideway Scullers are really beginning to wind this up. Canterbury,
39
do they look
for
as if
Tideway Scullers.
do they look as if they're able to hang on?
Oh my word, this is going to be
My God,
tight.
this is going to be brilliant. Look at this. Look at this.
I would be very happy to be proved wrong.
Where is the finish line? Where is the finish line?
And I think it's going to be Canterbury and potentially.
It
Yes,
is,
it is.
Well, they're not celebrating. They're
Oh,
both very, very close. We're not actually plumbing lines, so I tell you what, we're not going to call that. That could well go. Neither crew is punching and doing all those things when they win, so I don't know.
But, I mean,
That's
everyone on the
very,
live stream is
very
seeing what we're seeing,
tight.
so
Well, make your own mind up.
make your own mind up.
But I would add, this camera is not bang level, and it's certainly not the photo finish camera. So we'll let you know on that one.
I think we have a bit of a break now for 25 minutes until 3 o'clock, according to my programme.
Well,
But we could have that pair that we
Yeah.
missed earlier, actually. So
Yeah, we'll stick with that because we could have the pair. Our very alert staff here on our web streaming, the boys that drive the drones, deserve a round of applause.
yeah, absolutely.
My friend who celebrated Daddy's Day with his at least 20 kids I saw arrive, they're working damned hard. All his crew. They're in a little caravan at the back of us, stinking hot. 3 days of producing this, but wow, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant coverage. So well done to you and the team, and well done to everybody involved with Henley Women's Regatta. It's just got better and better, this regatta, year on year. I keep telling everyone to come down and have a look. Had some mates come down yesterday, they know nothing about rowing. They had a fabulous time. They found it so exciting. And you meet some great people
You sure do.
from all over the world, Lizzie.
And the ones that can't be here are watching.
And the ones that can't be here, you're watching it on the Tinternet.
And you know, everything has gone up. The quality, not just the quality of the racing. You know, we've got crews from all over the world, as we've just said, competing here this weekend. And you know, 10 years ago, we would not have had 5 American 8s in senior 8s here at Henley Women's Regatta, and we do, you know, 4 or 5 I think there are in senior 8s, or have contested that over this weekend. And it's not just that, but also the quality of the, you know, everything, all the support network and the interest in the crowd and the size of the spectators has gone up. So,
And the Henley Regatta, the fact that they've now got more events at Henley.
I'm going to give you the result of that last race rather than keep you waiting. And it was a win for Canterbury by a canvas in a time of 4:47.
New record.
Whoa, that is fast.
It was
The-
4:58. New
Yeah,
record.
the course record was 4:58. That's 4:47 by. Did I just say that? 4:47 by a canvas. Wow. The result of the previous race, which was the academic cross fours, University of London overcame King's College London, 2.5 lengths. The time 5:24, and that is record, not record,
not
no,
record.
not a record.
3 seconds.
we just got so used to saying record
know.
time now.
I know. The race before that saw Thames Rowing Club A beat the University of London. Distance 2.5 lengths. The time there was 5:35. Lizzie, what was that?
That 5:24. Sorry, yeah, 5:35, 2.5 lengths.
5:35, 2.5 lengths.
6 seconds
No,
off.
that's not a record. Oh dear, come on. Then let me stand there. Newcastle University. That was a win. 2 lengths. The time there was exactly 5 minutes. I don't think I announced that one earlier, did I? No.
Yes, we did, because we said it was a new
It's
event.
a new. No, sorry. Yes, I did. New. Right.
Good.
Where are we? We are waiting for.
I think we're waiting for this elite pair, potentially, that we saw go up to the start.
Yes.
Now, I think The word on the street is that this has been pushed back because they had a re-row in this event.
They did.
So I think what they've done is actually they've put this event where, because they had a clash,
Yeah.
both crews were responsible.
Yeah.
What they've done is they've said, look, we'll re-row it, and then we'll give you a bigger break after your semi-final, because otherwise they'd have literally been turning around and coming back up to the start, and that's why that they've left it until now and put this in this gap. So we might have a bit of a
Do they
break
put it in the gap, or do they stick it at the first race
before the
gap? Because the next race is scheduled to kick off at
3 o'clock. 15 minutes time.
Cool. Okay, so sing a song, tell a story, eat a few chips, go and put the kettle on, and enjoy these images, and we will be back just as soon as there's a bit of racing.
Yep.
How long?
So we're off the start now, and this is actually contrary to what the screen just said there, that it was lightweight double sculls. It's actually the elite pairs. So we've got elite pairs Imperial College on the Buckinghamshire Station on the right hand side of your screen there, and then we've got on the left hand side of your screen Banks Rowing Club Australia. And I've actually heard this Aussie pair are pretty good.
One of them's an Olympian.
One of them's an
Two
Olympian.
Sorry.
Hagen in this pair.
Alexandra Hagen.
Alexandra Hagen. There we go. We've got our resident Australian expert here in the commentary box, so I'm sure you'll know a lot more about this crew than we do.
And Rosie was in the running for the 8. She was in the squad last year. So Alex Hagen, she went to the 2012 Olympics here in London in the women's 8, and in 2016 went to Rio. Last year went to Rio in the Australian women's 8. She pairs up now for this event with Rosie Chapman Popper, who was at university in the USA and went to the Under-23 World Championships for the USA. And she's now part of the Australian squad, I suppose you would call it. And she pairs up here with Alex, having buddied up with her last year when they were in the squad for the Australian Women's 8. Alex hails from Bunbury in Western Australia, and she moved to Sydney to train for the Rio Olympics. She earlier on this year moved to Melbourne, where she's been coaching, and that's where Rosie is from. And you can see they're in the distinctive pink zoot suits of Banks Rowing Club from Melbourne.
Zoot suits, I love that.
Right,
all in ones to us.
All in ones to
us regulars over here.
And as you can see, they formed a good pairs combination, very neat indeed. So an exciting combination, looking very composed as they make their way down the course now. I haven't actually checked the entries for Henley Royal, but I would imagine that they're going to race in the new pairs event there and get themselves up in the running again to join our new centralised training programme for women, which is in Penrith, just outside Sydney. There'll be a testing camp in November, and I would have thought they would be very strong contenders to move into the senior squad next year.
Wow, very good. That's a full rundown of which, and you're probably right, with the new pairs event at Henley Royal, I think that would be a very good step for them to make. And the pair from Imperial, we can't forget Amy Gibson and Fiona Macklin, who are doing a very good job to stay, a couple of lengths back from this very highly experienced Australian crew. As we've just heard, sort of the rundown of their rowing CV there is very impressive, and it's probably about 3 lengths now, looking at that drone shot, to the crew from Banks Rowing Club in Australia. And you're absolutely right. Just look at that leverage that they've got on that pair, and very tricky to do in these unstable boats to get that far around the pin and lever it round.
So you're looking at the postponed race, if you're wondering why it's not in sequence. This is the elite pairs for the Redgrave Challenge Vars. It was race number 352. It's Banks Rowing Club Australia, Imperial College. And obviously the next race up will then be the senior lightweight single sculls. Perry of Thames Rowing Club up against Sarah Lewis from Greenbank, Falmouth. And you're watching this Australian pair who do look most certainly a class act. They're making their way now down to the finish. They're just approaching the end of Upper Thames enclosure and making their way down through to the finish, which is just beyond the chairman's enclosure down at Remenham Club.
And if they are going on to compete at next week's Henley Royal Regatta, they'll certainly have a good field to measure themselves against, because that new pairs event at Henley Royal is very well entered. We've got crews from sort of New Zealand and the Netherlands and Australia all contesting that women's pairs event. So they will certainly be able to match themselves up against the rest of the world. And if you look there at the top right-hand side of your screen, we have a memorial row past. This is in memory of Beryl Crockford.
Beryl Mitchell, as she was known. Beryl Mitchell.
Beryl Mitchell.
When she represented in the Beryl Mitchell, as she was known, when she rode at Thames Tradesman and represented Great Britain in the heavyweight single scull, where she won silver in the Olympics World Championships.
Gosh,
Back in the 80s, and then went into the lightweight women's double scull with Lynn Clark. I think the first time we'd ever won a medal was right at the beginning of lightweight women's rowing, actually, back in the middle 80s. And Beryl and Lynn went on to win a silver medal in the lightweight double at the World Championships in 1986, I believe it was. Beryl really was the instigator of the success of junior women's rowing when back in the 90s she went to coach at Lady Eleanor Hollis School. Before then, junior women's rowing really wasn't that strong. It wasn't actually very traditional for schools to have women's rowing. Beryl really instrumental in getting that going. They boated out of Molesey Boat Club, and she was such a fantastic coach. She was an inspiration to women around the world, really, with how strong she was and how competitive she was. And of course, the next junior women's programme to really be successful and compete strongly against Lady Eleanor Hollis was Headington School, who we saw earlier. So a really fantastic legacy that Beryl left here for both women rowers and schoolgirl rowers, and also inspiring women to move into coaching. I distinctly remember her saying to me, right, you're going to coach, and taking me down to Lady Eleanor Hollis and go out and coaching launch with her, and I just thought she must be joking, but now of course I love it, and it's so good to see so many women coaching. One of the other ways in which Beryl has been an inspiration is that back just over a decade ago, she moved with her husband, Duncan Crockford, who used to be captain at Leander, to Australia, and Beryl took up coaching there. There weren't very many women coaching, and Beryl really consolidated herself as a coach of school boy rowing at Sydney Boys High. Everybody was devastated when Beryl passed away earlier this year. She'd had 2 hip replacements and was very excited about how well her legs were working. She was always a keen cyclist. She was out cycling, doing a training cycle around Sydney Olympic Park, and nobody quite knows how it happened, but she cycled into the back of a parked car and was tragically really badly injured, suffered horrific brain injuries, and was on life support for a number of days, and then the decision had to be made. And a very sad decision for Duncan and their son Daniel, but this memorial row past precedes a memorial service at Duke's Meadows at 10:30 next Saturday, the 24th of June, where we're really hoping all of those who were coached by Beryl and rowed with Beryl will come down and celebrate her life, her times. There'll be a row past and her ashes will be scattered. It'll be a lovely day of celebrating her life, and I believe there's going to be a row over of the girls that rowed with Beryl at Henley Royal Regatta on the Saturday.
Oh, well, isn't it fantastic to see
Yeah,
that?
Liz, thank you very much for that. We wouldn't have had anything near the tribute to make if it wasn't for you. Thank you very much indeed, and it's lovely to see a light moment there, which is a very sad occasion, her passing away. They've named the boat Beryl the Peril.
Yes.
Which is just lovely.
And that's their new first date, isn't it? I think so.
You can see that on the top right-hand screen. Right.
Senior lightweight single sculls.
Yep, back to the racing, and here we have the lightweight single sculls. This is for...
So this is for the Fiona Dennis Trophy, I believe, and we've got Susie Perry of Thames Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, and we've got Sarah Lewis of Greenbank Falmouth on the Buckinghamshire Station, and...
In the semi-finals, they were 1 second.
In the semi-finals, they were only 1 second apart, which in single sculls... That's pretty phenomenal to be so close in separate semi-finals on time.
Yeah.
I don't know how close the racing was, and it looks to me as they come past that window here, it's half a length to Susie Perry of Thames Rowing Club. And Susie, of course, was rowing for BP University, I think, last year. UL and BP, I think she did as well. For a couple of years, and so just out of university now. I think she studied law at BP while she was contending at Bucks Regatta. She did very well in the lightweight single scull there last year.
World Junior Games in the lightweight double scull.
Yes, and she was in the double with Imogen Mackey, who we saw earlier, winning that lightweight double sculls event. So here she is in this lightweight single scull, currently leading by half a length over Sarah Lewis of Greenbank Falmouth. And I don't know much about Greenbank Falmouth. It's probably one of those clubs I don't really know much about, which is I don't know if we can gather any information on them, but great to have them in a senior final event in this lightweight single scull.
No, Greenbank Falmouth is a new one on me. I'm just looking here at the list of racing. We've got Academic 8s coming up next, and then racing every 5 minutes now through till 4:10, so stay with us here. And you're watching the senior lightweight single sculls final.
And it's been quite tight, as we said, you know, only a second between these two scullers, but I know certainly, you know, as we've mentioned, I know Susie Perry as being a very competent racer. She's very racy. Often when she isn't the favourite on paper, quite often she will sort of surprise everyone, which is, you know, a real good trait to have as a single sculler. When it is just you and you're the only one that's impacting your race plan and you're the only one that can decide when to go, I think she has a real eye for reading a race, and certainly having watched a race over the last couple of years in both her lightweight single at the British University Championships and other sort of big regattas here in the UK, I certainly, you know, do rate her as a very good single sculler, and she's got a very good head for it. But you know, great of Greenbank Falmouth sculler Sarah Lewis here to be within a couple of lengths and so close on time in the semi-finals. And as soon as I do find out a bit more about Greenbank Falmouth throwing, I will tell you more about it. But apologies if you are here tuning in from Greenbank Falmouth and we don't know much about you, but it's great to see you here in the final.
Someone put some comments on Facebook.
Oh, they're from Cornwall. There we go. So they're from the south coast, and they're near Redruth in Cornwall, and they're a small, friendly rowing club providing opportunities for recreational and competitive rowing, all the way from beginner, all the way through. And they've got quite a lot of support here this weekend by the looks of their Twitter feed, which is great. And they'll be really pleased to see how well Sarah Lewis is doing here in this final of senior lightweight single sculls.
Right, the next race, which is underway now,
Ooh,
Academic 8, Newcastle University and Oxford Brookes.
This has been one I've been looking forward to all day. So this race, Newcastle University, Oxford Brookes University, Newcastle, current holders of the Academic 8 trophy, which I can tell you is the Colgan Foundation Cup. And looking to retain it as Newcastle University and Oxford Brookes both set the record in their semi-finals.
The record was 4:55. Oxford Brookes went down in 4:54. Newcastle in 4:52. So again, there's very, very little to choose between these two.
And Newcastle have got the better start, which is, you know, good considering Oxford Brookes are usually very furious and very relentless off the start and like to get the upper hand off a crew in the first couple of 100 metres. But Newcastle, renowned for very high rating, very punchy, especially in the 8s as they come off the start. And I think it's about a canvas, maybe quarter of a length actually, to the crew from Newcastle University.
Yeah, Newcastle have just held that start a bit longer, haven't they? They're really punching it out. I don't know when you want to put the race on this, but they really are sticking some strokes in there, and it's Newcastle ahead of Brookes. Brookes, bags of fight in the Brookes crew. They will not want to let them get away, but they are
38 in the Newcastle crew.
Ahead.
And Alex Lee has done such a good job this year. They've already had one win in senior fours this morning that we've seen. So this is not the top 4 girls in this crew that they've got in Academic 8s. And they can't have anyone that won Academic 8s last year in the crew. So actually, this is almost a third set of athletes for Newcastle University.
So the questions then are, have Newcastle just gone out too hard, too fast? Can Brookes catch them. Brooks, when they passed us, were 3/4 of a boat length down. Now watch very carefully and see if Brooks, once they've settled into that race rhythm, whether they just have a little bit more boat speed that will just allow them to edge up on Newcastle. Newcastle, sitting ahead, will be very, very aware of where Brooks are.
So
They'll be able to respond to any challenge.
So Newcastle currently over-racing Oxford Brooks by 2 pips. Newcastle, well, 1 pip actually. Newcastle up at 38, Oxford Brooks at 37. So a really high rating final we've got here in this Academic 8s final.
Well, one thing I'm pleased is that what we had yesterday with a lot of 8s races was the Coxes just trying to be a bit too clever and go for that middle station and get involved with a bit of knitting. We had a couple of clashes. One race was decided by a clash. The umpire let it go, and the clash was in neutral water. The crew responsible put themselves out of the race. So it's really good to see a clean fight. Everybody likes to see a bit of knitting and that, but it's much better and much fairer to see this, which is a keenly contested race. Are Brooks
Out, so we're
gaining or not?
I think they're holding. We're out of the boat racks now, so this is the final 500 metres, and I would not be surprised to see Brooks throw the kitchen sink at this. Well, that's all they've got left to do,
Well,
really. They've got to do something. Newcastle, though, as I said, are already overrating them, so they've not really got far to go unless they go up into the 40s, which, again, they could. But I think Newcastle are now out at a length. And as I say, Alex Lee will be sitting watching his crew now as they power away ahead of Oxford Brooks, who, let's not forget, overall winners of the British University Championships across the boards. They were absolutely laden with medals, and here they are, Newcastle University, pushing their wake at them. It's, Alex Lee will be absolutely chuffed with the performance of his Newcastle crew. And in this final, special things can happen. And I think this Newcastle crew, hats off to them, because I think they've probably come here and to defend a title is unbelievable.
Okay, just to keep you posted on what's happening here. So you've got the final of the 8s in the top right-hand corner, and we have the final of the senior single sculls. Laura Merridew, Reading Rowing Club, and Sarah Bowyer from Wallingford. That's on the screen on the left. That's very, very tight indeed. The single sculls course record 5:53, which is set by Laura Merridew. And looking here at that single sculling race, very, very tight indeed. A result I can give you is that the senior lightweight single sculls for the Fiona Dennis Trophy it was a win for Susie Perry of Thames Rowing Club. The distance was 4 lengths. The time was 5:56.
New course record.
And it is a new course record.
We're going to get sick of saying that. Oh, 7 seconds.
That information provided by
Her auntie.
her auntie, who's absolutely proud as punch. Right, Camilla, what's happening in
What
this
have we
singles
got
race?
here? So we've got these 2 single skulls who actually I don't have an updated list to tell you who they are, but actually here we go. Sorry, my apologies.
Oh no, it's this one, isn't it? Yeah.
Laura Merridew on the Berkshire Station, Reading Rowing Club, Wallingford. Sarah Bowyer, Louise Bowyer, I think she's known as on the ground. So I think she goes by another name. So this is currently Laura Merridew of Reading Rowing Club leading by about a length, and I watched Sarah Bowyer, Louise Bowyer's semi-final, and she just doesn't even look like she's trying, but she's moving so quickly through the water. She's such a tall girl, and she can leave with the boat, and you can see her there. It just looks like she's gliding forwards, and Merridew just looks like she's overrating her a little bit, and it's working for her as it stands at the moment. And Laura Merridew had a really tight semi-final where she actually had to row through the sculler from Durham University. So she did have to put in a bit of work in the semi-final. She's now sitting up on Wallingford Rowing Club's Louise Bowyer, and I think we're going to have to sort of watch to make sure that, again, it's only sort of sitting at 2 lengths at the moment, that Bowyer doesn't sort of wind up the rating in that last 500 metres. But Merridew does look pretty comfortable, and I think if a challenge was mounted, she'd probably be able to respond to it.
new course record again.
Right, to bring you up to date with the results, the Intermediate Academic 8s for the Colgan Foundation Cup, sponsored by Colgan Foundation, was a win for Newcastle University over Oxford Brookes, distance 1¼ lengths, and a new course record, 4:48. They are tumbling the records here.
We're gonna
Wonder why that is.
we're gonna look at the programme next year, and it's just gonna be like 2017, 2017, 2017. So people will look at that and think, oh, that must have been a good year.
And the present holder of this particular event's record is out in the lead at the moment by some, 2 lengths?
2 lengths, I'd say, probably. Which, again, I think it looks very comfortable. I would be very surprised if there was any big changes in this final.
That's the second time in the finals Newcastle Uni has set a new record. Look, they set a new record in that 4 as well.
Yeah, well, you were telling us how good Newcastle University are, and there you are. There's proof. 2 wins, 2 records. Fantastic stuff. So we're watching this final, senior single sculls. We've got junior single sculls next. Dooley of Agecroft, Campbell of Exeter University. Then there's the senior quads, which is Headington School. The youngsters, the schoolgirls up against Tideway Scullers School.
Yeah, that will be a great race, actually.
That'll be a great race.
I think that's one to put in the diary because Tideway Scullers only just sort of led the whole way down their semi-final. Headington rode through Oxford Brookes to win theirs. So they're both really riled up and I think ready for a good battle down that course. So I think that'll be a really tight race to look forward to today.
The junior single sculls, yeah, that's Dooley of Agecroft and
The Dialis Trophy.
Campbell.
Yes, of course, for the Dialis Trophy coming up next. You're right, and you know, good to remember.
Teeth in.
And there they are on the start line, and you know, as we mentioned, good. We've just had obviously a road pass for Beryl Crockford, but of course, you know, Dame Di sadly passed away just earlier on this month, and you know,
Fondly remembered.
very fondly remembered. Done a lot for the sport, and especially for women's rowing, and she was always a regular attendee here at Henley Women's Regatta, and you know, fantastic that she's got a trophy named after her. I think she has for a little while, actually. You know, this has been the Dame Dialis Trophy for quite some time, and probably even more pertinent this year than ever before, and a very special race for these 2 ladies to be involved in this junior single scull. And we've got Agecroft on the near side there, on the Berkshire station, and we've got Exeter University on the Buckinghamshire station.
Right, Camilla, we're going to have a little change of voice now. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Greg Davis. What he doesn't know about rowing. Nobody does. So, Camilla, thank you. I'll be back very shortly. I'm going to hand you over to Greg now, and he can take up commentary. So this is the junior single sculls that we have on the start. Good afternoon, Headmaster.
Always a pleasure to share a cramped room with you on a sunny afternoon, Martin. And this dancing that we're doing, we've not done that.
Oh my word! We've got water flying everywhere here in the commentary HQ.
Unfortunately,
It's missed all the electronics, so we're all okay. But
we have got the results. Laura Mayrew of Reading.
fantastic. So there we go for that previous race.
Can you see it? Laura Mayrew.
It was Laura Mayrew who led the whole way down the course that won that senior single scull
3 lengths.
by 3 lengths, and of course that was for the Bernard Church's Trophy.
And she broke her own record by a second, 5:52.
And that was sponsored by the Copers Partnership. She broke her own record. There you go, in a time of 5:52. So she won by 3 lengths. So we're off the start now with the junior single sculls. And again, we were just saying how pertinent this race is, the Dame Dialis Trophy for this junior single scull.
And she would have loved this.
Oh, she would have absolutely
would have loved this. And it's just right that there is a a trophy, and that she knew about it actually before, sadly, she did pass away. Greatly respected, not just amongst the rowing fraternity, but anyone who met her were instantly enamoured by her lovely manner. So it's very sad news.
Now, it's interesting because I believe we were here yesterday, both of us, Greg, and we watched this Exeter University sculler, did we not, win in the
We did.
quarter final, I think.
And how impressed were we?
We were very impressed, and I think, did we not both say we were putting our necks on the line and tipping her to be in the final, if not win?
You know
So-
someone's going to check that.
Oh gosh, yes,
Yeah,
I
we
will
did
go
that.
back.
And,
But I think we did.
we talked about the fact that she's at Exeter University, whether she's there as a young freshman, but she's got access to that training, that excellent program they had there at Exeter University, and she is a really fine athlete, actually. But that's not taking anything away from Dooley either. You don't get into a final.
Absolutely not. And in the junior singles girls here are so competitive, so competitive, because these girls probably have faced each other throughout the year, and when it is side by side, it's not like we're here at the national schools where there's 6 lanes to get into a final. To get into the final here at Henley Women's Regatta, you have to sort of battle through all those different side by side stages, and it's currently the sculler from Exeter University that is just a length, and there's still overlap. There's a bow ball overlapping with the Agecroft sculler. We're in that little white box there that you can see from the drone footage, and as they've come past us, it's still one length. And I think actually the Agecroft Rowing Club sculler has just started to push the rate up a little bit. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, they're both working incredibly hard just to get the edge. Psychologically as well as physically here, and the Exeter sculler, as we saw, did have the better start, and she's pushed that out now to what, 3/4 of a length, to what you see on the monitor.
But Exeter University did almost break clear water off the edge of the island, so that is certainly the Agecroft Rowing Club sculler that has managed to come back a little bit with that sort of running speed, with that middle section sort of cruising speed that they'll both have.
Yeah, this is a super final for singles, isn't it? Because as Martin was saying earlier, I was listening to his dulcet tones about was it something about fat ladies and singing or something like that, and I don't know. It's never over until it's over,
And
I think is what he was trying to say.
Quite literally, as you say that, watch this. The Agecroft sculler now coming back at the early leader, Exeter University, and as we've been saying throughout the day, we have seen 1 or 2 tight races in the singles over the course of the last couple of days, and we've seen a few row-throughs in the course of the last couple of days, and so I think Agecroft is in a really good position to do that. She's definitely still got time.
She has, but form this season, up until now, would suggest that the Exeter University sculler is just ahead. Certainly from national schools results, she was in that worst of all positions, 4th. No one wants to be
gosh,
4th.
no one wants to be 4th.
In the final. The Agecroft sculler Dooley was in the A semi-final, but didn't make it to the final. So
Oh, and there's that very exciting race that's just gone off the start for the senior quadruple sculls between Headington on the left-hand side of your screen there and Tideway Scullers on the right-hand side of your screen. And boy, I cannot wait for this to come
you are
past
getting quite
us.
excited. I thought it was because I did the chair instead of Martin, but no, you're absolutely right. This is incredibly exciting, and apologies to the scullers that we've moved away from them, but you'll see how tight this race is going to be, and we've been handed some statistics. We've got our very own Stato.
From
Oh no, really?
Here.
Australia,
the
do-
Times.
She's English.
Oh, that's okay.
Taking the piss out of me, are you, mate?
So it's Headington School in this senior quadruple sculls final that have taken a canvas lead over the Tideway Sculler School quadruple scull. And this Headington School crew have had a couple of unfortunate years. They've been going for the Diamond Jubilee at Henley Royal, and they've just missed out every year to Gloucester Hartbury, and this is their year, I think they think, and they've entered senior quads here so that they can get good competition, so they know that they're at the right level to be able to win that this year. Gloucester Hartbury, of course, in the junior event that we'll see a bit later on, but if you're winning senior quads here at Henley Women's Regatta,
Well, if you're in the
as
final
a junior,
of senior quads.
as a junior quad, I think that's a pretty good sign.
And they're in the lead.
And they are in the lead,
And this is going to be a great race. There's only 2 seconds between them in the semi-finals that they both rode.
oh my word, look at that cruising speed from
And
Headington.
absolutely, you can see this thankfully on the drone footage. This is just a beautiful sight. I'm going to tingle here just by watching these quads. It's the boat speed. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, Camilla. We've got those new records. Looking at that boat speed going past us, I'd be surprised if we're not in for another course record here.
Now,
really
it's
surprised.
three of the girls in that Headington quad were in last year's Headington quad, so they've remained wholly the same. So they've spent a lot of time together when they've not been in the 8. And they raced it at national schools. They won it at national schools as well, I believe. And Tideway Scullers, of course, got a medal at the British Rowing Championships, and up against some very stiff competition, you know, from Leander and Molesey and all those guys. So Tideway Scullers actually also have a pretty good record at senior level as well. So the Tideway Scullers crew successful at the Metropolitan Regatta, I believe, as well, and have just upped the rating no end. Look at that! Look at that
They're really
wind
wanting
that's
to
just
get,
happened.
aren't they? They just want to get back on target for that sprint finish. There is going to be an absolutely massive sprint finish, and listening to Martin earlier about front loading, certainly Headington had the better start. They want to get that psychological edge, but they are an experienced group, the Tideway School.
Well, here comes Tideway
Yeah.
Scullers. Look, they've eaten back, I think, at least a little bit, because I think Headington got out to probably about 3/4 of the length, and I think it's now about half a length, actually, to
and the
Headington.
difference between the two crews, of course, because Headington School will probably be lighter, less experienced. Tideway Scullers, perhaps a little bit more powerful. Maybe they've spent, and I'm guessing here, a little bit more time in the gym rather than on the ergos.
And
we'll see. They'll see them coming back.
in saying that, I know that the bow girl from the Tideway Scullers crew is a lightweight, Mimi Carlton. She's, you know, down at sort of 57 kilos most of the year. So,
Gosh, that's nearly as heavy as me.
So in saying that the Headington School crew is lighter, oh my word, look at this!
Yeah,
Look
this
at the
is gonna be
surge that's just come from
absolutely
Tideway
great.
Scullers, and this
And
is going to be a
Headington
great
responding.
finish.
And Headington, we need to stay with this race, I would imagine, because this is going to be exciting right to the finish. There's no doubt about that.
And I think Headington have responded, actually, because that's drawn back out again, and this would be an emphatic end to the regatta for Headington School. They've just won the Peabody Cup, the Junior 8s, in a record time, and here they are leading a senior event. And
in the semi-final, they equalled the record for this event. No, sorry, they set a new record for this event.
they set a new record in the semi-final, and as
Well,
schoolgirls,
we think they're going to break. Well, we'll see. But this is the
here
day
come
for
Tideway
records.
Scullers. Look, here they come. Here comes the wind, and if we can cut to this senior quadruple sculls event, this is going to be so tight on the line. Here come Tideway Scullers, and they've taken
They
back
haven't.
half
Look
a
at this.
length
This
on
is so
Headington,
exciting.
and I think Tideway Scullers
But
have
Headington
just about
responding.
got their nose out in front ahead of
Oh, my
Headington, and
goodness.
oh my word, I am not going to be able to call that on the line.
What a brilliant,
That
brilliant
was
race.
sensational, and poor Headington, if they've lost that, having led the whole way down, and as you said earlier, both of you actually, it's not over until it's over, is it?
It's all right.
He's such a sagacious chap, isn't he? Martin Unsworth.
The fat dog bar. It's not over until the fat dog farts. Is the new
So here we are, Junior 16 quadruple sculls. So we'll bring you the results of that as soon as we can, because let's be honest, neither of us know.
Result of the junior single.
And we've got Henley Rowing Club now leading this event in the Junior 16 quadruple sculls. And one of our co-commentators here, Martin, getting very excited as the local crew are out in front against another very strong crew. That's crew 224.
Where you go, Henley?
Which is a world-class start composite from Ely, so from the east coast of Great Britain. So Cambridge 99, Isle of Ely, Kings Ely, and they are currently sat half a length down, but closing slightly, I'd say.
This is, again, I think we said it yesterday, Camilla, fantastic programme they've got at Henley. They've had so many finalists, semi-finalists in this regatta. They were the Victor the Door and winners at the national schools. And it's not just the girls. I know this is these are the girls, but the boys are really coming on as well. So it's absolutely fantastic program. And every year they keep producing a quad or an 8, and it's just fantastic. And they row and scull so beautifully.
Absolutely, and they've had lots of success this year, and these are their J16s, as we've just said. So this is the younger generation of that junior sort of core group that have been performing really well on the national stage, you know, it's good to see that it feeds through to the sort of lower tiers as well in the younger years. Yeah. But this world-class start crew, so just to sort of put into context the crew that we've got from the Cambridge Composite, so all of these scullers, I think bar one, all started to row not so long ago. They'd all been identified as very strong athletes for their age, being very young, and they've all been put together, actually, you know, with no one else to row with from their particular schools, and they've all come together from the school, from King's School Eve, from Isle of Ely and from Cambridge 99, because they've had no other sort of crew to row with. So I was speaking to one of their coaches earlier on today, and actually he was saying, although the start programme's been very strong in the east of England, this crew actually haven't really been a part of that. It's just that they've all been identified from their own separate programmes as being very strong. So
but that's also the difficulty, isn't it, to get all the 4 athletes together to train. And what we're seeing, there is a Henley crew that are so together. They've been practising, and on this course, of course, this is where they row.
Their bread and butter. Oh, and a little bit of combat there from the composite. So it's half a length now to Henley Rowing Club. Half a length. And like we just saw in that last race, half a length really isn't much, is it? So I suspect that we're on for another close race again in these quadruple sculls. And just a quick update, the result of the junior single for the Dialis Trophy that we had earlier on today was a win for Phoebe Campbell of Exeter University by 1 length in a new course record time. Again, we're going to get sick of saying that, 5:55. So we'll go back to, we've got another race on the course now, and that's some double sculls.
Which is the junior double sculls, Nottingham Rowing Club and Tideway School. Again, and it looks like Nottingham did.
Oh gosh, they're getting quite close together in the middle of the river there, aren't they?
Yeah, we were hearing a little bit earlier from.
Just quickly, let's go back to the top right-hand screen there in the quadruple sculls, because we're coming up to the line, and I think.
There we go. Thank you.
Just about still going to be Henley Rowing Club, but a big last push there from the composite, and it's about half a length, and there we go, that was the end. Sorry, I didn't realise that they had so little to go, but we'll flip back there. So back to the junior double sculls, sorry.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, I think Tom was saying that actually when you're on the course, it's wider than you think. And I was talking to my daughter, who's rowed on this course a few times, and she says she doesn't believe that. Actually, if you're steering a quad or something, you feel that is such a thin and narrow route for you. And we mustn't underestimate the steering and the importance of steering in these small boats. And both of them back on track now, but it's Nottingham who had the better start, but they haven't in any way shaken off Tideway Scullers School.
Absolutely, and you know, I was commentating on the Nottingham Junior Double just this morning, actually, in fact, I think it was, and I was speaking to their coach Des, who's been with the club for such a long time, and he's coached many winners at Henley Women's Regatta. He's held the course record in the quadruple sculls at some point, and he was really excited about this junior double scull and thought they had it in them to take the win, and he knew that Tideway Scullers were tough competition, and he actually thought that the Landaf crew that were up against Tideway Scullers in that semi-final this morning were going to be really tough competition as well. So Tideway Scullers had a really tight race with them and managed to overhaul them, and here they are racing Nottingham. Actually,
Nottingham, if you look at this, Camilla, I think Nottingham they're not getting ahead, and Tideway Scullers are still with them, but they don't look so laboured. Tideway Scullers just look a little bit more laboured. It looks as though there's a huge amount of effort going into each stroke there, whereas with the Nottingham, the rhythm seems to be just that little bit better.
Yeah, and I think I think you can really tell that if you look at the finishes of the crews. So when the crews sit back and take their blades out of the water, tide race guys are so keen to get onto the next stroke, and it's not doing them any harm in any way. They are still at the same boat speed as Nottingham, and they have been for the last 500 metres and coming back. But Nottingham, you know, not so rushed to get onto the next stroke, letting the boat run underneath them, and where have they got to go? I've said this so many times with these crews that do look like they're up, you know, up spinning the hands a little bit, and yes, it is giving them the speed through this middle section of the race, but where's the sprint going to come from? Where have they got to go from that high rating that they're taking through the middle? You know, is it just going to be a sort of burn to get back on terms, and then Nottingham actually, you know, look like they have somewhere to go with this, don't they? They could, if we were to say to them, look, you need to start your sprint now, could wind it up through the race.
It looks as though, yeah, I completely agree with that. But I mean, there's a lot of power. Oh, thank you. That's my Father's Day yacht. Just
There's some more results there.
but there's plenty of power. There's no doubt about that in the Tide Race Scholar School. And
We've got the result of that very close race. So, in that senior quadruple sculls event for the Chairman's Trophy, it was indeed Tideway Scullers that beat Headington School by 3 feet. 3 feet. And came from behind, and not a new course record, believe it or not, in that
I'm not
such
sure
a
about
tight
that.
race.
If they equalled the course record in the semi-final, I think it might be.
I think
a
you've
new
said
course
that,
record.
yeah, 4:55 in there,
So we're just going to check that. Meanwhile, back on the screen, you can see again that,
No, the course
that
record was
Nottingham,
5:03.
So they have beaten the course record, sorry. But, yeah.
that Nottingham double, looking absolutely wonderful, I have to say. The smoothness of and therefore they're not wasting energy.
Absolutely.
And they'll be about to just take it up.
Yeah, there they go. Look, so last few strokes there for the crew from Nottingham Club. That is unbelievable. That result from the senior quadruple sculls. Just looking back at that, 3 feet just shows you, doesn't it, that you should never give up until you're through the line.
Until the big dog barks, I think.
Until the big dog barks.
The new thing from Martin.
The names of the crews that are racing. Both the two crews.
So Nottingham Rowing Club is Charlotte Brown and Lucy Holgate. And Tide Race Sculler Schools, India Lawrence and Charlie Wedderburn. And Tide Race Scullers really pushed hard in that middle part there, Camilla. And I think that burn has taken just a bit out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did say that.
Beautiful coaching, obviously, for the Nottingham Rowing Club. It looks at Nottingham. They've been in control of it throughout the race. But unless something strange happens now, I think they're going to turn. They have.
There we go. And look at that. Absolute elation there from the Nottingham Rowing Club double. And Des, who's their coach, as I say, he'll be very pleased having, you know, sat on a launch with him earlier on in the regatta. And we're on now to the next race.
Which is the J16 4, Cox 4. And one of our local rowing clubs, Marlow, on the Berkshire side, and Putney High on the Buckinghamshire station.
A close start. You know, no one's sort of jetted out the blocks and gone to surprise anyone else.
No, this looks a very tight race, doesn't it? And of course they've got the Cox in there, so we're expecting the steering to be a great deal better.
And good to see Marlow in the fours, actually, because last year obviously they targeted the women's quad, and they swapped 2 blades for 1. In this J16 event, usually you'd kind of associate Marlow with very strong sculling crews, and they've made the final here in this J16 Cox 4s event, and are currently leading just by a smidgen, not by much. Probably about half a canvas there to a canvas over the crew on the far side.
And this is where we keep talking about the psychological battle. It's so important because you can't help but take a look, even though you've got a Cox, you can't help but take a look across and sideways, and you've just put a bit of a push in, and you haven't actually got anywhere with it, and you think, oh, flipping heck, that's. This is such a tight race, isn't it?
This is very tight indeed, and it's about to come past us here, and it's very noisy. Very noisy race. We've got lots of support and lots of noise coming from the Coxes, and oh my word, I can barely choose between those crews, and I think it's Marlow just. But 500 metres in, the crews have settled. They're at their sort of base race pace. This is what they need to sort of hold at least for the next 750 metres until they start charging.
And somewhere now, one of these crews is going, and it looks as though actually Putney High School might have just tried to put a bit of a push in there, and the Cox from Marlow has spotted that and has countered it. So it's really nip and tuck here as they go going right past the enclosures there. So they're going to get a lot of support from there. And who's that going to lift more? Is it going to be Putney on the far side, or is it going to be Marlow on the near side? But it's Putney, they've got a bit of a canvas ahead after that push, and Marlow are going to have to respond to that.
Oh, and here come Putney. There we go. I think they've just called a push in the Putney boat, and they've drawn back level, if not moving a little bit quicker, I think, than the crew from Marlow, looking from that overhead drone shot. Look at that, absolutely bow ball for bow ball, and that angle in the bottom left just doesn't do it justice, does it? Because it really is neck and neck.
Putney put the first push in, Marlow, and took about a canvas out of it. Marlow's now responded, they put their push in
and you know,
there, and they're almost level, but Putney have then pushed again, so it's really exciting.
Well, so exciting. And you know what? It's actually the Putney Cox that's probably got the advantage, being slightly behind, because he's got that sort of target to drive his girls on, because the Cox in the Marlow crew isn't able to see what's going on at the crew next to them in the Putney boat. And so having a little bit of a sort of peripheral vision of what's going on in Marlow's boat, I think, has maybe just brought them back on terms.
And this is an important part of the race, because their aerobic capacity will be just about to run out, and they're going to have to switch to the anaerobic energy. Martin can tell us a lot more about that as a lecturer in physical education and dance. But when they hit the sprint, that's when the anaerobic power comes in. So it's there. Putney have had a great middle section there, Camilla, haven't they?
They have
They've
indeed,
really
and I don't know
pushed
where
on.
the Marlow crew,
What's
happened to them, because, you know, that was so tight through that middle section, and credit to Putney for pushing through. You know, they, silver medalists from the national schools, I think, this J16 Cox 4 from Putney High School, they've had a great season, and this would top it off for them, you know, to row through from that tight a race to win. It just makes it all the sweeter, doesn't it? A win's a win, but...
And the head teacher will be absolutely thrilled, because she is an ex-Cox, taught at Shiplake College, and she's really brought, she's once rowing to be the best it can be at Putney, and she'll be thrilled. I have no doubt that she'll be here supporting her girls. And that's been a tremendous row, and a really good battle through that middle part. But they must be about 50, 80 metres from the finish now. And Putney really wrestled that race away from Marlow. So we've got 3 results just to bring you. In that quadruple sculls for the Nina Padwick Trophy, it was a win for the local club, Henley Rowing Club. They beat the Composite by half a length in 5 minutes and 14. In the junior doubles, the Rainer Cup, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation. Another course record, Nottingham Rowing Club beat Tideway Scholars School. So it was Charlotte Brown and Lucy Holgate will be celebrating in that. And that race that we just saw, J16 Cox 4, it was for the West End ARA, and it was Putney High School by 2.5 lengths in a time of 5 minutes and 30.
And a humdinger for you now. So this is the Senior 8s off the start, and this Senior 8s event, both of these crews did a record time in the semi-final, and both of these crews did the same time in the semi-final, in fact. And I was on the launch for Molesey's semi-final, so did see them execute a marvellous race against a crew from the USA. And this is for the GP Jeffries Challenge Cup, sponsored by Simmons and Sons, and this is what I predicted would happen. Now, Molesey have been the favourites in this event all season, and they are stroked by an under-23 silver medalist. They're backed up by an ex-Washington athlete, and also another under-23 capped athlete in Ruth Wyman in the 6th seat, and They came to this regatta, I said this in the semi-final as well, their coach said, we are going to get the course record for this. Before they even knew that course records were falling, we're going for the course record, and look at that, a length already, a length and a quarter at the 500 metre point.
Absolutely wonderful rowing from the start, it really is.
And I mean,
We're
Newcastle...
looking at some fantastic athletes here. Every year I say this, but every year it just gets better and better. And you can see from this wonderful drone footage.
Oh, look at the puddles there. That is just beautiful,
They
isn't
are
it?
big puddles.
And, you know, credit to Newcastle, another crew in a final. You know, that's their third crew we've seen in a final today. And in a senior event again, you know, they're not entering, well, they obviously won academic eights, but 2 senior finals for them in this regatta as university students. And look, that's probably about 2 lengths now to the crew from Molesey Boat Club. And Molesey, as I say, such talent in that crew. They're coxed by Morgan Bain and Williams, of course, who... previously Oxford Blue coxed her crew through that absolutely atrocious water in the boat race in 2015, I want to say, because it wasn't last year, it was the year before. And, you know, here she is taking her girls down the track in this Molesey crew, and she was also part of that under-23 silver medal winning crew. So
She was.
very
I think
experienced.
started out at Ross rowing.
Ross on Wye, indeed, she did, just down the road from myself. So, no, and I'm sure the guys at Ross on Wye will be watching this as well. You know, they're all very proud of Morgan.
They're hugely proud of her.
They're very proud of Morgan, and you know, she's done a fantastic job, and she will be so aggressive in this. You know, even though they're so far in front, they've got, you know, almost 3 lengths now on the crew from Newcastle University. Morgan will not let up. She will execute this race plan from start to finish until that bound ball's crossed the line. And they won at the Met Regatta last week by 9 seconds. So they were in a world of their own, going as fast as they can. And that's exactly what they're going to do again. And just look at the sort of power. Once they've locked on, look at that lock on from the catch that they get. And, you know, so patient through the drive, but that really aggressive sort of lock on and drive, and then patience into the back end. They have absolutely left Newcastle for dust, and I'm not surprised, to be honest. You know, Newcastle have done very well to get to this final, but Molesey Boat Club, favourites from before the regatta, favourites going into the regatta, and favourites here again, I think, for a course record, I would hope, as they set one in the semi-final, and they didn't do this wonderful wind that they're sort of performing for us now. And
as you say, Morgan will be winding them up now with about 80 metres to go. But it's, you know, the water's just wonderful for records, and in that junior doubles, Holgate and Brown, the previous record was 6 minutes and 3 seconds, and they've now reduced it to 5 minutes and 41. I mean,
almost 20 seconds. No,
well,
no, more than 20 seconds.
You don't
yeah.
do maths, do you?
There you go, more than 20 seconds. And we're talking of doubles, we're back up. And I'm actually going to love you and leave you, everyone. So,
well, you were saying yesterday, of course, how you need to get round to all of the social events.
Well, you know, there's a lot of people here I've enjoyed catching up with, and including yourselves. Actually, it's been great to be back in the commentary box, and the coverage this year has been so fantastic. So, just a thank you from me as well to everyone who's been, you know, producing this and filming this and on drones and everything like that, because it's been exceptional, and I enjoy coming to this event every year. So I'm going to hand you back over to Martin, and I'm sure I'll see you all next year.
Camilla, thank you very much indeed, and I will miss you a great deal, as I've got to put up with G. Davis now. Greg, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are we? You taking your burger away? Yeah, I will.
Right, I'm gonna throw it away.
Greg will only steal
Let's
it.
get back to
Yes,
the race.
what have we got? What have we got?
We've got senior doubles here, something that I know that you will want to talk about. Well, you want to talk about everything all the time, I do know that. But we've got the senior doubles here between, on our near side, Leeds Rowing Club in York City Composite, and on the far side to us, the Buckinghamshire station, the Bath University B. And it's the Bath University, Martin, that's led off the start.
Yeah, we're about third of the way down, so 500 metres in, moving away from us now, some 600 metres, and they've got a decent lead now, probably some 2.5 to 3 lengths. And as you can see from the overhead shot, they're sat in a position where they can just respond to anything, any attack that might come. So they're sat out front, they've done the hard work. At the start of the race, top of the island, they had a lead. They've extended that lead now. They're moving through the enclosures down to, roughly speaking, the halfway point.
And this is probably a time to just come back to that last race, that senior eights, where Mosey looked so strong, and of course, as we've come to expect today, have broken the course record. They went through that in the GP Jeffreys Memorial Trophy, sponsored by Simmons and Sons. They won by 4.5 lengths, new course record of 4 minutes and 40, taking 8 seconds off the previous record. Fantastic.
4 minutes 40. Wow, fastest time of the day. Yeah, would be. Yeah, very, very impressive indeed. Okay, and also impressive is the lead at the moment that Bath have in this, the final. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 races left. Yeah, this is the senior double sculls.
So it was a record in the heat.
And the senior double sculls, 5:23 Bath set in the semi-final. The previous record was 5:47. Leeds York went over in 5:30, so 5:23 to beat the record they set earlier in the day in their semi-final. And you can see here that they are pushing their way now down towards the finish. There's probably about a minute left of sculling here.
Boat speed looks tremendous. There's hardly any dip in the stern at all, and that's where, if you are rowing really well, you don't get that dip in the stern. And as you can see there, the technique is such that the boat is just flowing. The boat speed's not being checked at all. There's no brakes coming on it at all. They look a very, very fine double.
They do indeed. The next race up is the Junior Cots Fours. This is Henley Rowing Club up against Godolphin Latimer. After that we have Vesta against the Lee in the Senior Cots Fours. Elite Singles, Glover of Warrington up against Pippa Whittier from Imperial. And then the penultimate race of the day is the Junior Quads, Gloucester Hartbury up against Isle of Ely. And then the Elite Eights will be the final race of the afternoon. Great.
So you'll be getting quite excited now, because you always get excited when Henley Rowing Club
I do, yeah.
are on the river.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know a lot of the people involved in there. You know how much dedication goes into producing these absolutely wonderful athletes. And you'll probably also know that they are the most feared cyclists on the towpath, the Henley Rowing coaches. You don't want to go anywhere near a towpath if the Henley Rowing coaches are on it. So it's a good sight there of Henley on the near side and Godolphin Latimer on the far side. Actually, both of these crews beat American crews in the semi-finals. Godolphin Latimer beat St Paul's School. St Paul's School actually one of the fancied boats for this competition. And Godolphin Latimer the Henley Rowing Club beat Mary On Mercy Academy. And it was Godolphin Latimer who were the faster of the two times, but you should know that there wasn't much in it. So this should be a cracking race. And I would expect Henley to go off pretty quickly. They usually have a really, really good start. It'd be interesting to see if Godolphin Latimer can stay with them. There we are, just winding up. The hardest thing you can do is to get that boat moving. Actually, do you think Godolphin Latimer perhaps had the better start there? Really?
No, it's the camera angle, he says. I don't know.
Hopefully.
It's hard to say, isn't it?
But you've never allowed a camera angle to stop you from making a decision.
Don't get a good story get in the way, you're right. It is Godolphin Latimer that have a lead of about 3/4 length off the start here, ahead of this Henley Cots 4. Probably of the boats they were racing this weekend, they had 4 in the semis, 2 made the final. It was probably the one they fancied the most to medal. Their junior quad they're still mixing personnel up a little bit, so whether that will be the Henley Quad at the end of the day, Henley Royal Regatta for the Jubilee Cup, I don't know. However, these 4 girls find themselves in a sweep or event with the Cox, and it's Godolphin Latimer that have a lead at the moment. They've gone out pretty strong of Godolphin, but I think Henley are coming back on terms here. If I'm not mistaken, they did this in a previous round, Henley. They just sort of got into the race. And I think the psyche of the opposition is maybe, right, let's go off the start like mad and see if we can get out front and hang on. And as they come now past us, it looks as if there's not much to choose here, Greg.
No, and Henley will be patient. They will know exactly how far there is to go on this course, so they know when they can begin to put a push in. And it jolly well looks as though they've just done that right now. So they are within a canvas now, having been, I would say, half a length, more than half a length down. So they are absolutely coming back. And you will have seen the cyclists on the right-hand side of the picture there. They'll be yelling like mad. They're just about to hit the crowds, so they're going to have to stop, and we'll see what Henley can do without them. Henley have had a wonderful, wonderful last 150 metres. And again, just look at the puddles here, and how much power is being put down for these junior girls. Just terrific. And this is going to be it because Godolphin Latimer have come back at them, and they're not going to let them go. But I would say that it's Henley. I know it's difficult to say they look relaxed, but if you look at their shoulders, I think they're more relaxed in the shoulders, and that will be important when we come to that last sprint, the last 200 metres.
However, it is Godolphin Latimer that are certainly putting in a bit of a push here. And if anything, they look to have a bit more pace, do they? It's difficult to say.
Both speed, I would say,
yeah.
is
Henley
similar.
Yeah.
And Henley have still got that maybe they've gone down from a canvas to about 3 feet. Look at that blade work.
But cracking race,
Wonderful.
absolutely cracking race. The shot on the left there shows Ella Morgan in the bow. She's a student at the Henley College, had a terrific year. All she wanted was a GB vest, bless her, and she got one, went over to Munich, raced the pair with Mary Wright, come back with a gold medal there, and that was just such a brilliant result for her. And there's a girl that's just not the biggest in the world, but just worked at it so hard, and I'm really, really over the moon for Ella, particularly if she gets a win here. And at the moment, it's Henley that are up. Godolphin Latimer, I followed them in an earlier race. They put in some cracking performances. The standard's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, these young girls just wonderful.
Martin, these are girls who are combining academic work now.
Yeah.
They'll have exams, I would imagine, important exams, and they're just rowing and training it at the same time. The dedication is absolutely amazing.
Well, they're all going off, I think they're all of an age to go off to uni next year. I know that Ella wants to go to Oxford Brookes, and they should be very, very pleased to have her. And she'll only move on from there. That's great stuff.
That's a
really
great,
good. And
great shot.
That's a mature performance, isn't it? Because Henley were under pressure here, and they had a bit of a go at them halfway down, and they've just kept their cool. Now, the question is, have Godolphin Latimer got anything left in the tank?
So Godolphin Latimer have just started their sprint finish. I would be surprised if Henley haven't got something in the tank though, because they've rowed beautifully throughout, and as I said earlier about being relaxed in the shoulders, they've responded now. They're sprinting away, and I think they're in control.
That's Henley, and yeah, well done Godolphin Latimer, and well done Henley Rowing Club, a gold. Good on you. Well done Chris Boothroyd. Right, this is a cracking race now. Looking at the semi-finals here, Greg, this is Vesta against the Lee Rowing Club, and it's Vesta on the Berkshire station, Lee on the furthest. There was literally a second in their semi-final times. The Lee were 1 second quicker, top of the island, Lee with a small advantage.
And yeah, both crews in the semis broke the existing record, so they are pretty tight. And I know something about the Vesta crew. There's a lovely lady in there who's got a family of oars people around them. And these two crews have been racing each other all season. And so far it's Lee that have come out on top. And at the moment, it's the length ahead. But let's go back to the previous race, where Godolphin Latimer had that lead.
Yeah, they did.
And Henley came back at them. So this is absolutely not over in any way at the moment.
So it's the Lee at the top of the island that had a lead, I suspect, a little bit more than they've got at the moment. They're just coming past us, which, as I say, is roughly speaking about 500 metres.
So in that Vesta cruise, Ruth McKellar, her dad rode for Scotland, her mum rode for Scotland, her sisters with the GB crew out at Caversham. Her brother was captain of boats at that wonderful academic institution called Shiplake College. So they are very much, they're all here and they'll be yelling even now. And they're not letting them go, Martin, are they?
No, they're not.
Gone out and they're trying to stick with them.
Well, there's that overlap that we've spoken about, whether you break the cord or break the link, whatever you call it, but the distance between the tail of one boat and the bow of another, the stern. Yeah, I was going to say stern, but I decided to say tail. So the back end of one boat and the front end of the other is their overlap. Well, they don't want to break, do they? They just desperately want to hold on. As long as they can hold on, they're with a chance of the sprint. And then if they back their sprint, it looks like they're gaining. It looks like they're gaining. What a race.
Yeah, Vesta have just put that push in. But the great thing of being ahead, of course, is you can see.
And respond to the push.
And respond to that push.
If you choose to.
Psychologically, you see, the thing is that Lee have won against Vesta all season. So psychologically, they're going to be up.
Yeah.
And Vesta are going to be a little bit down.
But they can have a look across now and see the boat, see who they're up against, as opposed to following them. They're now not far off, side by side. This is going to be a cracking finish, I can tell you. I predict. Well, this is too close to call. This race is certainly too close to call. You've got a wonderful shot there, and you can see that they're moving away. They're going down past the house that was Old Blades towards the grounds of Upper Thames, and still battling away. Look like a couple of matchsticks there in the distance, but there we are. There's a closer shot. Lee to the left of your screen, Vesta on the right. Lee, they've cranked it up, haven't they, Greg? Looks like they're going up through.
Actually, they've worked really hard in that first half of the race, because they're looking just a little bit more ragged now. And I wonder if you talked about front loading before.
Yeah.
If Vesta's got anything left, this is the time they need to bring it back. And there you can see
they
that
come.
they have.
Here they come.
They're just, and they're looking the better crew at the moment.
Well, the Lee is the Lee is starting to look over, thinking, oh, go away, and they won't go away. They're hanging in there. They really are hanging in, and they would have one last camera shot, which takes us right to left and up to the finish. So they are now just passing Upper Thames, and here they come.
And beginning to sprint.
And the Vesta, what have they got? They can do this. They could do this. Now the Lee, have they gone to? Oh, there's plenty of splashing. 1,500 metres, and they've been pushed all the way. And it looks like the Lee.
They've just done enough, haven't they?
The Lee have, they've actually tided their sprint up. What a great race!
Fantastic race. What a pleasure.
What a pleasure. Brilliant.
For two old codgers to come and watch a race like that.
Well done them. Well done you. Right, singles. Oh, Greg, do some results.
Well, some results from the senior double for the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy, sponsored by Tim and Sarah Lohman. Bath University B beat Leeds Rowing Club by 3.5 lengths in a time of 5 minutes 23, which equals the course record. In that Junior 4, where my colleague here got very excited in the Groton School Challenge Cup, Henley Rowing Club beat Godolphin Latimer by 2.5 lengths, and you won't be surprised to hear that there is a new course record of 5 minutes 22 for that. Just beat that by 1 second. What a great race that was.
Great race it was. Now here are two single scullers whose names are pretty well known on the circuit. Lucy Glover from Warrington and Pippa Whittaker from Imperial College. What's the connection? My granddad was from Warrington. Pippa Whittaker won a double scull with my daughter when she was when Pippa was rowing down at Henley Rowing Club, and we've kept an eye on Pippa over the years, and here she is now sculling for Imperial. Lucy Glover, pretty well known on the circuit, very good pedigree. The Lancashire lass looks to be a length up, if not more.
And she hasn't had it her own way this year, Lucy Glover.
No.
National schools didn't go her way at all.
No.
And really surprised, I think she was, to as were we all, for her just to get the bronze medal here. So she's not unbeaten this season, which she has been in the
She had a
past.
poor national schools regatta, didn't she? She did. I remember somebody pointing and said, "Right, there's your winner." At the time, at the time trials. Well, that's the kiss of death, isn't it? Because what'd she get? 5th, 6th? I don't know.
I think she got a bronze in that.
Okay.
But now she's making up for it. Slight wobble there, but now she's making up for it. She's got, 3 lengths ahead of Pippa Whittaker, and sculling aggressively, sculling well, and wants to show, I think, everyone else that she's back where she should be.
Yeah.
It's difficult to believe that these athletes are not full-time athletes. The amount of training that they do, they give up so much for their sport, and the quality. We keep talking about this, but the quality of British sculling, junior and junior rowing, is absolutely tremendous. And I'm not going to apologise for saying yet again, hats off and thanks to all those coaches around the country that spend hours and hours, volunteer coaches spend hours and hours, go on courses, get better themselves so that they can put back into the sport perhaps something that they've had in the past.
I was talking to Di Binley earlier, who's well known. Does a lot of the old Facebook stuff. Not shy to give her opinion on things. And her and I were just chatting earlier and saying, this sport, of all the sports I've known, this sport would be absolutely shot to bits if it wasn't for the volunteers. Mm-hmm. Everybody. I mean, pretty much everybody involved. Anyway, I won't ramble on about that. But they, well done, guys, boys, girls, umpires. You're all volunteers, coaches. This sport is terrific. Thanks to you.
Absolutely.
End of. Right.
Well, do we still like umpires?
Lucy Glover. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You're getting Christmas cards from many. Right. Well. Yes. Dear Greg, the umpire's always right. That was the letter you got last year.
It was. Yeah, I do remember that.
Yes. Abusive postcard to follow. Right. There you go, Greg.
Isn't that wonderful?
Isn't that a beautiful scene?
We live in this place, It's amazing.
I know.
What a beautiful. If you're watching this and you're within 3 miles of this course, you really shouldn't be inside. You should be down here, because no matter how good our commentating is and how good the pictures are, it's not as good as actually physically being here to watch these absolutely brilliant athletes.
This is one of the hottest. I think it might have been 2011, was it? Where I managed to burn myself to a frazzle. But it might have been 2011, 2012. But this is hot, this one. And as a result, nice warm water, lack of wind, and the results and records are tumbling. Another result, Greg.
Yeah, for the Leicester Club, for the Intermediate Club Coxed 4, that great race between Lee and Vesta. And as you saw, it was Leicester that won by just half a length in the end. Vesta had a real good go at them towards the end. And guess what? New record, 5 minutes 18. Absolutely brilliant. Beat it by 2 seconds. This is another exciting race.
Penultimate race. Gloucester Hartbury, Isle of Ely. Seen both of these, seen both of them up close. Isle of Ely, I must admit, they were a bit of a surprise package for me. Just how quick they were. Gloucester Hartbury, well, you know, they played games, haven't they? Where have they been all year? National schools, they put in a couple doing this and something doing that, leaving the quads alone, having won this event, I think, for the last 2, if not 3 years. You know, where have they been? I'll tell you where they are at the moment. They're about half a length down on Isle of Ely.
Well, I've been watching Isle of Ely too. I agree with you. They're a bit of a surprise package. I've not seen them much at all, I don't think, this season. But as they go past us, you'll be able to see, and from the drone footage too, what great athletes they are. Physically great athletes, but also obviously technically too, because let's be honest, Gloucester Hartbury are really strong. Have they won the Jubilee at Regatta?
Last 2 years?
And now they've come back at them. And just as I keep talking, there's Gloucester
Curse of the
Hartbury.
commentator.
Great push. And just look at the puddle. You can see the puddles there. Gloucester Hartbury really powering down. And within the course of 50 metres, they've drawn level.
Well, they have got a terrific rowing programme there, and I remember watching them here. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, certainly for the last couple of years, they've won national schools. Henley Women's have gone on to win the Jubilee at the Royal. But this year they played games. They've only just sort of shown their hand now, and it's a pretty strong hand, isn't it?
It's an extremely strong hand. I think you were talking earlier about being able to move quickly a boat, and 8s you can't accelerate just as much maybe as some of the smaller boats, and you saw that acceleration after about 350 metres here. Just suddenly, it was putting the afterburners on. You know, we've started, we're safe. Yeah, we're not worried. They've got half a length up on us. Now, let's do it. Foot down. Here we go. And they're really in rhythm now, aren't they?
Tremendous cheer. I can hear it from here, from down the enclosures. Gloucester Hartbury, Isle of Ely. This event is always fascinating. I was talking to a couple of the coaches earlier, and the coach from Warrington was telling me who he thought his top 3 or 4 would be. Of course, Headington are in the elite quads, but it looks like they might have a bit of competition here in the next big race that these girls will be doing, which will be the Jubilee, Diamond Jubilee at Henley Royal, assuming they're all qualified, which I should imagine they will. Look at this for a performance. So behind off the island, and where 95% of crews go on and win from being ahead, these girls came from behind, and now they lead by a length and a half. And look at the power that goes down there. That is what is. You know, you look at some quads and they look as if they're almost bouncing, dancing, and knocking it along. That just looks like boom power, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, you look at the puddles from that drone picture we used, and the power. As soon as they put it on the foot plate, whoomph, off it goes. I don't know, and apologies to the coaches if I get this wrong, but I just thought the Isle of Ely were neater. But actually, you've got to have a bit of both, haven't you? You've got to scull neatly, you've got to have power. And these Gloucester Hartbury girls have got both technique and power. Wonderful.
Wonderful stuff. Last race of the day then is on the start. This is the UL Composite 8. This crew is made up of under-23 trialists, hoping to gain selection in this summer's under-23 World Champs. French and Statter on top of the under-23 pair in April. They won the Gold Championships in the Bucks pair at the Bucks Regatta. Powell and Bell, the second under-23 in the April trials. Hotchkiss Byrne, Long and Adwani in the under-23 8, that won silver. And that is how this crew is made up. Hotchkiss Byrne, French and Statham won gold for University of London in the Championships 8 and came fourth in the Head of the River race.
So quite a pedigree.
Yes, and they are up against
Ohio State University. So they've come a long way.
They have. They competed. One of them competed in the Rio Olympics in the Spanish pair. Cassandra Johnson won the Under-23 World Championships in 2016. Stephanie Williams raced as a stern pair in the Australian 8 in the
Who's this?
Stephanie Williams and Rachel Engel raced as a stern pair of the Australian 8 under 23. So are they Australians at university in
Yes.
Ohio?
They do allow other people
I worked
from other
that out.
countries to go.
I worked that out rather well, didn't I?
You did.
Well played, Poirot. Right, let's have a look. What's happening?
Well, what's happening is we've got a fantastic race whilst we're twittering on here. So it's Ohio State in the lead after about 350 metres by a third of the length. And we're talking about power. Look at the power of these athletes as they move down. So I would suggest that composite, they do need to put a bit of a push in. Because that third of a length is lengthening out to half a length. And Ohio have made that first move. And that composite, that's a huge pedigree of athletes
Yeah,
in that composite. They've got to come back pretty soon, I would say.
it's hard to say from that angle, but it doesn't look as if they're losing ground. But Ohio State looked really powerful when they passed us. Chivas, there were some puddles being thrown down the Thames there, wasn't there?
Fantastic. Look at the power, look at the technique. Wonderful. So this is the last race of this regatta.
What's been a brilliant regatta. Absolutely brilliant. And let's hope that this composite, they're getting a massive roar from the enclosures. An awful lot of people there. Just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Huge amount of people to watch this regatta, which gets better and better every year.
And
And-
congratulations to all the organisers.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the final race. They're not letting them go. Ohio State are on the right hand side there of the screen as you look. They've got the middle of the river, no stream whatsoever, so that doesn't make a blind bit of difference. Ohio State continue to lead as they go through now. There's about a minute, I reckon, left to race here. And
It's a lawnmower, not a helicopter.
They've been in control right from the umpire's flag being dropped, and it's going to take quite a performance if that composite is going to wrestle the advantage away from Ohio State.
Ohio State got off the start superbly, got ahead, held that lead, and they've just been relentless.
They're just beginning to wind it up now, about 120 metres to go. They look comfortable, don't they?
They do indeed.
That's a wonderful display of eights rowing. Absolutely wonderful. As they cross the line. Well done, both crews. What a race.
Brilliant.
Congratulations, Ohio State. Commiserations to our composite there. We're
Right,
going to do
well-
the final results then.
Yeah, let's. If you grab the official result of that one when it comes through, the Elite Single Sculls, which is for the George Innes Cup, sponsored by Leander Club. Lucy Glover of Warrington Rowing Club beat Pippa Whitaker of Imperial College 3 lengths, and the time was 5:54. No record. Good Lord.
State beat them.
Junior quads for the B Language Trophy, sponsored by Walter Scott, was a win for Gloucester Hartbury, who beat the Isle of Ely by 3.5 lengths, and that was 5 minutes exactly, which is a new record. So, 30th regatta,
And
30th year,
that's a new record too.
and we finish with another new record for this course in a time of 4:36, 4 minutes 36 seconds, and a distance of 3/4 of a length. It was Ohio State University, United States of America, that beat the British composite by 3/4 of a length and the record time there was 4 minutes 36. So there we are. We finished with a record. It's been a record regatta. There's somebody mowing their lawn behind me. Greg, thank you. Lizzie Chapman, all the way from the United States of America.
No, Australia.
I'm tired now. Lizzie, God bless you. Thank you ever so much. You're still beavering away here. We've had a wonderful time.
Such an excellent stato.
It is.
Next to you, isn't it?
It is. It is. And thanks to all our commentators, every single one of you. We're in that little hut there, down on the left. We'll give you a little wave out the window. There we are. You'll see that in a second. And a very goodbye, and we'll see you all again next year. Thank you so much.
PA test 1 2 1 2 3 3 to 1 1 2 1 2 3.
Okay, I'm going to. Right, welcome everybody to the 2017 Henley Women's Regatta prize giving. Congratulations to everybody here that has won some very hard races today. Many of our records have fallen, and it's not just because there's not a lot of stream, it's because the standard of women's rowing continues to grow, and you are representatives of all that hard work to make that happen. So first of all, I've got some big thank yous to make. I hope you like the improvements that we've made to the regatta, both the site and our online presence this year. So I really want to thank all our major supporters. I'd like to thank the Bremont Watch Company, who have made it possible for us to offer an outstanding award for achievement, and we'll be announcing the winner of that prize at the end of the prize giving. I'd also like to thank the Colgan Foundation and Imaginate for the support that they've given us in being able to develop a fantastic new website. The results go straight up there. You're able to see what they are really quickly, and also be able to make the live streaming possible, and the 2 drones that we're able to put on this year. And I think you'll see there were some vast improvements, many of which came from the suggestions you gave us from the online survey last year, which was, can we see both races at once? We'd also like to thank the Copers Partnership. They own the land that you are standing on, and they allow us to use this land for free. So that relationship is very, very important to us, and they are very strong partners. Henley Town Council as well have supported us the last 2 years with 2 very generous grants, which we've invested in making the improvements. And they understand the importance of this regatta and the additional funding that you guys spend in our town that make it worthwhile for us to have this regatta. So thank you for going shopping, and thank you for eating in the town. We'd also like to thank Invesco Perpetual, who also have been long-term supporters of the regatta. Scott Investment Partners, Walter himself is a veteran rower and is a very good rower in his time, and Star Capital, Tony Mallin, who has also supported this regatta. And Tony will be presenting one of the prizes later to his favourite club. There are two people that I would really like to mention this year. One is Dame Di Ellis. Many of you would have been saddened to hear of her passing this year. She was chairman of British Rowing for many, many years. She's made a huge difference, not just to women's rowing, but to women overall, but to rowing overall. And she also was one of the founders of this regatta, so we have a lot to thank her for, and I've really missed her this year. She's usually here giving me suggestions as to what I could improve on next year. We also want to remember Kathy Cruikshank. She was our membership secretary for many, many years, and unfortunately she passed away 10 years ago, and in memoriam of that, her husband presented one of the trophies, the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy, and he will be presenting that in memory of Kathy. So let's get on with the prize giving. I'd like to introduce our two prize givers. We did have a very important prize giver coming. The local MP for this area is Theresa May, and she was going to come and present the prizes, but unfortunately she's had a very busy 2 weeks, and she is rather busy this evening. So I think I might ask her if she's free next year. She does send her apologies and she's sorry she can't be with us. So who do we have instead? Well, I was absolutely blown away last year when our women's 8 won a silver medal in Rio. For so many years we've had a very promising 8 and we've never quite made it. I was in the 8 in 1996 and it broke my heart when we didn't get to the final in Atlanta Games. And so I was in floods of tears when I watched this race, and in particular when a few of the crew said at the prize giving, they said, this medal is for every woman that's rowed in an 8, because you really understand what it takes to make an 8 go fast. So I'm delighted to introduce Jessie Eddy and Katie Greaves. So Jess is a Durham girl, and she also rowed for UL and London Rowing Club, so that gives you an idea of her pathway. And Katie learnt to row at Headington, and then she went on to row at UL and then competed now for Leandra and Wallingford. So you can see an idea of the pathway that they've gone, and many of you are here today hopefully following in their footsteps. So I'm going to hand you over to them.
So I think the first thing that both of us wanted to say is just thank you very much for having us here to do this. It is probably an incredible honour that I think neither of us really dreamed about when we turned up and got beaten in the first round when we were 16. So
all right, Katie.
We were discussing last night that we do feel a little bit like frauds doing this, as we worked out that between the two of us, we have actually only won Henley Women's Regatta once. And I'm not going to embarrass Jess by telling you which one of us that was. And it certainly wasn't from a lack of trying. I know the two of us, particularly through our junior years, some of our hardest fought losses came on the Sunday at Henley Women's. And I think it's something that for so many people on the team, this regatta is really what makes you who you are. So for me, it's not just being here in front of you guys that I find so special today, but it's being here with Jess. Jess and I have rowed together since we were 18, when we won an under-23 women's pairs medal together. And we've been through an awful lot of highs on the national team, and also quite a lot of lows. And I think after London 2012, a lot of people thought after we finished 5th that we kind of had our time and we probably should both have given up. But I think those of you who know the two of us know that we're probably maybe not the strongest or the most technical members of the team, but we are probably two of the most stubborn, and we probably love rowing more than anybody else. So for the two of us, I think that that special spark and that buzz that you get from racing, that sort of thrill and satisfaction of being able to push yourself harder than you thought you possibly could do, and probably above and beyond that, the just incredible feeling you get from being in a crew that really, really works, and that bond that you have with your crewmates is what kept us on going. And for the two of us, I know for me, there couldn't have been anyone that I'd have been prouder standing on the podium in Rio with. And I suppose what the last 3 days have kind of taught me is how alive all of that is in women's rowing today. I mean, the technical standard and the standard of power displayed in the racing is absolutely phenomenal, and goes without saying that it's a massive step on from when we last competed here. But I think for me, it's the heart that I've seen displayed in all the races that I've loved watching the most. You know, there have been people absolutely refusing to give up, you know, fighting tooth and nail for every inch in their finals. And I suppose for me, that's something that's, you know, absolutely incredible and special to watch.
Yeah, and Katie's trying to make me cry over here or something. I don't know what she's doing, but for me, it's been incredible to come down here this weekend, and I'm lucky enough to be coaching a winning crew to my Putney High School girls. Well done. And to be a part of that is super special. As Katie said, we've been racing here at this regatta since the early 2000s, getting on a bit. But yeah, I've never won here, so cheers, thanks Henley Women's Regatta. It just shows it's a really, really tough event. And it's so brutal being one-on-one, you against your competitor, up on that start line next to Temple Island. There's nobody else, just you and looking across at them. And it's so intense, but it's what makes our sport so special. And look around you, look how many people come to this regatta from around the world. I think we're so lucky to have it on our doorstep. And watching your races today, I'll echo what Katie said. It's just amazing to see people not giving up, and I think that's something that me and Katie certainly have learned in the past decade of rowing in the team. It was a long time, it was a long, hard-fought battle for us to be standing on the Olympic podium, but also echo what Miriam was saying before, it didn't come by accident. We didn't trip up and win an Olympic medal. We were just finishing off some of the work that was done before us, and for us to stand back and look at the amazing feats of the women that came before us, Miriam in Sydney winning our first ever women's Olympic medal, was something I watched as a 15-year-old and thought, oh, I could give that a crack. And it definitely makes a difference. So I think one thing for all of us to learn is just learn off each other, soak it up, watch how people are racing. If you didn't win, maybe look at some of the faster crews, see what they're doing, and go and speak to them, you know. We're such a great community of rowers that we like talking. You'll probably tell me to get off the stage soon, but we like talking to each other, speak to each other, learn off each other, and feed off each other, because you've got an absolutely great thing going here. And it makes me so proud to be able to step in for Teresa. Soz, she couldn't make it. Jess Eddy's always here. It makes me so proud to be up here and hand out these prizes to all of you guys after watching you race for the past 3 days. So give yourselves a pat on the back, have a Pims, and enjoy the rest of the presentation. Well done.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My role today is simply to step away from the speaker and do name checks for you all, step away from the speaker, and get you all up here. We have, believe it or not, just 1 hour to crack through this, because we have a satellite that's beaming the pictures of this across the world, and we want to get everybody beamed across the world within 1 hour. So I'm going to crack straight on. Please, when you receive your beautiful trophy, it comes in several fragments. We'd like them to come back in the same number of fragments and handle them with extreme care. So let's move on. Our very first event that we're going to present this afternoon is the Avril Vellacott Cup for Elite Coxless Fours. And this was won in a time of 5:02. And I'm going to name check the crew and the coach. Could you all please come up and receive your medals? That's E. Horn, A. Porteous, S. Fletcher, A. Armstrong, and your coach, Carl Reed from Leander. crack on straight to what is actually only one of 2 events that have gone to non-British crews, but they couldn't have come much further to do it. In winning the Elite Coxless Pairs, which is kindly sponsored by Sir Steve and Lady Anne Redgrave, who have some form in this event. This is the Redgrave Challenge Vase for Elite Coxless Pairs, and this was taken by Banks Rowing Club. Could you please welcome Alexandra Hagan, Rosemary Poper and their coach, Nick Mitchell. As we move on to the first of our lightweight events today, this is the Elite Lightweight Double Sculls, and you heard earlier that there were some records broken. This one didn't quite make it by just 1 second. It was a cracking time of 5:20 in their final. This event, which is the Haslam Trophy, is sponsored kindly by Wentworth House Partnership. Please congratulate the winners of this event, Cambridge University Women's Boat Club and Oxford Brooks, Imogen Mackey, Imogen Grant and their coach Alan French. As we move on now to the Elite Lightweight Single Scull, some of you may recall that this event was dominated by a certain Sue Appleboom for a full 10 years. Today, her record, set in 1992, has fallen to the winner of the Godfrey Rowe Sports Cup, which is kindly sponsored by the Colgan Foundation. Huge congratulations go to Edinburgh University's Maddie Arlott and her coach, John Higson. Moving on to what was an absolutely cracking race, and it's going to be extra special for both our prize giver and receivers, because this is the prize for the Peabody Cup for Junior 8s, which is sponsored by Star Capital. The winners took this again in a new record, and the winners are Headington School. Hannah Hornby, Anna Lockhart, India Mattox, Elizabeth Haskins, Tilly Byrne, Lucy Pullinger, Frances Curtis, Isabel Rundle, and their cox Annalise Perkins, and their coach Chris Hermes. Well done, Headington. And this is a first prize giving of this particular event. This is for the senior coxless fours, which has replaced the coxed equivalent. So needless to say, some records were set in this event. And this is for the Frank v. Harry Cup for senior coxless fours. And it was taken in a new record of 5 minutes, which is impressive in anyone's books, by Newcastle University. This is Emily Ford, Lola Anderson, Nicole Lamb, Frances Russell, and their coach, Alex Lee. Moving on to our elite lightweight pairs event, the Parkside Trophy. This was another spectacularly fast event and has resulted in the record being lowered by a full 8 seconds. This is a win for Thames Rowing Club. This is Natalie Hardy and Rowena Code and their coach, Jamie Lowe. On to now the hugely competitive academic coxed fours, which had 28 entries and only 16 go through for the time trial, so even getting that far is an accomplishment. This is the poignant Kathy Cruikshank Trophy, which was mentioned earlier by Miriam, and today being presented by Kathy's husband, Ian Cruikshank. To the winners in spectacular form were the University of London. Please put your hands together for A. Collins, H. Exton Smith, A. Pearce, O. Rogerson, L. Holland and their coach, Lewis Sloane. Well done. The Invesco Perpetual Challenge Cup for Club 8s, which is kindly sponsored by Invesco Perpetual, provided an absolute crowd-pleasing final. I'm sure it wasn't quite so delightful for those taking part, but we absolutely loved watching the winners smash the record and lower it to a phenomenal 4:47 by the princely distance of a canvas, and that was a comfortable win for Cantabrian Rowing Club. This is Georgia Van, Meredy Rose, Emma Dalrymple, Alice Brown-John, Harriet Cross, Jordan Bruce, Bailey Stratton, Millie Perrin, Esther Monchilovic got that right, and Tom Copeland, their coach. And we move from 8s back down to the other end of the spectrum. Here we have the Fiona Dennis Trophy for senior lightweight singles. And another record was broken in this event. So all congratulations go to the winner of this, which is from Thames Rowing Club, Susie Perry, and her coach, Ben Lewis. And Ben's got dressed up, look. And back we go up to the big boats, generously sponsored by the Colgan Foundation and named after it. The Colgan Foundation Cup for Academic 8s was retained by last year's winners, who had the pleasure of receiving their trophies from a Durham alumnus, I recall. This year you're going to receive all your prizes from B.B. Colgan of the Colgan Foundation. Please congratulate in a new record time in the semi, another new record time in the final, Newcastle University. This is Lucy Stanhope, Phoebe Truitt, Sundee Denton Chandler, Charlotte Dobson, Anna van der Braak, Catherine Eccles, Kate Woolley, Charlotte Hill, their cocks, and their coaches are Ben Maxwell and Ellie Dobson. And we move back down to the other end of the spectrum, once again a sculling event. This is the Bernard Churcher Trophy for the senior single sculls, which is kindly sponsored by the Copus Partnership. And this was taken with a record again in the semi-final, which she then went on to lower in the final. Congratulations to Reading Rowing Club's Laura Meridew and her coach Harry Blackwell and Mark Fangon Hall. Only one of the coaches has come up, they've gone shy. And staying with single sculls, we move on to the Di Ellis Trophy, a very poignant trophy for the recipient. This is for the junior single sculls, and again this was an event which resulted in a new record, and the coach deserves a mention here, a former international sculler herself. We always like to see successful female athletes becoming successful female coaches of successful females. It's a very nice loop. Please congratulate the winner, Phoebe Campbell of Exeter University, and her coach, Lorna Tinkler. And as we move on to one of the events which ended up providing us with an absolutely blistering final, this is the Chairman's Trophy for the senior quadruple sculls. Needless to say, it did result in a new record being set, and we have to take our hats off to Headington School for giving the race of their lives to give the win, sadly for them, but fantastically for Tideway Scullers School, in a new record of 4:54 by 3 feet. And that is for Amelia Carlton, Georgina Granfield, Olivia Uguth, Francesca Rawlins, and their coach, Kieran Clark. As we move on as well to a more youthful quad sculls event, this is for the Nina Padwick Trophy, kindly sponsored by Nina Padwick, which is for the junior 16 quadruple sculls. And I know he's here and he's going to wonder what I'm going to promote him with this year, because the coach of this crew has won more coaches' medals than any other, and he continues to go on and win. This event was won by Henley Rowing Club, and the coach, Lord Boothroyd, who I think ought to be our Prime Minister, and he is the proud coach of the crew, J. Roberts, J. Arlott, A. Howard, and P. Snowden. There he is. Wrong coach, wrong names. He's not going to be Prime Minister after all. Chris, do you know who they are? Would you come up? Steve Brown is the coach. Well done, Steve. Are these the names?
We've got Georgia Brown, Amber Weller, Carla Russell, Quiva O'Donoghue, and Kate O'Donoghue, the assistant coach.
Thank you very much, Henley.
We have to do something different because we're Henley.
I wouldn't do that. Sorry about that. As you can see, they changed the name. So sorry. Right, we'll see if I can get this one right. I'm fairly sure I know who won it because I watched it and it was spectacular. This is the Regatta Cup for Junior Double Sculls, sponsored again by the Colgan Foundation. And whilst a new record was set in the semi, a spectacular record, there wasn't one in the final, but it was won in some style by Nottingham Rowing Club. Please congratulate Lucy Holgate, Charlotte Brown and their coaches Nicola Spencer and Des Atkins. Yes, I got it right. Yes, you did. Well done, ladies. I mentioned earlier how lovely it is when successful athletes move on to coach successful crews, and it's even lovelier when it's women doing that with women. And in this particular case, we have one of our prize givers. This is the West End ARA Trophy J16 Coxed 4, kindly sponsored by Salmon Properties. And the coach of this crew is a certain Jess Eddy, who is standing up ready to give out the medals to the people she knows so well. Please congratulate the winners from Putney High School in a new record of 5 minutes 30. I. Bantack, A. Zedda James, J. Moore and L. Miles with their cocks, A. Brahoni. And just while the crew's coming up, there's an interesting aside here that Jess herself, as you probably realised, has never won a medal at Henley Women's Regatta until today. And she's done it as a coach. Well done. Thank you. Well done, ladies. And we move on to one of those fabulously competitive events that never fails to provide a cracking final. This is the GP Jeffries Cup, sponsored by Simmons and Sons. This is the Senior 8s, and this was taken again with another record, won in the semi-final and lowered it again in the final. This was a fabulous win by Molesey Boat Club. Please congratulate E. MacDonald, C. Boyland, Gabby Rodriguez, E. Lewick, L. Primer, R. Wyman, R. Edwards, K. Bartlett, and their Cox, M. Bainham Williams, and their coach, Phil Bourguignon. You get the biggest trophy of the day by the look of it. Yes. And the records fell aplenty in the senior double sculls, which is the Rosie May Glossling Trophy, sponsored kindly by Tim and Sarah Lohman, taking the record in the semi-final and then doing it once again in the final. The winners are Bath University, S. Clutterbuck and L. McCrow, and their coach Dan Harris. As we move back to a junior event, this is the Groton School Challenge Cup event for junior coxed fours. And this was indeed won again by Henley Rowing Club. Am I affirmative here, Mr. Boothroyd, in giving you a name check? Yes, right, now I can say it. Chris Boothroyd for Prime Minister. And he was the coach of the successful Henley crew, who took the record by just a second, but it's a highly competitive event. Congratulations go to E. Morgan, G. Edwards, C. Pearson, D. Butterworth, F. Reed, their cox, and their coach, Lord Christopher Boothroyd. And Mr. Lister, who has done a finishing, he did a finishing job on them. That's why they took the record. He did. And staying with coxed fours, we have the intermediate club coxed four, which is the Leicester Trophy. And we have here a particular individual who has a vested interest in the winners. We have here presenting Mr. Tony Mallon, who is the chairman of Star Capital and the vice president of the winning club. And the winning club did a spectacular job of reducing the record in the semi-final, and then took another 2 seconds out of it in the final with a very hard-fought half-a-length win. Congratulations go to the Lee. This is R. Minnock, L. Stackpool Moore, L. Chapman, C. Newbury, their cox N. Shepherd, and their coach Jill Parker. Well done. Moving on to the Elite Single Sculls, which is the George Innes Cup, kindly sponsored by Leander Club. It's a familiar face who'll be coming up to collect this particular medal. This young lady, and I say that advisedly because she's still a junior despite winning the Elite Single Sculls, has won here as a junior single sculler in 2015, in the junior doubles last year, and this year she took the Elite pennant, and she is the inimitable Lucy Glover of Warrington Rowing Club and her coach, Richard Sinnott. Well done. You're welcome. We'll go round. The Junior Quadruple Sculls, the B Langridge Trophy, never fails to give us some extraordinary racers, and it didn't disappoint this year. This event, kindly supported by Walter Scott, was taken with a record by the winners in the semi-final, and they then lowered that time in the final to a nice round 5 minutes dead. Was taken by Gloucester Hartbury, H. Cooper, G. Martin, H. Huggins, Z. Adamson, and their coach, Tom Petichis. Well done. It's Will King who's the coach. Tom Petichis has his name attached to them a lot, but Will has created this win. Well done, Will. Go, Will. And for those of you looking forward to topping up on your PIMS, we just come to the last winning event of the day, when we then move on to a special award after this. So if we just do our last particular Challenge Cup, which is the Ron Needs Challenge Cup for Elite Eights, which is kindly sponsored again by the Colgan Foundation. And this was a spectacular race by a phenomenal high-performance crew, and only the second of our overseas crews here to take a pennant. So extra congratulations go to them in lowering the record and taking the Ron Needs Challenge Cup. Ohio State University. Morgan Hummel, Cassandra Johnson, Bridget Schodorf, Alice Riley, Rachel Engel, Aina Sid Isantels, Anne Dietrich, Stephanie Williams, Cassidy Jenny, and their coaches, Andy Teitelbaum and Madeline Davis. And we now move to the final award of the day, which is a new introduction for the 2017 regatta. This is the Bremont Award for Outstanding Performance. It is presented today by Nick English, who is the co-founder of the local Bremont Watch Company, and it's being awarded for the first time to the pair, double or single who achieves the highest percentage of the current Henley Women's record time. Before we announce the winner, I'll hand you over to Nick, who would like to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Listen, we're a local company. We're very, very honoured to be based in Henley as well. Clearly, rowing, Henley is the epicentre, I like to think, for rowing, as is Bremont for watchmaking, mechanical watches. And we're literally based somewhere over there, the other side of the river. And what's so exciting this year, also involved with Royal Henley Regatta, to involve with both is very, very special. So, and huge congratulations to all of you. Incredible achievements. Thank you.
The lucky winners of this award are going to receive a Solo 37 Bremont watch, which has been engraved to mark the Henley Women's Regatta 30th anniversary, and they are numbered 1, 2 and 3. That is all that are ever going to be produced and engraved thus. So the winners are, it's the elite lightweight pair from Thames Rowing Club, Natalie Hardy and Loenna Code, and their coach, Jamie Lowe. Thank you. Well done. Thank you very much for clapping for everybody, for all the spectators that have come to the regatta today, for the over 100 volunteers that run this regatta and volunteer their time to make it possible. So that concludes the 30th of regatta. Before you go, we have an online questionnaire we'd like you to fill in to give us feedback as to how we can make this regatta even better next year. So until then, until next year, please stand for the national anthem.